A tired man lay on the bed, staring thoughtfully at the ceiling. He wondered why he was living this life at all. After all, 3 years ago he had been hired by the company as just a simple employee. Memories flashed through his mind of how he had once offered people instant weight loss remedies, while at the same time assuring them that the best thing was to not look for anything at all. The guy realized that he was deceiving not only others, but also himself. There was no worse news than this, especially for someone with a stable job. The voice of the presenter poured from the screen, announcing the bankruptcy of a large company. The same tired and sad boy asked again to be taken away from here. He didn't care where exactly, as long as he was taken to another world. And here, amidst the ancient ruins of Artelphia, rose stone buildings, long overgrown with moss and ivy, and inside some of the houses young trees had already sprouted. The elf did not hide her admiration. Her eyes shone with joy. She was delighted with this place. It never occurred to her that one could come across a human relic here, and in such perfect condition. She turned to Dex, sincerely thanking her. Dex was always there for them on their journey. The girl was very worried. They were the only ones who had managed to escape the trap. The cat, embarrassed, scratched his cheek nervously, but at the same time could not hold back his cheerful laughter. Dex asked the girl what she had found. She looked down at her palm, where she was holding something. She said it was a hairpin. Without a doubt, her discovery was of great historical significance. Dex enthusiastically praised their work and said he wanted to take a closer look at the ancient thing. The girl had no objections to this. She warned him to be careful, for this relic would soon become the most valuable treasure in the royal treasury. The cat guessed that this thing was left over from ancient creatures that had long since disappeared from the world. Suddenly, Dex grinned and laughed out loud, which immediately distracted the girl from studying her new find. She was eager to understand what had happened to her friend that was so witty. He turned to his boss, believing she was too trusting of humans. Pulling the hair he had found closer to his face, he carefully examined their valuable trophy. Dex noticed that he was getting pretty tired of following her around. The girl was shocked, and when she realized that he had decided to betray her, she couldn't help but call him a fool. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened in surprise. As it turned out, Dex had thrown the treasure he had found into his mouth, and at that very moment there was a loud, distinct swallow. The girl trembled with rage, unable to believe that he had really dared to do this. At that moment, a bright light illuminated Dex. He felt a powerful force coursing through his veins, and he finally understood the nature of this unusual energy. At the same time, he carefully examined himself. The girl thought that the guy didn't fully realize what he had decided to do. After all, these strands were extremely valuable. But Dex confidently assured her he understood everything perfectly. The cat's paw glowed even brighter, and over time his hand took on a muscular shape. He explained to her that this was precisely what he would use his power for. The girl was stunned by his action, not understanding how to proceed, while Dex, meanwhile, confidently declared that he would use his power to conquer the entire world. The elf's face changed dramatically. Her gaze became fixed, full of determination. She said that she no longer had any other choice. A fireball flared in her hand. The girl aimed the flaming projectile directly at Dex. At the same moment, when the dust from her shot cleared, the girl was overcome with astonishment. The little cat Dexus had suddenly turned into a huge, formidable monster. Dex burst into wild laughter and loudly exclaimed that all her attempts to harm him were futile, after which he rushed to attack the elf, and she managed to return to the past. The girl immediately realized that this was the power of a human artifact. She was fascinated. If a single hair was capable of such a thing, then how powerful were those to whom it belonged? The elf could not contain her surprise and covered her face with her hand. Suddenly the sky was torn apart by a blinding flash, and in the very center of the glow, a body flashed, flying rapidly straight towards them. The girl stared in amazement at this incomprehensible sight, her eyes opening even wider in surprise. The man fell to the ground with a loud thud, and a bright pillar of light rose up behind his silhouette. The elf covered her face with her hands, protecting herself from the gust of wind and the cloud of dust it raised. When the dust began to settle, only 2 legs protruded from the chasm formed in the ground. Dex and the girls froze in place, not understanding what had just happened. Someone's legs were still sticking out of the hole, motionless and lifeless. But the next moment, those legs suddenly began to move. There was movement from the pit, and finally a human figure emerged from the darkness. It looked carefully at the place where it had landed, as if checking if everything around it was real. The young man blinked his eyes in confusion, not understanding how he had ended up here, because he remembered that he had recently slept peacefully at home. The boy thought it was just a dream, although everything seemed amazingly realistic. Suddenly his gaze fell on the shining cat, and only later did he realize that it was standing right in front of him. Dex wanted to know who the man really was, so he intimidated him to the point that he, barely able to stand, began to stammer and swear that he was just an ordinary person. This answer only increased the elf's suspicions. The young man remembered his previous words, but he didn't quite understand what he meant. However, unlike this boy, he had neither cat ears nor a tail, so this answer seemed completely logical to him. At that moment, Dex again uttered insulting words to the man, adding several harsh nicknames. At the same time, the cat became seriously angry. He screamed angrily, thinking that they had decided to mock him here. The young man decided that he had somehow offended him. Dex rushed into the fight without hesitation, and the young man instinctively began to close his arms, trying to protect himself from the swift blows. Dex hit the boy right in the hands, but at the same moment the furious blow suddenly dissolved in the air, which quite surprised the boy himself. Dex was surprised to see that he had managed to stop his blow. Meanwhile, the boy stood there, scared and confused, completely unaware of what was happening. He thought it was a movie because it all happened so quickly, but he didn't care. Besides, there was a charming heroine and a real villain. He still thought it was just a dream, someone's joke show, or the filming of a movie. If it was, it would be a real joy. He waited patiently for someone to admit that he had been pranked. But in the end, the boy realized this was the world he had been calling to himself. However, he did not want to remain a hero of some movie. As a joke, the boy rushed at Dex, loudly shouting a line right in his face. He put his palm to his chest, and the cat flew away rapidly, hitting the wall of the abandoned ruins and leaving a considerable dent in it. Dex exhaled loudly, as if releasing the last of his breath from his chest. The man, clapping his hands in delight, exclaimed that he had a real master of tricks in front of him. The girl's mouth dropped open in surprise, unable to believe her eyes. The huge cat groaned pitifully, sticking out its tongue, and gasped for air. Dex was also trying to catch his breath, and the boy had already assumed a fighting stance, realizing that this was not the end. The young man shouted after Dex, who was running away, promising that he would answer for everything. When the villain disappeared from sight, the boy sank exhausted to the ground, gasping for breath. He decided it was best not to remember it at all. After all, the more exciting the dream, the more likely it would quickly fade from memory. But this dream was surprisingly vivid, like waking life. He felt everything even more acutely than in reality. The young man thought again that this must be a filming, and if so, then the location they had chosen was simply incredible. Then suddenly, he found himself in a woman's dress. The elf girl sincerely thanked him for her salvation. Curious, he asked her name, and the girl, a little embarrassed, apologized for the delay in introducing herself. Her name was Rhea, and she was an elf. The young man, somewhat embarrassed, introduced himself as Yoji Amatsuki and emphasized that he was an ordinary person. Rhea was delighted by his appearance because in front of her stood a real man whom she valued so highly. Yoji remained silent, confused and not quite understanding what was happening. He found this strange. Noticing his condition, Rhea asked with a warm smile if everything was okay. The guy noticed that Rhea's ears didn't look like props at all, and there wasn't a single camera visible nearby. She continued to speak mysteriously. Rai asked me to thank her again for her help. She had no idea that a human artifact could hold such immense power, and that by using it, one could gain true power. Yeji apologized, because he wanted to find out if he had really been transported to another world. For him, it all turned out to be just as unexpected and incomprehensible. Eventually, he realized that there was an unbridgeable gulf between their worlds. In his reality, cars were commonplace, but here, in this alien dimension, giant dragons were commonplace. The young man was sure that he had entered a fantastic world full of dreams and magic, which he had only read and dreamed about until now. Overwhelmed with curiosity, he decided to find out if it was true that the inhabitants of this amazing place were legendary creatures. The girl enthusiastically supported his assumption. Rhea said that they knew of humans as an ancient and extremely powerful race. They were considered absolute beings who were worshipped in numerous religions. Yiji noticed that elves gave the impression of beings of the highest order. True masters of magic, possessors of sharp minds, balanced, capable of any task, but never perfecting any. At that moment, Rai suddenly turned to the boy. She noted that in Artelphia he is a being of absolute power. The locals are so powerful that one of her subordinates betrayed her for just one of his hairs, but he understood how cruel it was. He couldn't understand how he had dared to take such a step. Dex disappeared into the forest time and time again. The young man wondered how he could live his life in this world. He wondered how he could walk around the city peacefully when even the smallest part of his body caused so much noise. Ria just started to say that if the world found out about his existence. But the guy immediately interrupted her, thinking, nothing can surprise him anymore, because getting to another world seems so absurd to him that now he's ready to believe in anything. Rai continued, explaining that there was no doubt that a world war would break out between countries for the right to possess its power. However, even she had not expected that the situation would come to this. The young man was stunned by this news, and he asked in confusion why they were doing all this. Rai calmly replied that he in whose hands human power is concentrated is able to conquer the entire world. In the world of art mafia, human body parts are called relics and used as tactical weapons. She gave the example of Dex, who, thanks to this, turned into a powerful monster. If it were discovered that anyone was still alive, a devastating war would break out in the world. Jersey couldn't understand how that was even possible. He must explain to him how to organize his life in this world, because above all else, he seeks peace and would like to avoid unnecessary conflicts as much as possible, and all because he didn't want to go back to the mundane existence of an office worker. If he had the chance to start over, he would definitely take the opportunity. Yet he had no desire to be in the midst of a world war. At the same time, she imagined them fleeing from their pursuers, convinced that the relics should remain in their country. Ria said that there was only one way out. Yeji hoped for her support and understood that she could not just appear in front of others. The only thing left for her was to turn to Rai for help. That was why she wanted to know where the way out was. The girl turned to him and suggested that they should create their own haven, where they could live in harmony and peace. The sun's rays gently shone on her face, and a sincere smile bloomed on it. The young man frowned instantly, not understanding what Ria meant. She quickly explained, in this world, people become objects of worship. However, at the same time, there are also robbers here who hunt for the fragments of his power. Yejzi must build his own base to repel enemy threats and gather talented like-minded people around him for the offensive. There is no other way for him. The guy thought the girl was just joking, but she seriously denied it. Yeji hoped that they would still be able to find a calm and peaceful way, but Ria categorically stated that such a way does not exist. But the girl asked him not to worry. She dropped to one knee and turned to face him again. There was a timid hope in her eyes. She wanted to ask if he would let her do something. The girl lowered her head and smiled. Ria said that she would serve him faithfully and swore eternal loyalty. But the mystery of the missing people and their abilities, the reason for his calling to this world, all this remained unsolved. His heart continued to pound with countless questions. But maybe a cozy corner of his own wasn't such a bad idea, especially with the lovely Ria around. He was bored with his own life, and deceiving himself and others, Yeji had always secretly dreamed of something like that. The young man held out his hand to the girl and timidly asked her to take care of him. In his heart, the hope of moving forward, into a world where someone was truly waiting for him, was burning. The girl looked at him happily and smiled, agreeing with delight. Yeji was finally starting a new stage in his life. Now at least someone needed him. Yeji turned to Rio as she helped him cross the stream. As he was eager to know where they would begin their journey, the girl replied that they had to hide it first. She was also worried about what Dex was doing now. There was no way they could let anyone find out about Yeji until they had their base set up. The boy was curious about how to do it. Ria called him to follow her. A grotto appeared before them, the entrances of which were densely entangled with wild vines. Yeji looked around in confusion, not understanding where they were. The girl explained that this was a vault that had been left to her as an inheritance from her grandfather. Ria raised her hand with a slight movement, and the crystal lantern in her palms shone, instantly filling the cave with bright light. These words really impressed the boy. The girl added that similar places were scattered all over the world. On the shelves were a variety of things: Dazzled by what he saw, the boy said again that all this was simply incredible. Reese said that her grandfather was a human being, and she remembers him as an attractive man with glasses. But she would never dare call his job safe. Because of his profession, he often dealt with ancient artifacts. His life was spent traveling the world, where he fought bandits who sought to seize the power hidden in humanity. Yeji quickly realized, the natives of this world are real sturdy warriors. The boy noticed that there were a lot of weapons gathered around. At that moment, he was addressed as a master. Ria suggested that this place could become a shelter for them for a while. Yeji agreed with her, but noticed that there was only one bed here. Ria suggested that he sleep on the bed, and she promised to watch at the entrance. She explained that she only needed 30 minutes of sleep a day. This surprised the boy quite a bit, and he asked if he had heard her correctly. Yeji admitted that even when she returns home late at night, she cannot fall asleep, and only then does she notice the dawn knocking on the window. She realizes that if there is even a small opportunity to rest, she must definitely take advantage of it. Her words touched the boy so deeply that he could not hold back his tears. The young man suggested that he himself would settle down on the floor, and that Reese should rest on the bed. The girl, embarrassed, objected. Such audacity was beyond her means. Yeji realized that for her, it was like forcing God himself to spend the night on the cold floor. The boy, with a broad smile, invited her to lie down next to him on the bed. Ria immediately rolled her eyes, instantly blushed, and suddenly screamed. She couldn't believe his proposal. A moment later, the girl began waving her arms in denial. Yeji began to apologize, offering to find another solution if she didn't like it. The young man realized that he had perhaps gone too far, although he had no ulterior motives. The bed was wide enough for two. But suddenly he realized that he was only making detailed excuses in his mind. Raya assured him that she wouldn't mind if he did the same. And she also mentally decided that from now on, she would become his protector. He assured her that everything was consensual. However, it soon became apparent that they were behaving like newlyweds. It turned out that sleeping in bed with him was perfectly acceptable, but leaving him on the floor was not. The girl suggested that they get down to business, and the guy blushed with embarrassment. She suddenly approached him, leaving no time for reflection. Her lips touched Yeji's lips again. The boy was confused. Doubts and desires fought within him, and somewhere in the depths of his mind a thought flashed. Do I really dare to do what I've thought about? But at that moment, Ria, gathering herself with a mop in her hands, pulled him out of his thoughts, reminding him that it was time to clean. The young man did not argue and supported her proposal. It was already evening outside, and Yeji was sitting on his bed, leisurely chewing on his dried meat. Suddenly he glanced at the entrance to their hideout. Ria was perched at the exit, and he wondered if she wanted to join him for a bite to eat. The girl said that this piece of dried meat was all they had left. Tomorrow morning she would go hunting to get more food. The young man felt even more embarrassed. He held out the meat to her, jokingly adding that he had already had a bite, but if she wanted, she could take it. The girl only shook her head and held out her hands in refusal. She couldn't do that. The young man held a piece of meat directly to her face, jokingly remarking that he was in danger if she remained hungry, because then they might be attacked. The girl swallowed and, without taking her eyes off the treat, swallowed nervously. Rai sincerely thanked him, assuring him that she would be eternally indebted to him. The young man replied in embarrassment that these were too loud words, but the girl only apologized and still decided to taste the delicacy. The girl suddenly felt a strange movement in her body. Her hand instinctively reached for the pendant around her neck, and she took a deep, greedy breath. Her skirt rose and her cheeks flushed. Embarrassed beyond belief, she tried to cover herself by clenching the same piece of meat tightly between her teeth. Yeji herself did not understand what was happening to her, and the girl suddenly began to behave even more strangely. Saliva suddenly flowed from her mouth, and then she screamed shrilly. The boy hurried to make sure she was okay as the girl knelt down. However, Raya admitted with admiration. It was incredible. She felt the true power of her master. She explained that his saliva remained on the meat. In addition, the girl felt her magical abilities significantly increase. Yeji thought for a moment, and suddenly realized. This indirect kiss seemed to have given her inexhaustible strength. She could only imagine that if even a single hair had such an impressive effect, then fresh traces of saliva must have an even more powerful effect. Returning to her mentor, she was surprised to feel that hunger no longer tormented her. At the same time, The boy was not left with the impression that in this world, people possess incredible power. Suddenly, something moved in the bushes. A strange figure appeared next to the shelter. It was the first morning in an unfamiliar world. Yeji stretched out on the bed, feeling pleasantly light. He hadn't had such strong dreams in a long time. But suddenly the boy froze. His hand was right on Ria's chest. He instantly jumped up, waving his arms and shouting in surprise until he suddenly remembered. They had decided to settle in Ria's grandfather's shelter for a while and had fallen asleep there together yesterday. The girl was still sleeping sweetly on the bed, snoring softly in her sleep. Yeji suddenly felt her heart flutter, and the boy thought that she was really very cute. The boy looked closely at the girl's body, and the confusion in his eyes only grew stronger. At that moment, she turned over on her side, but she was still fast asleep. Yeti's gaze involuntarily stopped at her slender legs. Realizing this, he hastily turned away, catching himself in the act. The guy quickly got up from the bed, trying to organize his thoughts and calm down after almost succumbing to temptation. But while Rio was sleeping soundly, the girl was already considering whether to go and get some water. She had barely started toward the exit when she suddenly bumped into something or someone. The young man opened his eyes wide, not understanding what was happening. At that moment, the owner's scream was heard, and Rhea, jumping out of bed, hastily grabbed her clothes. The girl still didn't understand why Yeji had shouted so loudly, but she was already rushing towards him. She noticed how the boy carefully touched what had scared him, and then cast a questioning look at Rhea. As it turned out, the path was blocked by a large snail. The elf explained to her master that it was indeed a snail, which I could hardly believe. He thought that the slugs in this world grew too gigantic. However, Rhea objected, because even novice adventurers were unable to defeat such monsters. The girl assumed that Yeji had gone to the nearest spring at night. The boy explained that he had simply felt thirsty in the middle of the night, and Rhea confirmed that this was the reason for his visit. Apparently, the snail had absorbed the spring water that Yeji had been drinking. Thinking about it, the boy suddenly remembered that all of this was very reminiscent of Rhea's behavior yesterday. However, they had encountered a serious problem, and it seemed that they would not be able to get out of it so quickly. But Rhea, full of energy and optimism, assured them that there was no reason to worry. She asked her mentor to step aside, and he instantly hid behind a ledge of the wall. The glowing sphere in the girl's palm lit up again. Rhea confidently declared that thanks to her strength, this opponent was nothing to her, and fired another fiery projectile at the monster. Stunned by a thunderous roar, Yeji instinctively crouched down and buried his head in his hands, while Re-Astid stood confidently amidst the clouds of smoke after her blow. The man was surprised by her power, but immediately noticed how the smoke was gradually dissipating. Both of them exclaimed loudly and in surprise when they saw that the snail remained unharmed. The girl became angry and was about to repeat the attack, promising that this time she would do him real harm. However, Yeji stopped her, asking her to wait a moment. After all, the slug had shown no hostility towards them from the start. If it had intended to attack, it would have taken the opportunity long ago. But still, he turned to the snail, remembering that it was precisely because of business with him that he had come here. The snail immediately made joyful sounds, which greatly frightened the people standing nearby. Suddenly, Rhea turned back to the master. Her attention was drawn to the snail's unexpected metamorphosis. The girl carefully covered it with her palm, trying to protect it from everything bad. At that moment, the giant snail suddenly shrank to a tiny, melodiously humming drop. It remained stuck to Yeji's leg, but Rhea could not believe that this monster was actually obeying someone's orders. The young man squatted down and stretched out his hand to the snail, asking it to give him first one paw and then the other. This gesture greatly pleased Yeji. The tiny snail heard him and responded, which caused the girl sincere joy. They decided to name him Lezen, because from now on he was part of their community. So Lezen tried hard, making approving sounds, to please his new friends. Rhea realized that there was nothing wrong with this. Moreover, they managed to gain a powerful subordinate. Perhaps this was the first step towards a world in which the master could finally live in peace. Meanwhile, Miss Card was in the capital. She sat in the bathroom, wondering thoughtfully whether her sister was admiring the same moonlight. A girl entered the bathroom and turned to Rosa with a new assignment. It turned out that the entire first reconnaissance group had disappeared. Rosa suddenly became stunned with surprise and felt her heart clench with anxiety. The girl who entered the room firmly ordered me to immediately gather a second squad and set off to search the ancient ruins. She mentioned that these ruins were located near the Astrod Forest to the west. Rosa couldn't find a place for herself after this news. She desperately needed to know what had happened to her sister. Ria told her mentor that she was going hunting. The man, distracted by the snail he was holding, suddenly announced that he wanted to keep her company. However, the girl instantly assured him not to worry about it. Yeji carefully placed Lizzie on the floor and remarked that sitting at home forever was extremely boring. Thanks to his magical abilities, Lizzie was filled with a significant amount of magical energy. The young man realized that caution was paramount. But learning more about the world was no less important. Emerging from hiding, Yeji quietly ordered the lizard to watch the house. The lizard, jumping happily, cheerfully confirmed its readiness for the task. The boys were already in the forest, and Ria skillfully shot an arrow at the bird. It fell from the branch with a loud rustle, but the girl exclaimed happily that she was doing a great job. Ria didn't see anything special about it. Just add a little magic and the arrow would gain much more power. Moreover, the girl could even control it a little. She carefully pulled the arrow out of the bird. She told her husband that the bird was bald, but its meat was extremely tasty. The husband thought about it and realized how lucky he was to have such a reliable person like Ria by his side, someone he could always rely on. Now, all that was left was to prepare the carcass to roast. The girl began to process the bird, and drops of her blood flew in all directions, which greatly shocked the boy. Ria had noted that the taste could change depending on whether all the blood had been drained. Yeji couldn't help but think how lucky he was to have Ria by his side. After all, his solitary life was limited to food from the nearest shops. Suddenly, the boy was surprised to notice that there were 2 moons in this world. The girl, surprised, replied that there was only 1 moon in their world. Yeji confirmed her words, explaining, "Their moon is light, slightly yellowish, and is never red or blue like theirs." Ria confessed that she would be happy to visit their world. Hearing this, Yeji looked at her with a slight pity in his eyes, and the girl turned to him. He stood up, rubbed the back of his head, and sadly admitted that his world was far from perfect. The girl looked at him with sadness in her eyes. The man added that in any case, he was very interested in learning more about her world. He sincerely hoped that exciting and fun adventures awaited them. Ria immediately burst into a happy smile. She was filled with joy, and she thanked Yeji from the bottom of her heart. The boy remembered how he had recently wondered if he was capable of using magic. The girl enthusiastically agreed to his proposal, raised her finger up, and created a small flash of light. She explained that when magic is used, it affects the laws of the universe through its own magical power. And with its power, even the most complex spell will not be an obstacle. But she just shook her head and added that since they were here, he might as well try to hunt some animal. Suddenly his gaze stopped at something unusual. It was a celestial dragon, usually calm and unruffled. However, once every century, these creatures descend to Earth, bringing mysterious events with them. The girl trembled with fear, having finished her task, and met the dragon's gaze with anxiety. Memories of her childhood flashed in her mind, when the heavenly dragon appeared on Earth and engulfed her native village in flames. The excited Yeji noticed the girl's face instantly turn pale and immediately asked if she was okay. Ria smiled casually and assured him that there was nothing to worry about. She was just dizzy for a moment. Yeji, concerned about her condition, gently asked her not to overexert herself, but now he wanted to direct his magic against Stragon. Ria advised him to focus on his own desire, clearly imagining the goal and the action he wanted to perform. Voicing the spells, she said, helps to better visualize what he is planning. However, he realized that there was really no need to use magic. But since this was his first experience, he decided to follow Ria's advice. The boy raised his hand, and a fireball spell flashed in the air. After the magic spark appeared, there was complete silence. Yeji turned pale with shame, deciding that the boy had failed. Ria asked the master to raise his head. He followed her hand and immediately turned pale. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead, for he instantly realized what he had done. A bright circle suddenly flashed in the sky, and in its very center stood a celestial dragon that could not withstand the powerful blow. With a desperate flap of its wings, it flew up rapidly decreasing in size and gradually disappearing into the sky. Ria was growing more and more impressed with the master. It seemed incredible that he had managed to destroy the celestial dragon from such a distance. Yeji stood there, not understanding where the dragon had suddenly gone. It occurred to him. What would happen if he tried to use the spell on some forest animal? Rhea had warned him that everything around would turn into a burning wasteland. Still, she was relieved to realize that he had refrained from this reckless attempt. He advised the girl to try to refrain from using magic. Rhea noted that then she would be able to find things that would be a real test for her. Suddenly, a bright glow flashed above their heads. The young man couldn't understand what was happening for a long time, but Rhea suddenly asked him to look up. Only then did he notice. The blue moon had mysteriously disappeared from the sky. The girl again enthusiastically repeated that he was incredible. He could even destroy the moon. Yeji thought she was mocking him, so he quickly explained that it wasn't anything bad. He was just worried about the balance in nature. Rhea thought for a moment, then said, "It was all the moon's fault. It was too fragile." She tried to convince him that it was precisely this tenderness of the luminary that made it so vulnerable, and that he should not worry at all. Yeji enthusiastically supported her, convinced that the girl was right. Finally, he suggested that they return to hunting, and she agreed. The boy decided not to bother with the matter any longer. At the entrance to the cave, the boys sat down at the table and enjoyed their freshly prepared meal. Jersey remarked with delight that it tasted incredible, as always. Clasping her hands together, Rhea thanked him sincerely, rejoicing at the words she had heard. It had already been 3 days since they had hidden in this place. Despite all the possible troubles caused by the destruction of the blue moon, nothing happened to her. Moreover, thanks to Rhea's care, there was plenty of food. They did not have to deny themselves anything. The boy was constantly admiring the girl, praising her for her kindness and caring. At this time, the girl was feeding Lizzie, and he himself savored the dish with particular pleasure. Suddenly, a dream flashed in his imagination. To return home, where a happy wife was waiting for him, who greeted him with tenderness, and in the evenings carefully reminded him of his nightly exercises. Rhea, who had already called him several times, pulled the boy out of his thoughts. She decided that something had happened to him, and this frightened him quite a bit. Yeji, embarrassed, hastened to explain that he had simply been thinking. He could not understand why in his world he was unable to use magic. Rhea thought about it. It seemed strange, since magic was inherent in all living things from birth. It was strange to realize that magic did not arise here by itself, even though it was a completely different world. The girl put forward her guess, suggesting that their land might be made of dark matter. The boy asked again, and, in more detail, explained. It is a special substance that absorbs and destroys the magic around it. It was a rare occurrence, but it did happen in her world. Yeji initially thought it was ordinary ore, but the description didn't match what he was used to. Dark matter is a substance that has mass, but remains inaccessible to normal detection methods. But you see, if something like that existed on Earth, it could explain why he couldn't use magic, but he had no evidence for it. The young man settled comfortably in his chair, feeling pleasantly full, and was about to go out for a walk. He told the girl that he would go out for a short while for some fresh air with Lick. However, she stopped him, saying that she needed to find out something. She dared to ask him for the relic. The young man asked her confusedly why she needed it, but the girl explained that as his student, she was still too weak. However, once she had the relic, she would be able to become much stronger. Yeji understood everything perfectly well and immediately asked how much hair was needed for this. However, Rhea quickly denied. That was not the point at all. Without thinking twice, she decided to speak directly. She needed him to pass this relic from mouth to mouth. The young man blushed, trying to figure out if he had understood what he had heard correctly. The girl opened her mouth in confusion and explained. It was much easier to absorb the magic that way. Of course, if he didn't want to, he could refuse. And no, it wasn't like she herself wanted to kiss him. In his mind, Yeji was bursting with joy. He replied that if that was what she wanted, he was completely in agreement. The young man could not even imagine that he would have the chance to kiss such a beauty. They sat on the bed, awkwardly avoiding each other's eyes. But suddenly Rhea boldly grabbed his shoulders and firmly declared that she would start herself. But as soon as they reached out their hands to each other, Liz abruptly stepped between them. Rhea instantly pushed the slug away so it wouldn't get in the way. The girl immediately turned her gaze to her mistress. Finally, their lips met in a timid kiss. Suddenly the girl pressed herself against him, and having gathered strength suddenly pushed Yeji onto the bed. He was surprised to feel that she had become somewhat stronger. Pulling her lips away, Rhea said that he was incredibly delicious, and at the same time a wave of new power boiled inside her. The girl pressed her hand firmly to her cheek, which was eager for more touch. Yaji assumed that human saliva had aphrodisiac properties, since Rio was behaving extremely unusually. She suddenly jumped on him, demanding that he quench her thirst. At first, the boy cried out in confusion, stunned by such a passionate initiative, but soon resigned himself to his fate. At the same time, lively discussions reigned in the capital of the kingdom of Miscard. People argued heatedly, trying to find out who exactly destroyed the blue moon. Most suspected that it was the work of demons, and many brave people openly declared this out loud, reassuring each other with hope in their voices that nothing threatened them in the capital. The man stood by the window, staring thoughtfully into the empty sky where the moon had just disappeared. His thoughts circled around this mystery. It seemed as if demons were involved in this disappearance. Suddenly, these creatures addressed him by name, Kazul. He became wary, suspecting that they had managed to uncover something. Knight noticed that she had a lot of complaints about the Kaibans. After all, we sent everyone far away because we simply didn't have time to mess with them. The girl, who had overheard the conversation between the two men, entered the room. Nit was about to say something, but Kazul interrupted him, ordering him to be quiet. He was more interested in whether the second scouting party had returned. Rosetta was the first to address the Knight Captain, introducing herself once again. She said she belonged to the 2nd Reconnaissance Squad and had just returned from a mission. Kazul was genuinely happy to see Rosetta finally back. The man asked curiously if any results had come in yet. She replied that they had not found the regalia, but they had come across something interesting. Rosetta cautiously held out the box containing the lock of hair. Kazul took the box and, once again stating that there was a hair inside, suggested that it might even be a relic. The man saw something mysterious in it. Unlike ordinary hair, this one seemed to be imbued with magical power. Rosa expressed her doubts, noting that, in her opinion, this was not one of the 1,000-year-old relics of humanity at all. Kazul looked at her in surprise, thinking that she probably really believed in the fact of someone's presence. The girl was in no hurry to reveal all her assumptions. However, the appearance of a person who was able to survive could be another possible reason for the death of the moon. The man thought for a moment, and remembered that, according to rumors, his race was doomed precisely because of its incredible power. For them, destroying the moon would be an easy task. Rose turned to the Knight Captain again, asking permission to explore the ruins further. Kazul immediately guessed that Ria was the reason, and the girl confirmed his guess. Almost the entire first group died at the hands of demons on the way to the forest. However, neither Ria nor Dex's bodies were ever found. Perhaps they were injured and are now hiding to gather their strength. Kazuo noticed that they had much more important things to do. However, he understood that if she had already made up her mind, it would be impossible to convince her, and all because what he feared most in the world was losing these two, especially Ria. Images of the two people dearest to his heart flashed through his mind. Kazuz gave her a whole month, but emphasized that the main attention should be paid to the ruins. If she managed to find someone, she was to return immediately with a report. Such was his strict order. The girl listened attentively to the order, sincerely thanking him for the trust and the chance to prove herself. Rose moved towards the door, mentally asking her sister to stay. She was sure that she would find her, no matter what the cost. Meanwhile, an unbreakable moment was still going on in the shelter. A kiss between Yeji and Ria. Even the boy didn't realize how long it was going on. Ria blushed with shame and quietly apologized to Yeji. In the end, she blushed so much with shame that she couldn't help but give me her first kiss. And the guy just reassured me, saying not to worry. They kissed passionately for 10 minutes before losing consciousness again. It seemed that human fluids had an aphrodisiac effect on members of other races. The young man realized that if he continued to encourage her in this way, he would hardly be able to hold back in all senses. So he decided to tell the girl that he was going to take a little walk. Ria shyly only gently wished him to be careful. Yeji left the house and apologized to Lezen, saying that he was now free. A stranger stood at the exit, naked, with a delicate butterfly perched on her arm. He could not understand who this girl was, or why she was without clothes. But suddenly, the girl rushed to Yeji and hugged him tightly. The boy suddenly heard a familiar voice, and realized that Lezen was supporting him with words of approval. Yeji was trying to understand how it all happened, but suddenly Ria turned to the boy. She couldn't understand why he was here with this half-naked girl. Her gaze flared with fury, and a ball of fire flashed from her hand. The boy felt tired, but in a moment, the girl was walking barefoot on the damp ground. Rhea even made sure that Lisa had at least some clothes. This was a real surprise to her, because usually monsters can take on human form after reaching a certain strength, although this happens extremely rarely. However, she had heard such stories. The girl decided that everything happened thanks to his incredible strength. Yeji, in turn, perceived Lezen as a girl. However, Rhea cautiously denied it, which surprised the boy quite a bit. Lezen timidly lifted her skirt, smiling shyly. The young man froze in surprise when he realized Lezen was actually a ladder, and at that moment Yeji began to pound his fists furiously against the wall. The face appealed to him just the way he likes it. But in reality, that was not what he was doing at all. Rhea immediately explained that she meant something completely different. After all, slugs reproduce by dividing in half, so the concept of gender doesn't apply to them. It was at this moment that Yeji realized that slugs have no gender at all. Apparently, she intuitively felt that with this look they would admire her even more. Yeji gently stroked the girl's head, jokingly calling her a fox. Suddenly, the guy asked how she was feeling and if she had noticed any changes. The girl nodded, having absorbed many of his relics. Her magical power had increased many times over, and all thanks to him. However, the girl mentally reproached him for probably hinting in vain about a possible improvement in her other abilities. However, out loud he only modestly remarked that she shouldn't thank him so much. Rhea noticed that both her hearing and vision had become sharper. Now she could instantly sense any penetration. Yaji was surprised to notice that her magical and physical abilities had improved significantly. She even regretted not having experienced anything like this before. Suddenly the boy wondered, how great were his own powers? He returned to the host and reported that the uninvited guests had arrived earlier than expected. Someone was walking on the road. Yeji caught the familiar rhythm of footsteps again. The stranger was alone, and there was a sense of courage behind his gait. Rhea instantly caught this energy. The boy was interested in the strength of a possible opponent. To this she coldly replied, he was too weak, not even worth mentioning. Rhea drew her weapon, firmly declaring that even if he found out where their hideout was, he had no chance of getting out of here alive. The girl was furious, for before her stood a fool who had dared to invade their sanctuary. She was going to make him feel the full weight of his guilt. Yeji tried to restrain her, but the girl had already begun to twist her weapon. As it turned out, the boy wanted to deal with him personally, to feel his strength. Although Yeji was well aware that she could easily defeat the opponent herself, he still did not give up his intention. Rhea sighed deeply and said that she understood him, but he had to promise her that he would take care of himself. The girl, holding Lezen by the shoulders, hurried after the owner. The man, full of determination, confidently replied that he understood her request. The young man was contemplating the upcoming fight, suspecting that his opponent would be unlikely to be strong, so he secretly hoped that he would be able to cope. Suddenly, a vague silhouette appeared around the corner. Suddenly, a foot flashed on the ground, sliding forward. In the twilight, a man emerged with a sword in his hand and addressed the newcomers. He confidently confirmed the rumors. He was the inhabitant of this cave. The unknown person strictly ordered to leave all valuables here and get out immediately. At least this way, he would have a chance to survive. At that moment, the stranger aimed his sword directly at his face. Yeji could not understand why this opponent seemed so powerful to him, but he realized that this place had become his home, and that Rhea and Lezen were his family. He realized that he could not submit to his demands. The man assured me that he did not want to attack and destroy it. However, in the end, he still raised his sword and struck. The sword whizzed past Yeji's body with lightning speed, and almost instantly the man turned to strike back. Yeji fell to the ground, his face contorted in horror. He glanced at the attacker and instantly realized that he had to retreat. After all, a sword in the enemy's hands posed a real threat to him. Bare hands were no match for a cold weapon. The man laughed, wondering how much longer he would have to run. Yoji, who had been trying to escape, suddenly realized that it was time to act, to respond blow for blow. However, he had no idea how to do this. If he used magic, only dust might remain of the shelter. He frowned and looked around carefully, looking for a way out of the situation. Suddenly, a rift opened between the young men, hitting the attacker squarely in the face. The man with the blade was confused, trying to understand what had happened. Something suddenly bubbled up on the ground. A slime began to stir, and Yeji stared at the creature in surprise. Later, she realized, when the slime starts to boil, a slime is about to appear. And indeed, it emerged from the foam, which greatly pleased Yeji. Yeji sat down next to the girl, sincerely thanking her for saving her at the very moment when the address to the boy was heard from behind. Ria asked if everything was okay. The girl stopped in front of the boy and another girl. Jersey assured her with a smile that thanks to the licking, everything was fine with her. The man glanced at the strange couple. Next to him stood a beauty in the form of a human slug and a charming elf. The boys silently watched this unusual company. The man wondered how much they could fetch on the slave market. However, it seemed to me that it would be more profitable to take them to some nobleman right away. However, she accused him of selfishness, stating that he sought to turn Ria and Lizzie into his servants. The boy instantly rushed forward, shouting as he went that he would not let this happen. Yeji resolutely pushed the eared man right in the chest, and the man only stared in surprise at the hand that was moving away from his body. The man flew out of the entrance to the shelter at breakneck speed. He crashed his back into the rock opposite with a thud and let out a loud cry of unbearable pain. Blood gushed from his mouth like a fountain, and he fell to the ground, completely drained of strength. Yeji quickly jumped out of the cave, eager to make sure that victory was truly his. But suddenly, another desperate cry was heard from behind, which made the boy turn around sharply. Ria rushed to the boy, hugged him with joyful gratitude for his protection. But Ria's naked body was already vividly visible in his imagination. His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a lizard, which cleverly jumped onto his back and hugged him. So this lucky guy just stood there and luxuriated under the friendly embrace of his girls. Meanwhile, Rhea does not hide her delight and enthusiastically praises her master, considering him unsurpassed. He raised his head sharply and declared that the battle had indeed been worth the effort. However, despite everything, he decided to contact Ria to ask her for a favor. The girl used her healing powers on the attacker and assured him that everything was fine and that he would soon regain consciousness. Behind her, the unconscious aggressor lay motionless, tightly bound. However, Ria pointed out that he was too kind. There was no need to ask her to treat some thief. In response, Yaji explained that he didn't want him to disappear because the thief might have valuable information. Suddenly, the attacker came to his senses, and the first thing that came out of his mouth was an admission that he was no longer as tough as he used to be. He never thought that he would one day find himself defeated by some worthless boy like Yeji. At that very moment, Rhea became furious and could not even understand how he dared to address her master like that. The girl's quick glance betrayed her indignation. But despite this, she tried to calm everyone down and control her emotions. After all, their goal was to obtain information. And that was exactly what the boy was doing. He was eager to find out what this thief was looking for and why he had come here. With a look of disappointment, he lowered his eyes to the ground. He began to tell her that his sister was seriously ill, and tears glistened in the corners of his eyes. The man pleaded, saying that he desperately needed money for medicine because their village was already struggling to make ends meet, and his sister might not survive another day. Yeji already guessed why he was behaving like this, and seriously considered asking Ria if she could cure his sister with magic. She apologized, explaining that she could easily heal wounds, but illnesses were a different matter. The boy felt sad, thinking that he was simply unlucky. But suddenly Ria said that there was only one way. Hearing this, he immediately became curious and asked which one. The girl reminded him of the ancient relics. Thanks to their magical power, he could cure any disease. The boy could not understand how he had managed to forget about it. But Ria was quick to warn him. She still did not advise him to resort to this method. Since they had to stay in the shadows, she feared that frivolously handing him her relic might give away their hiding place. However, she admitted that Ria was right. They were not ready yet, and therefore it was too dangerous to take risks now. But even so, he apologized to the girl and admitted that he wanted to save his sister. After all, in his world, he always wanted to be needed by someone. So if it was in his power to save a person who was disappearing, he wouldn't stay away. Ria calmly assured him that she understood, but was just trying to keep the news from getting out. Yeji thanked her and Liz, and at that moment, cut the rope. The young man pulled out a hair from his head and handed it to his husband, saying it was for him. The man was stunned. A real storm of magical power was raging from the young man. Yeji advised him to give it to his sister, and he sincerely believed that it would help her recover. So he turned to his husband with a request to abandon his robber ways. Wiping away his tears, he began to beg for forgiveness, full of remorse. Finally, the thief decided to introduce himself. His name was Adai. He came from the bear people who live in the thickets of the forests. He promised to repay the kindness shown to him. Thus ended their first battle for the defense of the shelter. Victory remained theirs. The next morning, Dai appeared, waving cheerfully and happily, holding a box in his hand. He came over to share the good news. His sister was much better. The young man could not contain his gratitude and sincerely asked to accept modest gifts from him. He was grateful, because he had really been helped. In the drawer lay a bag of peas, a box of tomatoes, and several jars with another package. By the way, after the recent events, the bear settlement became their allies. Yeji shared his hair with them, and in return, the inhabitants treated everyone to provisions. It turns out that his hair could serve as a substitute for magic stones, one of the most valuable things in this world. Even the lamps in their shelter worked thanks to the power of his hair. Recently, the price of stones has skyrocketed, plunging the village of Adaya into poverty and driving him into a life of crime and desperation. The solution to the problem turned out to be Yejiji's hair. He was glad that it could be useful and help others. Adai held in his hands with admiration the lock, in which, it seemed, an entire ocean of magic was concentrated. However, the boy felt sympathy for Ria, who only looked at the usual parting of his hair, without being able to touch it. She was frankly jealous of the bone, which always got a strand. Yeji turned to Ria, wondering if she had really made sure that no news leaked out. Seeing her set off for his village with a dice the day before, the bear instantly turned pale with anxiety. He explained that he was running late and had to visit his sister as soon as possible. Without wasting another minute, he quickly ran towards his village. Ria reassured him, assuring him that she had placed a curse on each of the inhabitants that would force them to keep their promise, so there was nothing to worry about. The girls were looking at the tomatoes that Adai had brought them, and at that moment it became clear, Ria should not be upset in any way. In this he makes her a promise. While Rose tirelessly searched for her sister, Ria asked the owner to allow them to set traps. Yeji asked again. In response, she said that thanks to his persistence, they had managed to repel all the attacks without serious difficulty, but it remained unknown what opponents might appear next. Then Yeji suggested setting traps underwater. Ria enthusiastically supported this idea and immediately began preparing the dish. The girl tried to master the magic of Earthstrike. A magic circle even appeared at the place of her spell. Yeji was amazed. The hole that appeared was surprisingly shallow. Ria apologized in confusion, explaining, "The ground here is too hard." But the man understood everything. Even if her magic hadn't worked, the ground here was indeed surprisingly hard. He concluded that there was little they could do in such a situation. Ria suggested pouring poison in, but Yeji thought that was too cruel. However, all he said was that things had gone too far, so it was best to drop the subject and just take a walk. The girl timidly agreed with him, but he couldn't understand why her gaze reflected the feeling that the whole world had suddenly disappeared. Suddenly he heard, "Listen," and he grabbed Yaji by the jacket. The boy understood that the girl wanted to help them, and she agreed. The slime blew lightly on his hand, and a few transparent drops fell to the ground, which gradually turned into small newborn slimes. At that very moment, several balls of mucus flew into the sky. She opened her mouth in confusion. There were more and more of them. Ria calmly explained that this was a normal process of cell division. She knew that slugs could reproduce by dividing into multiple parts when enough magic accumulated in their bodies, and thanks to Yeji's spell, she had managed to achieve just that state. The young man had made a remark that the little slugs felt as if they were being caressed by children. These words angered Ria, who fell to her knees, stunned by the thought that he could have had children before her. When she recovered, she turned sternly to him. Carefully choosing her words, Riat began to ask him to have children together. She explained that she would share her cells, and they would have a whole bunch of descendants. Hearing this, Yeji exploded. She urged Riat to calm down and not get excited. But the girl stubbornly continued, her palms ready to burst into flames, one after another, like explosive balls. The boy still tried to calm her down, but he noticed that she did not hear his words at all. Having no other choice, he apologized to Ria in advance, and suddenly leaned in to kiss her lips. The girl's face instantly flushed. Their lips barely parted. Ria sighed and turned to her master, unwilling to stop. Their kiss continued, both cheeks burning with shame. Tears glistened in the girl's eyes. She suddenly screamed with pleasure and fell helplessly into Yeji's arms, fainting. This struck the boy to the core. Instead of calming the girl down, he only agitated her even more. Picking her up in his arms, the boy asked to pass it on to the younger ones so that they could take care of guarding the entrance. The girl silently accepted the order. He ordered her, if she noticed uninvited guests, she should only neutralize them, refraining from destroying them, as Ria had done. Yeji carefully carried the girl to the bed. Worried about her condition, he noted in his mind that Ria always tends to overstep all boundaries when it comes to him. He looked at her and realized that she was trying her best for him, and it was so touching. The girl lay unconscious, and the boy looked at her with sadness in his eyes. He was haunted by the thought, why was she so drawn to him? Recalling the various moments they had spent together, he tried to understand this mystery, but suddenly a loud cry came from the street, which immediately confused Yeji. He could not understand what had happened. Only one thing was clear. It was not the voice of a skunk at all. So, unwanted guests had appeared. Hiding around the corner, the boy cautiously looked out and suddenly saw something unusual. A girl appeared before them, her legs sticking out of some kind of hole, and streams of slime were flying at her from all sides. She had no idea what it was, but Yeji already knew for sure. His suspicions were confirmed. They explained to Rosie that everything was too sticky, and how much of it was there, so she couldn't even move. Out of helplessness, she started making all sorts of sounds again. The children began to tease her in various ways, making her feel disgusting. Jersey had no idea that the traps under the water had not worked. The boy was about to add something, but something suddenly distracted him. The man couldn't take his eyes off Rose's lush breasts, which seemed to be even larger than Ria's. At that moment, the girl sighed in relief, glad to finally be free. Seeing Yeji peeking around the corner, Rosetta sarcastically called him arrogant, and said she didn't understand what he was staring at. The guy immediately realized he had been noticed, and immediately brushed it off, saying he wasn't looking at anything interesting. Liz gave Yeji a curious look. At that moment, one of the little slimes ripped Rose's bra off, leaving her in only her thin tights. She immediately screamed and rushed to cover the place where her things had just been. Yeji couldn't help but be delighted, and began praising the girl for being able to defeat Rosetta. But she had gone a little too far. The guy felt guilty and hurried to assure her that everything was fine. The girl, covered in tears, looked up at him and, with a trembling finger, pointed directly at him, not understanding why he had not rushed to save her yet. Yeji was clutching the lost piece of clothing in his hands. It seemed strange to him to act in such a situation, and he decided that it mattered. Suddenly, someone's voice reached him. It was she who noticed him holding women's underwear in his hands, completely oblivious to why he had come here at all. And suddenly, Ria heard someone calling her name. It turned out to be her sister. Rosetta, dripping wet, beamed with happiness, while Ria stared at her in surprise. They finally met. When the long-awaited meeting with her sister finally happened, Rose couldn't hold back the happy tears that clouded her vision. Rosetta sat, beaming with joy at meeting her sister. She knew that Ria was alive, and tears of joy welled up in her eyes. Ria turned to her, gently asking her to get dressed first. Meanwhile, the lizard carefully covered Yitz's eyelids. Ria introduced her sister, noting that they were practically the same age, although Rose had become a night sister 2 years before her. Lezen arranged the younger ones in a row, and Yeji suddenly realized that she was the oldest of Ria's children. Rosetta suggested they go back to the capital together. There's been quite a bit of buzz lately about someone destroying the moon. However, she shuddered as soon as she heard about the moon and how Rosetta had asked Ria for help to stop this mess. After all, he had been calm, thinking that nothing serious had happened after that event, although in reality, everything had turned into a real panic. Suddenly, Ria interrupted Rosa, firmly declaring that she had sworn allegiance to Yeji, a human, and was not going to return to the capital. At the same time, she asked again, because she couldn't believe that this Newman was really human. He didn't have any energy at all. Ria explained that Yeji is actually human, but his magical power reaches such magnitudes that ordinary people are simply unable to sense it. The boy hesitantly whispered his question to the girl. He still didn't understand who the Newmans were. She quietly explained, They were a special race that had inherited exceptionally pure and rich human blood. Their magic is not impressive in strength, but their appearance is almost indistinguishable from that of a human. They can only be recognized by their characteristic round ears. Yeji reasoned that if someone saw him for the first time, they would probably think he was Newman. It seemed like the perfect way to disguise his true identity. Rose narrowed her eyes suspiciously. She couldn't possibly believe this without any evidence. The girl pointed pointedly at the boy, demanding that he demonstrate that he was indeed an ordinary person. However, she still offered to give her a lock of his hair, but Ria hesitated. It might be too much, because even such a seemingly small enchanted lock is capable of a lot. Suddenly, the girl unexpectedly suggested to him, if he didn't mind, let him put his finger in her mouth. The guy was confused by such a proposal. It surprised him quite a bit. He began to worry whether she would get irritated or angry after that. However, Ria assured him that everything was fine, because she always listened to her words. Since it was Ria's idea, Yaji didn't think Rose would object. He glanced down at his fingers, impatiently wanting to get this over with as soon as possible. Rosetta noted that even when she got close, he still looked completely ordinary. She couldn't understand what her sister saw in this guy. His assurances that he was an ordinary person seemed extremely suspicious to her. The guy understood. She wasn't going to back down. Yeji sat down and asked the lizard to order the younger ones to grab her. He did not object and immediately gave them the command. The slimy creatures instantly wrapped themselves around the girl. Rosetta couldn't figure out what it was. The man said it was the proof she had been asking for and held out his hand to her. He suddenly thrust his fingers into her mouth. Surprise flashed in the girl's eyes. She felt a powerful flow of magical energy. She had no idea what it meant. At that moment, the girl seemed certain that the sweat on his palms was helping somehow. Her lips greedily cupped his fingers. He felt a burning heat flare up in his lower back, but even that didn't make him remove his hand from hers. Ria turned to the master and remarked that this was apparently quite enough. He awkwardly agreed, lowering his gaze, secretly hoping that she had not guessed his indecent thoughts. Rose was overcome with sadness. She realized what was happening, and she had no choice but to believe them. The girl confessed that she felt an incomprehensible, boundless energy emanating from his fingers. Ria decided to consult her sister, asking what she should do. She replied that she had received clear orders to report immediately if she came across this man. However, her true loyalty is not to her country but to her sister, and of course she is ready to come to their aid. Yaji admitted that this was indeed a good thing, but he doubted whether she was sure of her motives, because in this way she was betraying her own country. Rosetta exclaimed that he was being too presumptuous, since only her sister had the right to address her by her first name. The young man hastily apologized and lowered his eyes in embarrassment. Ria turned to her mentor, explaining that they were currently in dire need of supplies and vital information. She suggested that the best solution was to send her to the capital. After all, this would make her their spy. At the same time, she wanted to make sure that Rosetta would really cope with this task. She assured her that she would take on everything. She added that her beloved Rosa lived only to devote herself entirely to her, body and soul. At this moment, Ria was extremely serious. She assured him that if she found out what had happened to Dex, she would definitely tell him, because she had no idea what he might have gotten himself into. But now it seemed to him that this old man was the greatest danger to them. He knew his true identity, and he also possessed a relic's power. Ria added a few more words of warning. She thought it appropriate to advise Rose to choose her tone more carefully in communicating with the hostess. Otherwise, this carelessness could prove fatal for her. Her warning frightened Yeji quite a bit. Rosetta was delighted with her majestic, powerful aura, and with admiration called her sister Beauty. The boy only called her crazy and asked her not to worry about him. Ria added that if he said that, then she really wouldn't worry. Ria was also known for his eccentricities, so he was not at all surprised by the large number of bizarre people among the knights. At the same time, Dex sat on the floor by the stone wall, confused and not understanding why this had happened to him. Nearby, a cat nervously plucked at its fur. It desperately needed more relics. Somewhere off to the side, a stranger's voice sounded condemning. Someone contemptuously remarked that this was disgusting. After all, the man known as the Divine Blade had fallen so ignominiously. Dex had no idea who was really here. The stranger introduced himself as Bryce, and assured him that he was just an ordinary demon. He also added that there was no need to rush to grab the sword. He wants to negotiate peace. Dex felt a powerful force emanating from this glass. It was uncannily similar to the energy that a relic radiated. Grace explained that these were demons that had been hunting humans for years. They quickly mastered the production of illicit substances that acted just like the ancient artifacts. Dex was already eager to experience that unique taste again. The cat was furious. He no longer begged, but almost commanded to give him what he wanted. At the same time, without hesitation, he persistently pushed the demon with his dagger. The demon coldly replied that all this could be his. But in return, he demanded to destroy a man named Yeji. Ria sat on Yeji's lap, which greatly embarrassed the boy. He turned to her and, hiding his confusion, asked her not to do that again. Liz watched the scene with interest. The girl did not expect such an answer from the guy at all. Embarrassed, she stepped back, moving to the other side of the room. However, the awkwardness still did not let go of her, and this situation left a rather uncomfortable residue in her soul. He asked her not to make that expression because she didn't want to faint again. She would have to get used to this place gradually. Rio was sad, but he agreed with him. A lot of time had passed since Yeji had come into this world. To strengthen Ria's strength, they start each morning with kisses. But the girl is still overcome with sadness. She wants even more tenderness. Yeji tries to be her support, giving warm words of comfort. Ria confessed to Yeji that his bodily fluids were so delicious that she simply lost her head over them, and now dreams of kissing him non-stop. To this, Yeji suddenly exclaimed that there was no need to voice it any other way. Yeji was stunned by Ria's words. He was confused when he heard about bodily fluids, as such things confused him. In his imagination, the boy sees a girl enthusiastically accepting his bodily secretions, but he is unexpectedly overcome by shame for his own fantasies. Ade approached the cave entrance and called out loudly to Yeji, but his path was suddenly blocked by a young lizard. He asked if the local boy was here. Yeji himself responded to this inquiry from the depths of the cave, making it clear that he was there. Yeji asked the boy what he needed and whether he needed more hair. To which the stranger replied that he did not need hair, but was looking for advice. This surprised Yeji quite a bit. The stranger said that his younger sister had started to behave very strangely. The young man said that his sister was very agitated and absent-minded. She had never bothered him so much before. Although he was glad that thanks to them she had recovered, he still couldn't shake the anxiety of seeing her in such a state. Hearing these words, Ria thought. Ria had suggested that this was probably due to side effects. One day a year, she would cast a look of worry and doubt at her. The girl explained that she had heard that the relics might contain a forbidden substance. She explained that if a person swallows a relic and is no longer able to take it regularly, the body begins to rapidly become stressed. This condition can even lead to death. Hearing this, the boy was speechless with fear. He found it hard to believe that his sister was in such serious danger. Yeji immediately tried to calm the boy down, speaking gentle words of support. Yeji assumed that if his relics were such a threat, then Rhea was probably infected with something as well. He noted that they should check it out carefully in any case. The guys reached the bear village. Yeji noticed that it was quite lively. The locals greeted the guests with friendly smiles, and a friendly atmosphere reigned in the air. One of the residents sincerely admitted that all this was Yeji's merit, which greatly surprised our hero. Adai noticed that adding Yeji's hair to their fertilizer was a real discovery. Thanks to it, their special apples and tomatoes acquired an even richer flavor. Now they had numerous orders from a prestigious restaurant in the capital. Meanwhile, Yeji was thinking about how amazing his hair was. Who would have imagined that Yeji's hair would play such an important role in the development of the village? Suddenly, the cube announced that they had reached their destination. A large, luxurious house rose before the boys. One of them noticed that, despite his appearance, he was still the village headman. This surprised his friends quite a bit. It seemed that he was behaving more like a robber, but in fact, he turned out to be the head of the community. The girl quickly ran out of the house, turned to Dai, and reproachfully said that he was late, asking where he had disappeared to for so long. Yeji, looking at her, was surprised to notice how cute she was. Dai hugged his sister, and she tried to break free from his embrace. The boy suggested that he look at his sister and asked, "Isn't she charming?" Adaya, his sister, looked around in confusion at the crowd and sternly reminded her brother that she forbade bringing strangers into the village. The boy explained to his sister that they were very insignificant and introduced her to Yegi, noting that he was the one who saved her. The girl looked at Yegi in surprise, and a moment later she suddenly screamed. She fell to her knees before Yeji. With tears of gratitude, she began to apologize for her previous harshness and sincerely thank him for saving her. Yeji only waved his hand, reassuring her and assuring her that there was absolutely nothing to worry about. The girl said that Yejin was surprisingly kind. At first she just asked her to look at these rags, and then politely asked her to wait. A moment later she returned, already in a luxurious dress. Kubik was very surprised by what he heard. He asked her if she really hadn't been hiding these things, reminding her that she had once promised to wear them only when she had a boyfriend. Then the girl turned to her brother, asking what exactly he meant by strange talk, and explained that these were her usual clothes. The girl turned to Yeji, shyly admitting that they had little to offer their guests. She politely invited them to make themselves at home and headed off to prepare dinner herself. Yeji contacted Adai and admitted that he now understood his anxiety. Adai became even more confused. His anxiety did not leave him, because he believed that the cause of all the troubles lay precisely in the relic. Soon the table was already covered with delicious food. The guys did not hide their surprise. They did not expect such a treat at all. The girl, smiling, admitted that she had put all her culinary skills into it for them, and invited them to taste the dish. Yeti tasted one of the dishes, and the boy was delighted. He exclaimed with delight that it was extremely delicious. In response, Yeti said with a smile that she would make a wonderful wife one day. Murray was confused and blushed with surprise, and Adai immediately noticed that it was too early for such a thing. In response, she cut him off, ordering him to be quiet. The girl asked if Ria and Liz liked the food. They assured her that the dish was extremely delicious. Ria even asked about the recipe. It seemed to Yagi that the girls had understood each other and were getting along quite well. It occurred to him that Ria must have met Maria before their trip there. It seemed that Maria had cursed the entire village, and now they were unable to tell anyone about her. He wondered with interest what exactly she had done here. Yeji, meanwhile, had become a pawn in the game. Yastamif Ria had been to these places before, but suddenly the spoon fell from his hands, as if snatched by an unexpected move of fate. The boy apologized, explaining that he was feeling a little sick. Dai was both excited and scared. The young man added that he would go to his room to rest and lie down for a while, and wished everyone a good evening. Mireille looked at her brother with curiosity and concern. Rhea looked around in confusion and asked what had happened. Yeji just shrugged, saying that he didn't understand anything, but at the same time he suspected that Rhea was involved in this. Rhea announced that she was going to take a walk around the village to test the effect of her curse. Yeji reminded her alarmedly that it was already dark outside, so she had to be careful. Rhea then turned to Lizzie and asked if she would keep her company. But she went up the stairs anyway, deciding that since the nutritionist had asked, she should visit Maria. The man went to the door and knocked. He asked if he could come in. Miria opened the door warmly, inviting Yeji in. The girl's room turned out to be surprisingly cozy and beautifully furnished. Mireia apologized for the things scattered on the chair and invited the guy to sit on the bed. He thanked her and settled down more comfortably. Suddenly, his nose caught a pleasant, appetizing aroma. Thinking about it, he realized that this was the first time he had ever been in a teenage girl's room. Meanwhile, she was looking at Maria with a twinkle in her eye. She seemed to be filled with excitement. The boy decided to make sure she was okay. He quietly asked what had happened and if she needed help. Maria turned to Yaji and confessed her love to him. The boy looked at the girl in confusion, looking for confirmation, and she froze, waiting for his answer. Yaji could not believe that this was a real confession. Maria confessed her feelings for Yeji, and the boy looked at the girl in confusion. Mireia admitted that just thinking about him would make her heart race, as if she were losing herself. She understood that her brother was worried about her, but she couldn't do anything about it. Yeji thought about it, trying to find an excuse for the girl's words. In the end, he came to the conclusion. It was all love. The guy assumed that Morella's unusual behavior was caused by this feeling. He felt sad that he hadn't realized this earlier, because no one had ever fallen in love with him. Yeji tried to imagine what emotions were raging inside her. Mireia confessed that she had a cherished dream, to become a fashion designer in the capital. Lightly running her hands over her outfit, she seemed to imagine how her wish would come true. He was genuinely surprised to learn that all this was done by a little girl. She confidently confirmed it, and added that these products are extremely popular and are sold out in the capital's stores in an instant. Yeji was delighted with such skill. Moria wasn't sure about her fashion sense and didn't have much of a passion for clothes. She wanted to know if he knew that almost all of their wardrobe was made by humans, so she asked again to make sure. The girl always had great respect for those who helped others, admiring them almost as deities. So when she learned that the man had managed to cure her illness, she understood in her heart that this was a true destiny. Now that she had finally met him, there was no doubt that she truly loved him. The young man blushed at this unexpected confession. Yeji tried to say something to the girl, but she quickly interrupted him, saying that she did not insist that he answer her in the same way. After all, she understood that he already had Rhea. Besides, she knew very well that he was not delighted with people like her. The guy assured her that everything was not at all as she thought. He thought about it. Formally, there was nothing between him and Rhea. They were not officially together. Miriam noted that it was entirely his business if everything suited him. At this moment, she expresses her willingness to become his mistress, promising to give herself to him whenever he wishes, while lifting the hem of her skirt. The young man closed his eyes, trying to stop the girl, but she stubbornly continued to take off her clothes. Eventually, she found herself in front of him, left only in her underwear. The guy couldn't figure out what was really going on. However, even though he wasn't a great expert, he noticed that her underwear was almost the same as the ones worn in Japan. And then it dawned on him. Who was the genius who thought of decorating underwear with ribbons? However, Yeji still pulled himself together and decided to return to reality. Mireya was already comfortably seated on his lap, adjusting his clothes. The girl turned to the boy. However, if he doesn't want it, he must find the courage to refuse. Mireya slowly reached for his lips and finally merged with Yeji in a kiss. Her tail at that moment rose sharply upwards. She kept kissing the boy. She pulled away from his lips, sighed loudly, feeling a wave of furious energy roll through her body. His power overwhelmed her, and it was at that moment that she first realized who she really was. The young man realized that the effect of the aphrodisiac built into the relic had already begun to manifest itself. The girl, playfully lifting the edge of her underwear, turned to Yeji with a look. She was ready to start right now and wanted him to feel it. Maria again gently pressed her lips to his. Her eyes widened in surprise. A cry of pleasure escaped her lips, and saliva dripped from the corners of her mouth. However, what was happening right now stunned her so much that she was confused and couldn't find any answer on how to proceed. The girl eventually fainted. The guy threw a blanket over her because she was ashamed of what had happened. Maria burst into tears, feeling powerless because she couldn't please him even in bed. Yeji reassured her, saying that a normal girl could only last a minute, but Rhea could last 10. However, a shadow of sadness crossed Maria's face. The young man thought that she had come simply to thank him for the healing. But suddenly he remembered something important. He had asked her to sew clothes for them. Miria jumped out of bed and agreed without hesitation, assuring him that she would be happiest if her skills were of use to him. Nothing else could bring her greater happiness. Yeji wondered how she could repay him for the clothes. Even if she wanted to repay the debt, he had to offer something in return, creating new clothes for them. Maria smiled slyly, baring her teeth, and suggested that the boy watch. He looked around in confusion, not understanding what was happening, and at that very moment the girl fell back into his mouth. Yet she blushed with surprise, watching this scene. As a reward, Mireya planned to steal a few kisses from him. And at the same time, the girl put her finger to her lips, calling for silence. The next day, Lezen showed up in a new outfit, and Yeji immediately remarked how perfectly it suited her. It was then that they realized once again how much Mireya had done for them. The girl thought that she should definitely be thanked for her help, but the boy hurried to calm her down. He assured her that he had already figured out how to fix everything, so there was no need to worry. Meanwhile, Mario was making new clothes for herself, and her brother was surprised to notice that his sister was acting strangely again. Suddenly, a fierce flash of light erupted all around. Yeji instinctively covered his face with his hands, trying to protect himself from the blinding light. He couldn't understand what exactly had happened and why everything had suddenly plunged into darkness. Suddenly, the boy realized that he was right in front of Rhea, who was standing in front of him and slowly lifting her skirt. Realizing his mistake, he quickly jumped back and apologized to the girl, assuring her that he had no ill intentions. Rhea just waved her hand, saying that it was okay, it was just a coincidence. And Yeji couldn't understand how this could have happened to him. He remembered how, at the lizard's command, they had begun to dig up the ground around the shelter. Just then a bright light suddenly flashed. The boy looked around in confusion and asked the girls how they had managed to end up here. Ria suggested that he had probably accidentally activated an ion teleporter hidden deep underground. Grill was sure they were under a roof, but it came as a surprise to her. She wondered why such a structure existed underground at all. The boy touched the wall and noticed that it was made using technology that was beyond the reach of modern civilization. He wondered thoughtfully, was it really created by humans? Ria agreed, noting that the place bore an uncanny resemblance to the ruins he had found himself in when he had first been summoned. It must have once been teeming with life. The girl warned the boy not to dig too deep, as there might be other similar things hidden underground. Yeji asked Ria if her grandfather had told her anything about this place. The girl replied that she had never heard anything like it from him. The young man hinted that he had a good reason to hide it. Suddenly, Lezen glanced away in fright. She warned that something dangerous might be lurking here. A giant halum hung behind the boys. When they turned around, they were seized by genuine terror. The golem suddenly made strange sounds and announced that it had detected an intruder. At that moment, it warned that it was going into combat mode. Now Iji finally understood why Ria's grandfather had not dared to tell her about this place. But it still remained a mystery to him what this strange secret was, even though he could hear threatening sounds nearby. Meanwhile, all preparations for battle were completed, and an ambush was already waiting for the intruders. The giant stone guard swung with a roar, trying to hit the boys, but they quickly dodged and avoided the blow. Ria instantly guessed that it was a golem, and Yeji, noticing this, wondered again if it was one of those man-made war machines. Rumor has it that such golems are so powerful that they can wipe out an entire country, and no one would be able to defeat them. The girl and the boy desperately escaped his attacks. They managed to get this far only thanks to the boy's human abilities. But if this golem was created by humans, when he met his human opponent, his confidence faded. His strength seemed to evaporate. Yeji felt completely helpless, as if there was no chance of escape. And it was at this moment that Ria suddenly turned to the teacher with a request to delay. A ball lit up in her hand, and the girl again released her powerful explosive ball. The bullets were already flying straight at the golem, but it was protected by its magical shell. Ria couldn't believe her eyes. It was really a shield that absorbed any magic. The man asked again, and the girl patiently explained. This device is one of the special technologies of humans, capable of completely neutralizing magical powers. She had never imagined that golems could have cloaks. You still didn't understand their full nature, but now these creatures seemed even more threatening than before. Even magic was useless to them. He still didn't understand why he had been given the ancient human tools. Meanwhile, the golem, without wasting a moment, was already preparing to attack. The boys noticed it in time. Ria reacted instantly and summoned an ice shield. After a powerful impact of the gallium, a web of cracks instantly appeared on the shield. The command post was immediately informed of the detected obstacle. His next move was to neutralize it, and the hand instantly transformed into a drill, which furiously cut into the shield. Yeji felt her strength quickly leaving her, but it was at this moment that he noticed something unusual. It was an emergency shutdown button. Although he wasn't sure he had read the inscription correctly, he quickly realized that they had a chance. At that moment, the golem noticed that his opponent had left his cover. The stone guard abruptly shifted his attention to Yeji, so Ria immediately shouted to his master. Dust swirled in the air, and a boy emerged from its curtain, clutching a part of the golem and loudly urging him to rise. Edge pressed the button, which surprised Ray quite a bit and forced her to listen. The golem shut down, indicating that the human life signal had been confirmed, and the process of deactivating combat mode had begun. The young man breathed a sigh of relief, saying something strange about being saved, and immediately jumped off the golem. Ria and Lezen rushed to him without hesitation. They were already hugging him when suddenly the system announced that he was being summoned by a new master. Everyone around looked around in surprise, not understanding what was happening. And then a girl suddenly appeared out of nowhere in the middle of the room. She looked like a living doll, and her appearance changed rapidly, as if she were undergoing some kind of amazing transformation. The girl with short black hair bowed low to the boy, sincerely thanking him for waking her from her sleep. The young man watched her actions in astonishment. Stammering, he called her Gallium. His companion did not like at all that the stranger was paying attention to the boy. The boy stared in amazement at the girl with short black hair. The fact that the homunculus had turned into a girl had thrown him off his feet. It was hard to believe. The black-haired girl politely introduced herself as Kazumi. She turned out to be one of the golems and was on an important mission, guarding the first floor of the hot springs. The young man, along with his companions, a snail and an elf, could not hide their astonishment. This was their first encounter with hot springs. Within moments, their enthusiastic exclamations of surprise could be heard all around. Kazumi led them to a place where hot springs were bubbling. The hot springs hidden under the ruins were designed so that Mr. Casey could fully enjoy swimming. Having heard about Casey, the boy wanted to ask the golem about the mysterious stranger. That's why he turned to Kazumi. Kazumi said that Casey had created it especially for her. Casey was considered a brilliant inventor, but in reality, she hated people. To overcome her boredom, she built an underground complex. The guards of this place also appeared thanks to her efforts. The guy immediately understood. Their creator is a real introvert. Having learned about Casey, the boy asked the girl about the other golems. As it turned out, they were indeed very close. According to Kazumi's memories, there were 4 other golems living here, whom she considered her sisters. Each of them was the guardian of a separate level of the underground complex. To overcome the obstacle and move on, it was necessary to defeat the enemies. The boy felt a certain anxiety at this news, although at the same time he was pleased with the thought of the hot springs that were nearby. The only thing allowed here was to bathe in the warm waters, nothing more. The boy's companion wondered how the water temperature was maintained, and asked the golem about it. Meanwhile, Kazumi picked up the slime monster. Almost all the mechanisms here worked thanks to the magic drawn from the human body. The owner only had to be near the floor with the hot springs for the equipment to immediately start functioning properly. The young man had already gotten used to life in this world and learned to navigate it. He made the only right decision for himself, to abandon unnecessary reflections and not burden himself with complex thoughts. This approach became convenient and natural for him. After examining the floor, the boy thought about setting up his base here. He wanted to make this place a real corner for living and relaxing. After all, the shelter upstairs was only temporary, so this location seemed ideal for him for a new home. To maintain peace, they needed to become strong enough to withstand entire nations. The girl understood that sooner or later they would have to leave this refuge. In her opinion, the place they had found gave the impression of a safe hiding place. Golems, created by human hands, were truly giants of strength. To win the favor of one such creature was to achieve more than to unite 100 allies. However, the man was in no hurry to carry out his friend's plan. For now he preferred to change nothing and leave everything as it was. The elf immediately sensed his anxiety and fears about the golems, so she decided to shift the conversation to another topic and suggested moving their things here. Upon learning of her desire to get outside, Kazumi shared the path to the top. Meanwhile, Slime perched comfortably on a brave branch. The boy was glad that Ria had agreed to stay here. He doubted they would have been able to find another place with such luxurious hot springs. He liked his current lifestyle. This peace and ease are not easily lost. He will enjoy the silence and harmony that reigns around him for a long time. Soon all their belongings were moved into the room. The guy quickly arranged the furniture and put the little things in their places, giving the dwelling a cozy feel. It was time to head to the hot springs. The young man happily dived into the spacious pool with thermal water, enjoying every moment of bathing. After the relaxing baths, a massage from Kazumi awaited him, which further added to his vigor and peace. He lay relaxed, feeling indescribable pleasure as the girl kneaded his body. He liked the way Golem massaged him. Skillful hands easily loosened the tense knots of tired muscles. Thanks to her skillful touch, his body was filled with lightness. In his thoughts, he recognized her as a true master of Thai massage. It was this massage that made him wish it could last forever. Kazumi's massage skills were a real miracle for the boy. He had never felt anything like it anywhere else in the world. The girl was not at all surprised by her own abilities. After all, 80% of her body consisted of massage mechanisms. Meanwhile, the golems created by her mistress Casey were conducting their own research. The guy, although he continued to enjoy the massage, was genuinely surprised. Despite the fact that the girl only directs 20% of her abilities to combat functions, her strength was impressive. However, the girl immediately denied his words. Of the remaining 20%, most were engaged in communication with the combat modules, which accounted for only 2%. The guy realized that it was better for him not to risk it at all, and not to go up to the other floors. During the water procedures, he felt like trying a cup of coffee with milk. Kazumi agreed without hesitation and asked to wait a bit. The young man was confused, and looking back at the girl, saw that she was already holding a cup of drink and a jar in her hands. To Kazumi, people seemed like strange creatures. Even her mistress Casey insisted on milky coffee after her bath. The boy was stunned that such a drink even existed here. He immediately opened the sealed can of drink with curiosity. But as soon as the lid gave way, a sharp, disgusting stench filled the air. I could barely cover my nose with my hand from the terrible stench. It turned out that the milk had long since gone bad. Its smell was unbearable. Kazumi, grimacing at the unpleasant smell, also covered her nose. She apologized to the boy with compassion, explaining that the milk coffee had been in storage for 10,000 years. To the boy, it was a real miracle that the jar had not been damaged at all in all that time. After that, the guy decided to take a dip in the hot springs again to refresh himself. The real temptation was the large number of pools on the territory, so he decided to gradually try each of them. An electric pool, a milk pool, and even a bubbling jacuzzi. The boy turned around and noticed a man standing behind him. It was Rhea. The girl, wrapped only in a towel, looked at her master with embarrassment. Seeing the girl wrapped only in a towel that barely concealed her most important body parts, the boy stared at her in surprise and confusion. His eyes widened with excitement as he informed Rhea that they had agreed to take turns swimming, as the swimming pool was shared by everyone. The girl timidly replied that she was simply thinking about her duty as a maid to rub the master's back. She awkwardly lowered her eyes to the floor, looking embarrassed and depressed. The boy didn't want to upset her, so he nodded in agreement to her proposal. If that was the case, he decided to accept her help. He was powerless to change anything. It just happened that way. It was just part of that girl's duties. There was no hidden meaning to it. But still, her presence embarrassed the boy. But no matter how hard he tried, the thought of it wouldn't leave him. The image of the girl who had offered him a helping hand was too attractive to get out of his mind. Yeji couldn't take his eyes off the girl. While she was trying to douse him with water from the shower, the guy furtively glanced at the mirror. There, in the reflection, he saw Rhea's image. And the girl noticed it herself. She instantly turned away from the boy, shielding herself with her hands. Rhea was confused about what exactly he could see. However, completely different thoughts began to arise in the girl's head. It seemed to her that the boy only paid attention to her because she looked ugly. But Yeji resolutely denied his own insulting words. He assured her that on the contrary, her figure was extremely attractive. But as he said this, he felt a pang of shame and embarrassment inside. Rhea was delighted to hear the words and sincerely thanked the guy for the nice compliment. She could not have imagined that someone would ever be able to praise her for such, in her opinion, awkward shapes. It turned out that in this world, miniature figures were most admired. Large stature, on the contrary, was immediately associated with stupidity, vulgarity, and sloppiness. The young man quickly realized that in this world, the standards of beauty were significantly different from those he was used to at home. But this difference did not matter to him. After all, he himself was happy to belong to the club of connoisseurs of curvaceous forms. Rhea experienced a real culture shock when she learned that the boy belonged to a mysterious circle of connoisseurs of curvaceous forms. The girl thought that Master Yeji was a true model of politeness and kindness, so she had no idea that he was involved in such a society. She persistently tried to find out whether his words were just a joke, or whether they were an improvisation with which he sought to reassure her. After all, his literary talent was truly extraordinary. When the girl learned that he really belonged to such a club, her heart was filled with joy. It was a real honor for her to meet him. Yeji sincerely wondered why such an influential community remained almost unknown in this world. He himself had no idea how he could prove to the girl that he really admired her appearance. Meanwhile, the girl asked him not to look at her until she gave him permission. Yeji accepted her condition and turned away, respecting her wishes. Embarrassed, Rhea pulled out a bottle of gel. The man immediately felt a pleasant, delicate aroma next to him. Rhea had asked Ross to order this body gel for her. It could only be found in the royal capital. The girl whipped the gel into a soft lather and announced to the boy that her duties would begin from that moment. Suddenly, there was a sound in the room. A towel fell to the floor. The girl, left without clothes, lightly touched her boyfriend's body. She applied freshly whipped foam gel to herself. The guy flinched from her unexpected touch. The girl tried to rub the gentle foam into Yeji's back with her body. The same man, shocked by her action, and at the same time stunned and confused, looked at her in alarm, as if searching for an answer. The girl immediately became pale and saddened when she noticed his reaction. She thought that the guy felt embarrassed by what she had done. With a sad look on her face, she told him that she hoped Tom would be satisfied. After all, he himself had admitted that he was attracted to her curvaceous figure. Rhea still hadn't moved away from the boy, so he could feel the touch of her body next to him. Yitzi clearly liked it. A satisfied smile never left his face. The girl noticed how happy he was. Soon she noticed how he reacted to her touch. The guy felt mixed feelings and quite confused. Rhea ignored his confusion at all. She simply glowed with joy, seeing that her mistress liked her curvaceous forms. Happy, the girl hugged Yeji tightly. The girl was glowing with happiness, and this melted away the boy's remaining awkwardness. He readily accepted her every move. When Rhea had rubbed the gel on the boy's back, she turned to Yachifra and asked if she would allow her to rub his chest as well. The boy looked confused and embarrassed, not expecting such a request, but at the same time he felt excited. The girl, not hearing his consent, became upset and decided again that he did not like her appearance. Because of her sadness, the boy had to agree. However, if she suddenly started washing him from the front, he would hardly be able to restrain his body's natural reaction to her charming appearance. This thought plunged the boy into dreams of sweet hours with the elf. It seemed to him that after this, there would be no turning back for them, but the woman was worried about the girl, wondering if she would be able to handle it all. The boy was also worried. It seemed to him that Rhea didn't really like him. The only thing he was sure of was her respect, because, after all, he was the only person on this planet. As far as he knew, the only reason she was attracted to him was because he was human. He wasn't even sure if she liked him as a person. Yeji thought about it, but before she could respond to his request, Slime's unexpected screams came from the bathhouse. A little girl suddenly appeared in the room. Her body seemed swollen and strange, and Slime felt awkward about it. The boy approached her with open admiration in his eyes. The appearance of this strange child alarmed Yeji. She could not figure out what was wrong with the little one. The girl felt bad. A terrible nausea grew in waves, and she was about to throw up. The young man only managed to quickly jump away from the slime. In the end, the girl threw up all the excess water. As it turned out, she had drunk too much water from the same bathtub he had bathed in. Yoji remembered how he had once quenched his thirst by the river before the slimy creature had appeared. She sensed human strength in him, and decided to approach him. Rhea picked up Slime and carried her to her room. I should have helped this girl. The boy thanked Rhea for her support. The girl, holding Slimy in her arms, still hadn't recovered from what she had experienced. Her cheeks were burning with shame and embarrassment at her actions, so she hurried to hide in her room. When Rhea left with Slimy, the boy returned to the pool and relaxed alone. However, she noticed Rhea's face blushing. In the end, the boy realized for himself that this was impossible with the girl. He was simultaneously overcome by disappointment and relief. In his mind, he mocked himself. He was doomed to remain alone because of his own indecision. Meanwhile, while the others were enjoying the hot springs, an unexpected event was unfolding somewhere deep in the forest. The monster relentlessly rained down wave after wave of devastating attacks on the girl. Her enemy, not missing a chance, asked her where her magic came from, which, as it turned out, flowed from the very depths of her body. It was at that moment that he recognized familiar echoes in this power. Her magic was exactly the same as that man's. The girl with long black hair could not utter a word in response to his question. Her interrupted heavy breathing betrayed fatigue and despair after the monster's cruel blows. Not receiving an answer, the monster only became even more angry. Rose was on the verge of death. Rhea, Slimy, and Yeji went outside. The weather was beautiful, and the trio happily strolled together, enjoying the pleasant atmosphere. Suddenly the boy heard a soft sigh behind him. Turning curiously to the source of the sound, he saw only bushes covered with lush foliage. Together with Rhea, they pushed back the dense greenery with their hands, which made it difficult to see what was hiding there. It was Rosetta. The girl with long black hair was in a very serious condition after the monster's attack. He anxiously tried to find out if she was okay. When she saw him, Rosetta barely opened her eyes and called out to him in a weak voice. As soon as the girl turned to her mentor Yeji, a sudden pain made her flinch. She accidentally touched her wound again. The boy just watched helplessly, not knowing what to do, so Rhea walked over to Rosetta, carefully sat her on her lap, and began to help. The girl used healing magic to heal Rosa's wounds. The deepest of them healed, leaving only a scar. Rosetta hugged Rhea tightly, sincerely thanking her for saving her. The girl began to rub against the elf's body, not hiding her delight. At this, Rosetta only gave Rosa a friendly pat on the cheek. Thus she stopped her indecent antics, and then firmly ordered everyone to leave. Dexa, that was the name of the monster, would soon appear here. The news of his approach caused frowns from everyone present, and Yeti was frankly surprised by what he heard. After all, this creature knew the boy well. It was then that Yeti realized that he was in a very difficult situation. Rosetta said she met Dex in the village of Markov, located just 10 meters from here. The monster wanders tirelessly, hunting for human magical power. Soon, it will definitely find them. The boy was stunned by Rosetta's words. Dex sought power in people, but it was unclear to him why the man sought his abilities. However, Rhea snapped him out of his thoughts, turning to Yeji, who was lost in her own thoughts. The bear village was under threat. Their home was being revived by the magic of Yeji's hair, and it was quite possible that Dex would try to attack it. Jersey and Rhea rushed headlong to the village, full of anxiety and hope. The young man fervently dreamed that his native place would remain unharmed, and that nothing would threaten the villagers he knew. But when they approached the place where their village was supposed to be, a terrible picture appeared before their eyes. Flames raged, devouring every dwelling without exception. The young man, breathing heavily after a long run, froze, not taking his eyes off the infernal fire that engulfed his native homes. However, suddenly someone called his name from the darkness. It was a peasant named Adai. Yeji knew him well. Adai looked pitiful and exhausted. With tears in his eyes, he was just trembling with despair. Yeji approached the young man, eager to find out what had happened to him. Barely holding back his tears, Adai assured him that everything was fine, but Mireia was still kidnapped. Audi could not hold back the tears. They flowed without stopping. The boy was overcome by unbearable despair over the loss of his native village. They were suddenly attacked by a gigantic, incredibly strong beast, with the body of a man and the face of a predatory cat. But it quickly became clear. In front of them was Dex. It was Mireia, who had absorbed the most human energy, who attracted his attention. So it was for her sake that Dex initiated the kidnapping. For this boy, the incident was a real crime that could not be forgiven. Indignation swept over him, because Dex had caused so much pain to innocent people. His hands were white with rage, he clenched his fists so hard. Ryan carefully observed his condition. Yeji asked the boy where he could be. Cube told Tom that Dex was in the village church. In addition, he also threatened the boy. So the boy, barely holding back his tears, apologized to Yeji and begged him to save Mirai. He fervently prayed that nothing would happen to the girl. Yeji reassured Tom, promising to save Miriam. After that, he ordered Ade to urgently evacuate all the inhabitants of the village. Ade accepted this order without hesitation. Stepping away from the young man, Yeji looked at his trembling hand with concern. In fact, fear literally gripped him. But he remained the only person in this world. Feeling his body trembling involuntarily, the boy tried to calm himself down and find a way out of this place. At that moment, Resalenti approached him and silently held out the ring. It was not just a ring, but a real demonic ornament. Its secret power was to suppress magical energy, capable of weakening the owner 1,000 times. The guy looked at her with distrust, not understanding why she gave him an artifact that could significantly reduce her own potential. Rhea explained to him that if the master used all his power, the mainland could go underwater. What he heard stunned the boy. He was speechless with surprise. The girl went on to explain that if the boy wore the ring, he would only have the power to wipe out a village. But even with that caveat, she was surprised that he could destroy an entire settlement so easily. Of course, it would be much better for Rhea if he defeated Dex without the help of magic. The ring will serve as a saving straw for the boy in a last resort. Jersey confidently opened the church door and stepped inside. Dex, noticing him, greeted the guest politely. Istvan expected to see someone else, a man. He waited with bated breath for Yeji to appear. Saliva was dripping down Dex's chin, and the distinct scent of male magic permeated the air. Suddenly, someone called out to Yeji. It was Miria. The girl, tied to the cross, looked at the young man with relief and joy. Yeji carefully examined her from a distance, trying to see if she had suffered any injuries. Fortunately, The girl remained unharmed. The young man enthusiastically reassured the frightened Mureya, promising that she was now safe and that they would certainly help her. His confident words quickly restored the girl's peace. Mureya looked at her savior with surprise and admiration. Unlike Yeji, who was nearly knocked down by the incredible amount of magic, Rio was a skilled fighter from the legendary Royal Knights. She could handle these decks without serious consequences. That's why the boy didn't use this attack himself. He ordered the girl to go on the offensive. Ria immediately understood the signal and began to prepare for the attack. As an elf, she possessed magic. Fireballs flared up in the air one after another. Raya, using the burning ball spell, launched her fiery attack straight at Dex. For a moment, he was confused as he watched the magical projectile fly towards him, but he quickly regained his composure, only responding with a confident smile. The fireballs still remained at a distance from the stranger, but soon melted into the air, never reaching their target. The boy in the girl's company watched in amazement as Ria's failed attack failed. It turned out that Dex had thoughtfully created a protective barrier around himself, which left him completely unharmed by the fireballs. Rei and Yeji were shocked by this surprise. Dex raised a dome of anti-magic shield around himself, and Kazumi also hid under similar protection. And then the boy finally realized how serious the situation was. After all, Dex was somehow able to use human magic techniques. Ria noticed it too. She informed the boy that Dex had gained far more power from the relics than even an elf could. At that moment, Yeji leisurely put his hand in his pants pocket. The young man pulled out the ring Ria had given him from its hiding place. If the girl's blows proved futile, he would have no other choice. However, he froze for a moment, thinking, hesitating. The ring lay on his palm, and he didn't feel like using it at all. She calmly turned to the girl standing next to him. She ordered her to take Maria and leave the building immediately. Meanwhile, the boy confidently put the ring on his finger. The decision was made. He was going into the very thick of the battle. After these words, the boy completely focused on his opponent. He calmly awaited his next move. The girl accepted her master's order without hesitation. Instantly disappearing into thin air, she only managed to encourage him, urging him to make every effort to defeat the enemy. Ria spread her wings of strength and flew upward, striving to reach Maria. It was this rush that did not escape the attention of the predatory cat. In the end, the girl carefully found herself on the wooden cross to which Maria was chained. Ria freed the hostage Dex, blazing with fire magic. Suddenly, a beastman crept up to her from the side. His hand with terrifying claws cut through the air, preparing to attack. The girl, holding Maria tightly in her arms, deftly dodged the attack. Holding Maria in her arms, Ria managed to escape from Dex's grip and quickly headed for the exit. One of the boys noticed the girl running out of the church and immediately followed his order. Dex also noticed Ria's escape, but remained completely indifferent. After all, Beastman had no interest in them. He only needed one boy. The Yeti was annoyed not only by the cat's animalistic antics, but also by his impudent appearance. The guy could not stand such old people, so he decided to introduce him to everyone as a charming girl. The beauty filter instantly turned on in the boy's mind, and now, instead of the usual beastly boy, there stood before him a charming girl with playful cat ears. Although the young man tried to portray his rival as a seductive beastly girl, he still could not control either her behavior or her sharp words. Instantly, the charming girl turned into a beast driven by only one desire, to destroy the boy. Yeji suddenly felt bad. Soon, the spell of the beautiful girl was broken, and the terrifying figure of Dex appeared before the boy again. He rushed to attack, but Chezu managed to dodge his attack. The young man was lucky to react in time. Another moment, and everything would have been different. Dex was even surprised that he managed to dodge. Yeji stood up, worried about himself, and looked intently at his opponent. In his mind, he was already recalling Rei's lessons, hoping to use her advice to defeat Dex. Yeji, like Ria, used the fire rod sorcery. However, unlike the girl, a giant fireball flared up in front of him, glowing with almost supernatural power. The young man could not believe his eyes. He watched in shock as the fireball that had just appeared in his hands. Dex was also surprised. However, as soon as the fiery sphere came to life, it quickly rushed towards the beast-bearer. The next moment, a powerful and bright explosion tore the church apart. Yeji fell to the floor, stunned by the power of his own magic. A new ring already gleamed on his finger. The ruins of the church around him testified to the devastating power of his blow. The boy decided that it was a common cooking spell. He remembered how Ria had used it just like that before. Yeji was amazed that he had used only 1,000th of his strength. And suddenly, an ominous, sly laugh sounded next to the boy. It was Dex. After the young man's attack, he remained completely unharmed. The beast-like cat praised the boy's courage. Yeji watched in admiration, amazed at how he managed to withstand a powerful volley of fire of such power. Dex had no idea that he would ever experience the legendary flames of Inferno, fire magic. However, this was exactly what was to be expected from a human. The boy only sighed awkwardly, ashamed of the name of his technique. Dex, barely standing and looking miserable, hesitantly put his paw into his pants pocket. He began to search for something in his pocket with fear. Yeji could not understand his intentions. Although the monster did not want to do this at all, he saw no other way out for himself. Finally, Dex took out a bottle of pills. With trembling hands, he poured everything that was left in the bottle into his mouth. The enemy's body instantly began to increase in size, growing before his eyes. Yeji silently watched all this, his eyes wide with horror. Crouching on its paws, the huge, wild-looking cat crept up to the alarmed boy. The boy had not yet recovered from what he had experienced, confused and bewildered. The boy thought that Dex was planning to start a great monster war. The young man tried to use magic again. Without changing the spell, he released a fireball at his opponent. The fireball rushed towards the enemy, and the surrounding area was again torn apart by loud explosions. But even despite the well-aimed shot, Dex remained unharmed. Yeji again unleashed a bowl of fiery spell at the enemy. However, to his own surprise, the ring could not withstand the power of the magic and shattered into pieces. Taking advantage of this moment, the beastman rushed into the attack, confident in his inevitable victory. Pinning the boy to the ground with his paw, Dex tried to dig his claws into the fragile human body. Yeji realized the predicament he was in. At that moment, images of Ria and Slime, who were anxiously waiting for him, flashed before the boy's eyes. He sighed in exasperation, having finally found the perfect place to live. Dex was surprised to find that he couldn't reach out and grab his prey. He pressed hard, exerting considerable effort. Meanwhile, the beastman was already eager to deal with this guy as quickly as possible. But at the same moment, Yeji, gathering all his strength, dealt a powerful blow to his opponent, sending him flying far into the air. The boy did not want to lose either the ideal spot he had found or the company that was next to him. The powerful blow sent the boy flying upwards, as if thrown by the wind. Yeji quickly regained control, landed smoothly, and hit the ground lightly. As soon as the stranger came to his senses, he began to look around in panic, searching for Dex. And suddenly, the fall of his gigantic opponent shook everything around him. The boy stared in shock at the deep crater that had formed right in front of him, and in the very center of it lay his defeated opponent. Yeji finally realized his victory. The girls rushed to the winner, hugged him, and apologized again for not leaving the guy alone. She admitted that she was very worried about him after the explosion. Despite everything, the heroine was sincerely happy about their hug, and the young man was happy that he could finally feel this warmth. The young man had grown noticeably stronger since he had entered this world. Perhaps it was magic that had given his body such strength. Whatever it was, everything was going great. Smiling, he looked tenderly at the excited girls huddled in his arms. Full of strength, he was sure that he could protect everyone. Yeji, happily celebrating his victory, hugged Mireia and Ria in return. He was sincerely glad that everything was okay with them. The girls were filled with joy. The boy not only hugged them back, but also genuinely cared about them. Meanwhile, a cube was rapidly approaching the company. The young man was relieved to realize that his sister was unharmed. The girl had been saved. All Dee wanted to do was run to Mireia and hug her tightly, but she resolutely pushed him away, not even allowing him to hug her. Maria seethed with indignation. It seemed to her that he was trying to take advantage of the situation by pretending to be caring. Kubik was glad that he had been able to encourage the girl and ask her not to be ashamed of him. However, Murray did not abandon her indignation, although she felt uncomfortable inside. Meanwhile, he laid out the cards as if nothing had happened, and now their lives are filled with peace again. Yeji and Ria awkwardly watched the hilarious but slightly awkward dialogue between brother and sister. She didn't leave her fellow villagers to their fate, though. She helped clear up the fire and carry away the charred debris. The children played happily next to her, as if forgetting about the recent disaster. Finally, the exhausted boy sat down on the soft grass to catch his breath. Most of the work was already done. The bear village was attacked by Dex, but Slime managed to put out the fire. Thanks to the special structure of her body, she absorbed water and tamed the flames. Yeji was called for help. It was Rhea. The girl carefully took out a handkerchief and gently wiped the sweat from the boy's forehead. The young man set out to rebuild the village with Rhea. Since Dex's attack on the village was caused by him, the boy decided to take responsibility for the destruction caused. He gathered the strength to continue supporting and helping the villagers. Rhea admired her handkerchief, proud that she had been able to wipe away the young man's sweat. Now the handkerchief had become a precious reminder of him to her. The girl raised the cloth to her face and eagerly inhaled the remnants of his scent that still lingered on the handkerchief. Yeji looked at her curiously, but the girl instantly removed the handkerchief. The young man remembered that he had once leveled a small church in the village with his own magic. He sincerely apologized, but the locals only smiled and assured him that there was nothing to worry about. The shrine had been restored long ago. Moreover, a bronze statue of Master Yezi was cast in his honor. From then on, the inhabitants recognized only him as their deity. This made the young man feel very embarrassed. The royal guard, led by Rosetta, detained Dex. His excessive use of the relic had led to dire consequences. He had completely lost his mind and could not even speak coherently. Now we could no longer be afraid that he would betray our secrets, but a slight pity for him remained in our hearts. The boy was worried about where Dex had gotten this relic from. At the same time, she had already begun to suspect that there were other people in this world. However, his dark thoughts were dispelled as soon as Slime appeared before him in his true form. This distracted the hero, and he let go of his worries, allowing himself to relax. Although there were still enough worries, he had already defeated the main threat, Dex. So peaceful days finally returned, finally. The next day, the boy opened his eyes and found himself lying on a bed, chained to it. He was wearing only his shorts, and his hands and feet were bound in cold shackles. The young man stared at the ceiling in confusion, not believing his eyes or understanding what was happening. Suddenly he noticed Kazumi, who was sitting silently next to him. Kazumi assured that she was the one who chained the boy. But it was Lady Rhea who gave her the order to shackle the master. Yoji couldn't understand why Rhea had given Kazumi such an instruction. Meanwhile, the girl they had just been talking about slowly approached them. The young man tried to find out from Rhea why she had done this to him, but she did not appear in the room herself. There were other girls with her. Maria, Rosetta, and Slime went up to the boy who was resting on the bed and greeted him. Yiju was stunned by the appearance of the guests. He still could not understand what was happening. Looking at them in surprise, the boy did not hide his confusion. However, Rhea smiled and gently reminded them. Today, they had a training session, which she had already informed him about earlier. The boy remembered that she had told him something, but the details were slipping from his memory. At the time, he was too sleepy to listen. Turning to the girl, he asked with a little anxiety, what was his role in this training? Rhea, blushing awkwardly, answered him. Jersey didn't have to lift a finger, he just had to lie calmly on the bed. The boy was struck by her words. He really didn't have to do anything. He still couldn't grasp what was happening. Meanwhile, Rhea had begun her training. She kissed him. It finally made sense to him. This training wasn't for him, it was for Rhea and the other girls. They had been watching their every move all the time. Rosetta, watching Rhea, felt a twinge of envy. She was outraged that her friend was so taken with this boy. Suddenly, Rhea interrupted the process of acquiring magic. Turning to the girls, she urged them to get down to business. They wanted to become stronger through this training, and their endurance increased with it. It seemed that this joint training gave much better results than if each of them had trained separately. The boy suddenly imagined himself training with all the girls. However, he couldn't let it become a reality. Lime suddenly walked up to him and grabbed his hand. As soon as her palm touched his skin, the girl's magical power increased noticeably, and she suddenly shone with a bright light. He was made to laugh by Slime's touch. He couldn't contain his amusement. He tried to stop the swift creature from affecting him. At that moment, Mireia was watching him with admiration in her eyes. If she kissed the boy again, she would lose consciousness, as had happened before. So this time, the girl decided to act differently. She approached him cautiously, timidly touched his skin, and felt her cheeks flush with shame. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest, betraying her excitement with her head. Suddenly, the girl opened her eyes wide. She felt the boy's magic filling her with extraordinary power. Mireia plunged into real ecstasy. A wave of magical sensations enveloped her completely, leaving only genuine bliss. The process itself brought her incomprehensible pleasure. Much to the boy's confusion, Mireia began to touch him with delight, as if she wanted to keep this feeling of delight and pleasure. She wanted to relive this sweet moment over and over again. Yoji tried to calm the agitated Mireia and Slime, while Rosetta watched all this carefully. The girl still did not approach the boy any closer, although she secretly dreamed of feeling the same touch where her beloved Ria had touched him. However, she did not feel any desire to kiss this boy. After all, her heart belonged only to her beloved Rei. That was why she could not kiss Master Yeji. At this time, Rei enjoyed the boy's company. However, Rosetta had already touched Yeji and still remembered the exhilarating joy she had felt when she received his magic. At that moment, the boy could not hold back his laughter. The touches of Slime and Mireia had supported him with uncontrollable laughter, and tears were streaming down his cheeks. Between fits of laughter, he called out to Rosetta for help. That girl didn't even think about helping him solve the problem. Instead, she leaned down with the others and started touching the boy. For her, it was the will of dear Ria, and she simply couldn't disobey. The young man found himself in a rather awkward position. The light touch made him laugh, because it tickled him incredibly. Her jokes amused Yeji even more. She could not hold back her laughter from these ticklish sensations. Full of hope, he returned to the last girl. Yeji tearfully begged Rei to free him from the unbearable tickling. He longed for her to finally grant him freedom. However, Ria misunderstood him and decided that he was asking for something else entirely. Another kiss. Blushing slightly, the girl leaned towards the boy again and kissed him tenderly. After that, everyone touched his body, and one by one lost consciousness from the overflow of their own strength. Kazumi was impressed by his resilience, and she praised his endurance. One warm day, as the boy rested on the bed, Ria, her cheeks pink with excitement, leaned over and kissed him tenderly. She looked at the boy happily, still full of delight after the kiss. She was filled with happiness that she could be next to him. But suddenly a girl came from the bear village. She turned to Yeji and Ria, who were resting nearby. Mireia called the boy by name. The girl with the bear ears asked the boy to join them. Although he looked tired, Yeji agreed. To Ria's surprise, Mireia happily ran up to him. Slightly nervous, she kissed him too. Rio held back his jealousy towards this boy. From the moment he came into this world, his days had passed just like that, one after the other. After Mireia contacted that boy, a wave of magic erupted within her. As she had expected, Yeji's relic was truly impressive. Mireia felt her strength suddenly increase, and even her body was filled with new energy. Powerful streams of magical energy surged through this boy's body. His biomaterial turned out to be a valuable resource, capable of endowing other beings with new powers. That's how he strengthened his comrades. So he had no reason to be ashamed. At that very moment, Rhea and Mireia rushed at the boy. Eager to kiss him again, they literally surrounded the boy, which greatly confused him. However, under the pressure of their charming rivals, he could not resist. He could only humbly accept each of their kisses. Meanwhile, loud noises quickly distracted Slime and Kazumi from their delights. In the end, the smiling girls finally left the boy alone and went to breakfast. He, exhausted after everything, lay on the bed with red lips, breathing heavily. Rhea reminded Mireia not to forget to return the sample after breakfast. The exhausted boy listened attentively to this conversation. Rhea's words interested him. He was eager to know exactly what the sample was and why it was needed. Mireia winked at the boy slyly and whispered mysteriously that it was a secret. Soon the girls headed away, leaving him alone in complete amazement. After breakfast, he lay down on the bed again. There was nothing better for him than to fall into a sweet sleep for a moment longer. The dishes that Mireia prepared were so delicious that the boy would fall asleep after each meal. As an ordinary office worker, he never thought that something like this could happen to him. But suddenly he was called. It was Mireia. The girl hesitated on the threshold of the boy's room, but as soon as he recognized her, he immediately invited her inside. The girl opened the door but didn't step inside. Instead, she turned to her companion. Rhea shook her head hesitantly, refusing to go inside. Rhea timidly stepped into the boy's room, her short and seductive maid's dress shining on her. The young man couldn't take his eyes off her. She looked simply incredible in this outfit. Mireia shared with him that she would put this costume up for sale at the capital's market next week. It was her fresh, original design. The guy liked the outfit. He was especially impressed by the area between the skirt and stockings, which looked simply amazing. Even if everyone considers him a renegade, he will still remain in the ranks of lovers of short skirts. The girl's appearance frankly captivated the boy. However, he was pulled out of his thoughts by Slami's voice. She gently tugged on Yeji's sleeve to attract his attention. As it turned out, the girl was also dressed in a maid costume. The young man leaned over to Slime, gently patted her on the head, and praised the girl. Slime was filled with joy at these words. Although the maid costumes looked cute, it was still unclear who buys such things. Suddenly the boy glanced at the girl huddled in the corner. She turned away from everyone, trying to hide from other people's gazes. This noticeably alarmed Maria. Rhea, blushing with embarrassment, could not believe that she was wearing such a popular and incredibly beautiful dress. The guy immediately noticed that she had never worn such an outfit before. In addition, her figure did not correspond to the canons that were valued in this world. So the boy complimented the girl, saying that the dress suited her perfectly. She looked extremely cute in it. Hearing these sincere words, Rhea forgot her worries for a moment. She was completely captivated by the thought of how beautiful she looked in this new outfit. So, turning to Mireia, Rhea, with great enthusiasm, asked to sell her a maid costume. The girl was ready to give up all her golden treasures just to sell this dress. All because that was what made her so attractive to Yeji. Mireia was stunned by her own action. She simply could not accept that much money. The young man decided that the girl simply liked the dress very much. Later, Rhea and Yeji were in the pool. Nearby, the girl was gently massaging the boy's back, who was relaxed on a soft, inflatable mattress. He was resting blissfully, enjoying the gentle touches, and this gave him real comfort. The girl was happy, watching his satisfied smile. He enjoyed delicious meals, rested to his heart's content, and even received assistance while bathing. The boy was well aware that this was a real luxury for him. But recently something had happened that had darkened his mood. Rhea, noticing how the boy's face had changed, asked with interest what had happened. He admitted to her that he had been feeling somewhat dissatisfied lately, and this made her think. She assumed that Yeji was unhappy with their love plan, and especially with how their relationship was developing. So the girl confidently touched the towel, unfolded it, and happily showed her body to Yeji. At that moment, the guy finally found the answer to his dilemma. In fact, his life was lacking in adventure. Hearing these words, the girl suddenly realized that she had been wrong about him. Covering herself, she cautiously asked the boy what he meant by his words. Yeji explained that he wasn't complaining about his life. In fact, he meant that after entering another world, he wanted to see many new places. But this idea didn't turn out to be so successful. After all, if someone found out that the guy was human, they would be in serious trouble. Noticing the boy's depressed mood, Rhea suggested that he go to the market in the capital next week. Yeji also wanted to check out Miria's shop. So if they could hide the boy's unusual hair and disguise Rhea herself, the plan would be quite feasible. The boy apologized for his selfish thoughts. However, the girl was not at all upset by his request. After all, fulfilling his wish was considered her duty. Therefore, Rhea decided to get down to business as soon as possible to make his dream come true. Finally, the day of the trip to the capital arrived. On the street, the boy said a warm goodbye to Kazumi and Slime. They stayed home. And he and Rio set off towards the steep slope. Arriving at the place, they simply stopped and froze in anticipation. Rhea had already taken care of all the preparations, so they were completely ready for the adventure. The young man would surely be happy with the surprise. Yeju stood patiently on the slope, waiting for the transport that was to take them to the capital. In the high blue sky above the heads of the girl and the boy, a huge airship hovered. The boy watched in amazement at its unexpected appearance. The young man looked up at the airship. His face was frozen in amazement. His mouth was open. His eyes were wide open. Suddenly he noticed a black spot near the aircraft. But in a moment, this spot turned into a living being. It turned out that someone had just jumped from a height. Rosetta, a girl with luxurious black hair that fell in waves. beamed with a sincere smile as soon as she noticed Rhea next to the boy. Suddenly, Rosetta appeared before her, which completely stunned her. The boy, stunned with astonishment, did not take his eyes off the girl who was falling, her mouth open, while Rhea watched the scene with noticeable irritation. Rosetta, soaring rapidly through the air, had already approached Yeji and Rhea. With a joyful exclamation, she turned to her dear sister. Approaching the edge of the cliff, the girl landed on the ground next to them with ease and grace. As soon as she descended from the heavens, the girl rushed to hug her named sister. Unfortunately, she did not receive any reciprocity. Rhea only turned away in annoyance, tired of her excessive clinginess. The young man watched in confusion as Rosetta reacted with lightning speed. She had just landed, and was already acting extremely quickly. Rhea pushed the girl away from her in dissatisfaction, and the dark-haired girl, with a radiant smile, urged Rhea and Yeji to hurry aboard the airship. The young man sincerely wondered how they would manage to get onto the airship. After all, it was floating high in the sky. But Rosetta only smiled mysteriously, reassured the boy, and suggested that he rely on her. The girl confidently waved 2 fingers, and at that very moment she used magic. The wind swirling around the boy's feet, lifted the letter G and carried it high into the air. The boy only had time to exclaim in surprise when it was suddenly lifted up. She still couldn't understand what had happened. Then Rosetta answered the boy's question. It was air magic. It was the one used for ascent and descent. After hearing this, the young man realized how convenient it was to use air magic to move in space. Rhea added that if the boy managed to master this spell, Yeji would lift the entire Earth, including the continent, to the very stars. But he himself had no idea how to use it. Soon they reached the airship and got inside without any effort. The boy learned that this was possible thanks to Rosetta. Her family was one of the most influential in the capital, so access to the aircraft was open to them. E.G. thought that Rosetta was a young lady of noble lineage and could not understand why she had chosen the path of a royal knight. Suddenly, Rosetta called out, bringing him out of his thoughts. The girl brought Tom the clothes he had requested in advance, which were already prepared. It was necessary to change, as they would soon be arriving in the capital. The boy wondered what was happening to Rosetta, but decided to put those thoughts aside for later. Finally, they reached the capital. Time to go for some fun. The airship landed near the Arverni estates. The young man thanked Rosetta for the fascinating journey, and the girl graciously accepted his gratitude. She told them that she had received an order from the leadership, so she would not be able to go with them. Rosa still hoped that they would like the capital. The boy and girl went outside, dressed in disguise to remain unrecognizable. Yeji hid his hair under a cap, while Rio put on sunglasses and a hat, carefully hiding her face. Walking down the street, the boy gazed into the distance with admiration. Ahead of him awaited an impressive and enchanting sight. It was the first time that Yeji had seen the royal capital. She was impressed not only by the city's majestic architecture, but also by the vibrant, bustling atmosphere of the local bazaar. Representatives of various races gathered in the capital of the kingdom. The boy, who had been observing them carefully, gradually realized that there were no humans in this world. He should act with caution. Rhea ran around searching for something in her bag. She wanted to give the boy something important. Finally, her hand reached for a canvas bag filled to the brim with money. The boy, looking inside and seeing such a sum, opened his eyes wide in surprise. The girl could not understand the reason for his surprise. For Yeji, things were different. The boy froze in surprise, not understanding where she had gotten such a sum of money from. Rhea explained to him that most of the money in the bag was tribute. It had been collected by the inhabitants of the Bear Village. Their village was under the rule of Yenji. The boy's artifacts brought in the bulk of their income, so no one objected when Yenji took a cut of them. Who would have thought that this boy would one day start collecting tribute himself? Realizing that it was a tribute from the Bear Village, the boy decided to be careful with the money he received. Looking up, he noticed a man in the market. He was laying out his weapons right on a blanket, selling them to anyone who wanted them. The man came up to him and sat down next to him to get a better look at the goods that were on sale. He was overcome by the same unique feeling that he had been longing for. The grandfather looked closely at the guest and wondered if he was an adventurer. The man stared intently at the boy, as if trying to read his thoughts. This sharp, penetrating gaze confused the boy a little. Looking more closely, he realized that it was not a man but a dwarf standing before him. In response to the old man's question, Yeji briefly answered in the negative. The young man wondered who he really was. After all, in fact, he had accomplished nothing special in this world. Lost in his own thoughts, he suddenly came to his senses and remembered the salesman. The old man told him that with such a weak body, one could not dream of adventures. So he had no intention of selling him weapons. He tried roughly to drive the young man away, but the girl standing nearby blushed with shame. He just wanted to look at the old man's goods. He probably accidentally interfered with the merchant's work. Rhea resolutely approached the seller. With a swing of her foot, she deliberately struck the old man right next to his head. Rhea was outraged by his rudeness. She sternly asked if he knew who Yeji was, reminding him that he belonged to the oldest and most powerful race. However, the girl didn't have time to finish. The guy abruptly covered her mouth with his hand. Yeji, holding her irritated friend tightly, turned to the seller with a request to pay no attention to them. After some time, Rhea calmed down and apologized to the boy. Yeji assured her that everything was fine, because she was only trying to protect his dignity. However, the girl's soul continued to be oppressed by today's unfortunate event. She pushed the boy away and almost gave away his origins. Noticing how the girl was sinking into sadness, Yeji decided to cheer her up and suggested they have a snack together. It turned out that they were selling kebabs made from the larvae of the Momodala butterfly. The dish did not look very appealing, but it had a delicate, creamy taste. Hearing this truth, the boy felt embarrassed. We pointed to another stall where meat was being grilled over a fire. The girl calmly explained that this barbecue was made from the meat of a baby orc. After such a revelation, the boy instantly lost all appetite. Rhea was sure that everything was fine. She decided to treat him to something delicious from the nearby shops. However, Yeji refused. His appetite had already disappeared, so the guy asked where the girl would like to go next. It had been a long time since she had last been lucky enough to visit the capital. The boy was eager to thank her for her help. The girl, enchanted by his sincere words, looked at Yeji with admiration. She was eager to visit a shop that had long attracted her attention. Of course, it was a clothing store that specialized only in women's underwear. The boy was surprised to realize that even in this world, such stores existed. Suddenly, Rhea asked the guy to choose and buy clothes for her in this store. She blushed with embarrassment, because it was the first time she had been in such an institution. Having no experience, Rhea did not know at all how to choose clothes. Her friend Yeji also felt insecure, because she herself knew little about such places. However, the guy couldn't refuse the girl. He caught sight of the stylish adult outfits, but although they would have perfectly emphasized Rhea's figure, such things didn't suit her. Rhea was sure that Yeji liked this design. However, the guy remained silent awkwardly, which made the girl think that he did not like her choice. Dejectedly, she assumed that the idea had not lived up to expectations. In the end, Yeji admitted that he did not like this style. Then Rhea immediately offered her mentor several more options. The girl showed off the first set of underwear. The guy noticed that these things fit Rhea perfectly. Hearing this, the girl decided to buy a new one without hesitation. The second version of the underwear was more closed and consisted of more details. The guy also liked this style, so Rhea did not hesitate to buy it too. After buying the clothes, Rhea thanked Yeji sincerely. After all, she had bought everything the guy liked. The girl beamed with joy as she watched him carry the packages with a smile. However, the young man wanted to express his gratitude to the girl, so he assured her not to worry about it. After that, they headed to the hotel that Rhea had chosen. Soon, the boy and the girl approached the building. She told him that they would be staying here that night. The entrance to the hotel immediately caught the eye with its unusualness. The lighting was created by heart-shaped lanterns. It was clear. This was a hotel for lovers. Yeji's eyes widened in surprise when she saw the hotel the girl had chosen. Rhea looked at the boy awkwardly, hiding her embarrassment. She had bought herself some clothes for the night in advance. Soon they entered the room in the hotel for lovers. The entire apartment was filled with a soft pink palette, creating an atmosphere that seemed to envelop with warmth. In the middle of the spacious room stood only one wide double bed. Rhea explained to the boy that all the luxury hotels were under the care of influential people. That was why the best option was to hide here. You were genuinely surprised when Rhea brought him to this hotel. But if the girl had told him the truth, he decided it was better to stay here. After all, The fact that they would sleep in the same bed did not mean that inappropriate feelings would arise between them. That's exactly what the boy thought. But when they were about to go to bed, Rhea suddenly started lifting the hem of her dress. The girl quickly took it off completely, leaving only the new outfit she had bought today at the same store. She completely stunned the boy with her unexpected actions. I pretended like I wasn't guilty of anything. And Rhea calmly explained to the guy that she just wanted to show off her purchases today. The girl began to turn smoothly, showing herself from all angles. Yeji was finally able to properly examine her from all sides. He swallowed hard. The boy, overcome with excitement, quickly ran towards the girl. Rhea only flinched in surprise at his sudden appearance. Yeji, with joy and admiration, hugged the girl close to her. Their embrace was so sincere and natural that it seemed as if they were made for each other. Leaning close to the girl's ear, he blushed brightly and sweated with excitement, confessing to her that he could no longer hold back his feelings. Rhea finally got what she wanted. She was filled with joy. Yeji had finally paid attention to her. She smiled tenderly at the boy, and her cheeks were covered with a light blush. The young man finally understood everything. From the lingerie store to the love hotel, it had all been carefully planned by Rhea. Jersey took the initiative and began to help the girl, persistently unbuttoning her outerwear. If Rhea wanted this, then it was time to show real courage. She carefully lowered him to the floor, placing him between the boy's legs. His face instantly flushed with color from what was happening. The girl was impatient to get the action started. Smiling at Yag with warmth and tenderness, the girl seemed to weave a sweet trap around him. The guy could only shudder from the wave of pleasant, exciting sensations that enveloped him. This experience was his first. While the girl skillfully gave the guy unforgettable pleasure, Yeji said goodbye to his innocence. He no longer cared about the consequences. His only goal was to give in to the burning desire. That desire alone was enough for him to let himself lose control. Yeji, on the other hand, was immersed in true pleasure. The next day, as soon as the first rays of sunlight entered the room, the morning silence was filled with the melodious songs of birds. The young man froze, as if spellbound, staring motionlessly at one point. He looked broken and depressed. The young man could not accept that his first experience had ended in failure, perhaps because of the large number of human relics. His biomaterial turned out to be the most saturated with magical power during processing. That is why, as soon as Rhea touched this material and felt the flow of magical energy from the boy, she immediately fainted. The girl who was capable of kissing a boy for 10 minutes straight suddenly fainted, leaving the boy alone with her. While he was thinking about his recent failure, the girl finally came to. Rhea called out to Yeji. The girl felt depressed and guilty about yesterday's incident. Rhea apologized to Yeji, feeling completely hopeless. But she only smiled softly and hugged the upset girl, trying to calm her down. The guy assured her that everything would become normal in time. His words deeply moved the girl. With tears of gratitude in her eyes, she looked at him with sincere admiration and respect. The long-awaited final exam for the beginner's program was suddenly postponed. Waking up in the morning, the guy decided to enjoy the day with Rhea, feeling unprecedented peace and joy from spending time together. A young man and a girl went for a walk and were surprised by the incredible number of people filling the streets of the capital. On this very day, a fair was being held in the royal capital, which was held only once every 2 years. This news shocked the boy. He had heard about it from Rhea. Yeji was walking next to her when he was suddenly stopped by the voice of a girl who addressed him, immediately attracting his attention. It was Maria. The girl, standing a little to the side of the couple, waved to Yeji. Yeji immediately recognized her as his friend. He was about to approach a girl he knew, but when he noticed the incredibly long line outside her shop, he stopped. Yeji looked at her and was literally speechless with surprise. The guy had heard that Maria's clothes had become quite popular. However, he had never imagined that so many people would gather here. Maria had pointed out to Tom that there were many brands that were even more famous than hers. The most famous tailors from all over the kingdom gathered in the city on this day. Mireia also wanted to leave her mark at this fair. It was her first step towards her dream of becoming a fashion designer in the capital itself. But you notice that Maria really puts in all the effort. The boy and the girls looked at the maid outfit that Slime and Reel were wearing. Maria thanked Rhea, because it was thanks to her that this look quickly became a hit. Now this outfit is adored and chosen by many girls. Even though the baby clothes weren't selling as well as Yeji had hoped, She reassured herself that if they were sold out, it would only make her more anxious about the world. Suddenly, a stranger approached the saleswoman, and did so in an extremely rude manner. The stranger, who had spoken so rudely, gave the boy a painful shove with his shoulder, forcing Yeji to step aside a little. After looking at them with disdain, the man ordered me to sell all the children's sets in the store. Maria and the girl who helped her sell clothes were feeling really uncomfortable. A stranger burst into their room without even thinking about waiting his turn. The girl tried to defuse the situation, but the man didn't react to her words. He just showered her with insults and wasn't going to listen to any explanations. Yeji was worried about the rude visitor. The man's companion solemnly informed everyone present that he was the Marquis of the kingdom's capital city, known as the Marquis of Cybernetic Red Star. After such an introduction, the Marquis, full of arrogance, proudly set out to continue his shopping. Ria recognized the Marquis of Kyburn. The boy looked at the girl with curiosity, silently asking who this rude man was. After all, a famous metropolitan aristocrat stood before them. It was rumored that he could just grab a passerby and mock him, enjoying the fear of others. Cyber used his power ruthlessly and cruelly. Yeti was stunned by these terrible rumors. Although he was furious, in order not to endanger his comrades, he did not interfere in matters that interested the Marquis. Maria, with restrained anxiety and caution, put the Marquis's purchases into her bag. Cyber watched the girl with admiration, so the man grabbed her hand and pulled the frightened girl firmly towards him. Yaji and Ria watched in amazement as the situation unfolded. The tension instantly lifted, and both the boy and the girl tensed up at the unexpected situation. Mark, pulling the girl towards him, insolently cast an indecent glance at her. After carefully examining Maria up close, he finally appreciated all her beauty. Cyburn took a liking to her. So, full of desire to possess her, the man coldly informed the frightened girl that from now on she would belong to him. The Cyber Red Star, shamelessly declaring that from now on the girl belonged only to him, resolutely pulled Maria closer and began to touch her defiantly and brazenly. Fear and horror gripped the girl. Tears welled up in her eyes. She wanted only one thing: to escape from the man's embrace. Seeing this, Yeji was burning with rage and was about to rush to free her from the Marquis' clutches. But Ria gently held his hand. Ria assured the boy that she would handle the situation herself. Yeji should stay away so as not to give himself away. The girl's cheek did not blush this time. All tense, Ria looked at Kyber with a concentrated and angry look. The young man, having encountered such behavior on her part for the first time, was confused. However, quickly coming to his senses, he gave in and remained aside, as Ria wished. Ria ordered Tom to let Maria go and not touch her. However, he did not even think of stopping. Instead, he was sincerely surprised by the courage of the girl who stood in his way. Seeing that the Marquis Red Star was not going to let Maria go, Ria repeated her demand once again. These words only made Kybera's anger boil. He was irritated that some unknown girl dared to order him around. Frantically pulling out his sword, the man rushed at her, trying to show her who was the boss. The girl deftly dodged his attack. The girl dodged deftly, taking off her glasses and hat at the same time. Everything that hid her true face ended up on the ground. When she took off her glasses and hat, the Marquis froze in surprise. A familiar girl stood before him. Frightened and confused, he could barely say her name. It was the demonic warrior, Rhea. The girl gave him a menacing and furious look. Yeji watched everything that was happening carefully, and noticed how the Marquis's face flashed with anxiety as soon as he recognized Rhea. The boy began to worry, fearing that the stranger might find out who Rhea was. However, his attention was quickly diverted by a soft whisper in his ear. The girl next to him suddenly uttered Rhea's name. The crowd was increasingly filled with enthusiastic talk about Rhea. She was the youngest woman to ever lead the Royal Knights. Her popularity was proving to be much greater than Yeji had expected. The Marquis watched with irritation as the crowd cheered the girl's arrival. Although she was a knight, in his eyes she was still just a commoner's daughter. No girl could ever challenge him, the Marquis. The enraged Cyber ordered his knights to teach the girl a lesson. His subordinates instantly obeyed, and without wasting time, they moved towards Rhea. One of them swung his sword, trying to hit the girl. But at that moment she disappeared right before his eyes. Stunned, the boy began to look around frantically, trying to find her traces. Rhea wouldn't even have to use the power Yeji had given her. The girl flew into the air with magic and, to the surprise of the knight, found herself right on his sword. The girl stared at her rival grimly. She turned to his subordinates, reassuring them that they were simply unlucky in choosing the wrong master. Having said this, she jumped up in an instant and, leaning on her sword, flew forward rapidly. With a single kick of her stirrup, she dispelled the darkness of the night. Having defeated him, Rhea cast a sharp look at the rest of the Marquis' subordinates. Without a moment's hesitation, she rushed forward, and in a few swift movements ruthlessly defeated all of his men. The Marquis of Kyburn was left alone before Rhea. The man, relying on the strength of his position, in desperation tried to force the girl to submit to his will. However, Rhea only stared silently at the Marquis, frowning and filled with seriousness. Despite his fear of Rhea, the man still tried to keep her under control. The Marquis, overcome with anger, suddenly forgot his fear of the girl. He rushed at her with words, threatening that the whole world would turn against Rhea. However, these threats were completely indifferent to her. From the very beginning, Rhea firmly decided to always be by her mentor Yeji's side. The girl did not hesitate in her choice and was completely ready for it. Marquis Kyber finally realized that his threats against the girl were not making any impression. Realizing the hopeless situation he found himself in, he felt real fear of her. In despair, the man hid behind the back of his friend Kazul, the commander of the Royal Knights, hoping for his support. But the girl did not wait. Her swift attack had already begun. Cyber was looking for a way out of this predicament. He again threatened the girl. If she dared to attack him, he and his friend would change her position to knight. However, Rhea was not afraid of his threats, and struck this arrogant and cruel Marquis with all her strength. With her blow, the girl threw out her accumulated anger on him. Her blow sent the man flying sideways, hitting the ground 3 times, like a stone skipping across water. Rhea coldly reminded him that her place was forever at her master's side. Meanwhile, the girl looked at her with admiration. At that moment, she seemed to be the embodiment of beauty. The boy was deeply moved by her words. But suddenly his attention was distracted by an unexpected sound. The spectators who followed the events were enthusiastically rejoicing at the victory over the cyborg. Their enthusiastic gazes were turned to the girl, whom they sincerely honored. Full of anxiety, Maria ran to the girl. She gratefully thanked Rhea for saving her and for being able to deal with the disgusting Marquis. The girl, not letting go of Rhea, thanked her again and again, hugging her sincerely. Mireia could not hold back her tears. Emotions overwhelmed her, touched and frightened by the recent events. It seems that what she experienced deeply affected her. But suddenly someone shouted Rhea's name, bringing the girls out of the tense moment. A representative of the elven race warned the girl. The knights had already become alert due to a suspicious noise and were now moving in their direction. But she realized how difficult their situation had become. As soon as the knights saw the Marquis unconscious, they would certainly accuse Rhea of treason. Representatives of different races who had gathered around began to persuade the girl to flee. All of them sincerely wanted to save her from the knights, and therefore hurriedly led her away from the dangerous place. They were sincerely grateful to the girl for teaching them Kibernalisend. Yeji was also happy for her. So many of the inhabitants sincerely admired this girl. The young man felt how his situation imperceptibly changed. The girl unexpectedly picked him up like a real princess. Rhea thanked everyone present with a grateful smile, and Yeji, feeling uncomfortable because of such attention, blushed and shyly lowered his eyes. The crowd of residents watched with admiration as Rhea carried the stranger in her arms. Everyone wanted to see the face of her beloved and sincerely wished her happiness. Meanwhile, the girl, hugging the embarrassed boy to her, tried to disappear from their sight as quickly as possible. But while she was in a hurry to hide, someone from the roof was closely watching this couple. The stranger immediately realized that Rhea's magical power belonged to a human, so the boy she was holding in her arms was also undoubtedly a human being. Finally, they came across the one they had been looking for so long, Mizaki Yuji. In front of them stood a man in a black cloak, staring intently at the company. His face was hidden by a mask that covered the upper part of his face, and his cheek was decorated with bizarre patterns. A girl stood nearby. The girl with 2 long tails and wings on her temples immediately stood out from the others. The boy's companion looked around in confusion, not understanding who exactly in the crowd was the mysterious Yeji. Yeji's exploration of the capital had come to an end. In the sky, the crew of Yeji, Rei, and Rosetta slowly floated on the airship. The girls chatted enthusiastically, and he, lost in his own thoughts, gazed in fascination at the picturesque scenery beyond the porthole. A lot had happened to them in the capital lately, but despite everything, it had been an extremely exciting adventure. His relationship with Rhea had progressed significantly. The guy, with a dreamy smile, recalled an unforgettable night at a hotel for lovers. But suddenly, a detail flashed in his memory. He remembered that Rhea had gone out somewhere the previous night, supposedly to solve an important matter. Now the question never ceased to torment him. Where exactly had Rhea gone? It turns out that the girl went into danger the previous night to get rid of the cyborg soldiers. The boy was struck by the incredible composure with which Rhea told him about it. Rosetta informed Rhea that there were over 100 warriors at Marquis Caburn's villa, and she would have to deal with them. However, Rosetta readily agreed to help Rhea, rejoicing at the opportunity to support her friend. Now it is unlikely that the owner of Cyber Red Star will dare to take revenge on them. The girl instantly solved this problem. Jersey asked his companion if she was okay. Rhea gave the guy a surprised look. She didn't understand what he was talking about at all. In fact, the boy was just worried about the girl because of yesterday's incident. Now she would no longer be able to become a royal knight. However, the girl herself was not upset at all. The change in position was no problem for her. After all, her place was next to the owner himself. The girl said this to the boy, and gave him a gentle smile. She was filled with happiness next to him. Yeji looked at the girl with admiration. Rhea's words, spoken in a gentle voice, found a response in his heart. The boy leaned towards Rhea to give her a kiss, but the kiss never happened. They were stopped by the appearance of Rosetta. She frowned at the boy and girl, piercing them with her displeased gaze. Without taking her eyes off, Rosetta expressed her displeasure and sternly warned Rhea and Yeji not to behave shamefully. Approaching almost face to face, she sternly warned them not to even think about doing this in front of her. The girls' gaze shot fervently in their direction. Rhea and Yeji, overcome with excitement, hastily turned away from each other and apologized to the irritated Rosetta. The girl with long dark hair was seething with anger, overcome with envy towards Yeji, because he had managed to kiss her beloved, named sister. At that very moment, an irritated and indignant sigh was heard in the royal capital. It was the Marquis of Qyburn. He was filled with rage against the girl. He would never be able to forgive her. His resentment towards her would not go away until he made Rhea answer for everything she had done. The anger gripped the man so much that his entire body trembled with rage. He had no idea what to do next. After all, most of his warriors had already been neutralized after our attack. And suddenly, a stranger in a raincoat appeared in the Marquis's office. Marquis Qyburn jumped in surprise, seeing an uninvited guest in his office. It was the same man from the roof. While the knights were tensely preparing for battle, the stranger calmly introduced himself to the Marquis. His name was Grace. Turning to Qyburn, Grace added that he was nothing more than a worthless demon. Red Star could not hide his surprise when he learned that before them was a real demon. Demons like this are extremely rare in the world, so little is known about them. However, the man knew one thing very well. Something that anyone could understand. They were filled with hatred for other races. Outraged by such audacity, the Marquis jumped up from his chair and angrily ordered his soldiers, frozen with fear, to expel the demon that had suddenly appeared. However, the boy did not even move. He was not at all frightened by the appearance of the soldiers. After all, this was not his battle. The young man in the black raincoat and mask turned to his companion, who was standing behind. It was she who was to face the knights. The man called out loudly to the girl who was approaching him. Her name was Kanan. Hearing her name, the girl immediately spoke back. The knights had no idea that they would have to fight a young girl, but their enthusiasm quickly faded. Orders must be obeyed. With their swords drawn, they rushed forward in a rush. However, they did not harm her. The girl seemed to dissolve into thin air, instantly disappearing from their field of vision. Now it was Kanan's turn to strike. The girl was instantly behind her enemies, moving like lightning, and mercilessly attacking them from behind. Kanan rushed at the knights. Her blow was unexpectedly powerful. The opponents flew several meters away. The knights, like dolls, flew across the entire Marquis' office, breaking through the wall of the room and disappearing in a cloud of debris. After the girl's attack, a huge hole had opened in the office wall. The Marquis, covered in cold sweat, stared at it. The man trembled with horror. The girl's insane strength stunned and frightened him at the same time. the Marquis Qyburn cautiously reached for his weapon. However, the boy with the award instantly stopped him, ordering him not to do so. He no longer had any desire to continue the fight. It seemed to him a waste of time. The demon hidden behind the mask explained to the Marquis who the girl was. Kanan belonged to the vampire race, and therefore possessed extraordinary strength. The Marquis realized his situation. It was rumored that vampires were considered the most powerful of demons. Cyber Red Star sought to find out what the demon that now stood before him wanted from him. The guy assured his interlocutor that there was no reason to worry. They could help Marcus Red Star take revenge. Cyber looked at the bottle that suddenly appeared in front of him with disbelief and clearly not delighted. The man impatiently asked what was inside this bottle. These pills were called DD. The man explained that it was thanks to them that the Marquis would be able to gain the power inherent in humans. If Cyber joined forces with Grace, the demon would give him one capsule. However, despite the temptation and attractiveness of this offer, the man was in no hurry to trust the stranger. Because of this, the Marquis could not simply believe the words of the representative of the demon race. However, the latter, without any further ceremony, pushed the pill straight into his mouth, instantly silencing him. The Marquis had no choice but to swallow the medicine. Having done this, the man let Cyber go along with Go. Qyburn fainted, swallowing the pill, and fell to the floor. Soon the sound of tissue tearing could be heard in the silence. His muscles began to swell wildly, and his veins seemed to flare under his skin. Kanan watched this amazing transformation calmly, and without a word. Marquis gained all his power by swallowing the pill. He had no right to back out of this deal from the start. The demon would never let that happen. The weather outside was beautiful. Slime, after walking around the house, returned through the cave to her room. Rhea eagerly asked Yeji if he liked the breakfast she had prepared. The boy sincerely praised the girl's dishes. The slimes happily ate their breakfast. He also noticed that the girl had brought another meal. This time she seemed even more beautiful to him. Rhea thanked the boy for his kind words. Rhea had always been convinced that medieval food didn't taste very good. So, she took the food of Murray as a reference point. She put in a lot of effort, working hard. That's when something caught Yeji's attention. He noticed the girl struggling to open the jar she had received from the Dia. However, Rhea struggled in vain with the lid, which was too strong for her hands. Despite the fact that Rhea was a knight, the boy first noticed that she was a girl. Yeji delicately took the jug from her and hurried to uncork it for her. She tried hard to open the jar while the boy tried to unscrew the lid. Later, he had to make a lot of effort too. The jar stubbornly refused to budge. Surprised, he could not understand why the lid did not move, and even thought that they had received some defective jam. Desi's watch, the girl, was trying her best to open the jar. Rio was worried that he wouldn't be able to. However, gathering his courage, the boy put his hand on the lid. This time he was determined to open it. Releasing all his anger and strength, he twisted the lid with force. However, he underestimated his own strength and accidentally crushed the jar. Pieces of glass with jam flew in all directions. The young man looked at his empty hands in surprise. Meanwhile, Rhea, full of excitement, jumped up to Yeji and carefully wiped the smeared jam with a towel. But the boy was completely unharmed. He sincerely thanked the girl for her concern and was about to ask Rhea a question. The young man wondered if he could become truly powerful. Still stunned by the fact that he had just crushed a jar with his bare hands, he searched for an answer. Hearing this question, the girl was momentarily confused and had trouble finding the words to say. But soon she regained control of herself. The girl realized that until recently, he had sincerely considered himself an ordinary person. For Rhea, the Yeti was the embodiment of strength, the most powerful in the world. She could not reach even a quarter of his power. The image of that old, weak version of himself from his past life still lingers in his memory. But even now, he doesn't feel like he's truly become stronger. Rhea noticed that the boy had no idea of his own strength. Yeji thanked Slime. During a fight with his opponents, Yeji found himself in a difficult situation. Suddenly, the boy realized that his physical capabilities had increased significantly. Rhea explained to the boy that he probably had a body-strengthening spell working. The boy admitted in surprise that this was the first time he had heard of such magic. The name of this magic speaks for itself. It is a spell that strengthens the body. It can be activated in two ways. Either it works automatically, or it comes into effect when the wizard finds himself in a difficult situation. The last time this magic seemed to work was when the boy was struggling to open the jar. At that time, Yeji felt embarrassed, because the spell had suddenly appeared only because he couldn't open it. Slimy was tired and yawned widely. Ria reassured Yeji, assuring him that in time he would easily cope with elemental magic once he mastered the art. She had no doubt that her mentor would be able to move even mountains with minimal effort. Slimy, meanwhile, had returned to his usual appearance. After listening to the girl's explanation, the young man made a decision. From now on, he would start training and master this magic. But suddenly, a long sound was heard in the corridor, which immediately attracted the attention of both the young man and the girl. This sound came from Rosetta. She found herself trapped right at the entrance. Small slugs pounced on the girl, leaving slippery trails behind them. Her arms and legs were tightly bound by vines. The young man with red cheeks stared intently at the helpless girl who was trapped. Soon Rosetta also noticed him among the others. The girl, complaining angrily, attacked the boy with accusations, demanding to be released immediately. Yeji turned to Slime, urging him to help Rose get out of the trap and return her clothes. Exhausted, Slime returned to her human form and handed Rose her things. Rosetta Shaley put on her armor again. She was annoyed that every time she entered this place she found herself without any clothes. Yeji assured her that unwanted guests would be removed as soon as they were discovered. Rosetta even felt sympathetically sorry for those who might decide to come uninvited. Rosetta remembered that she had never experienced anything like this around Ria. Suddenly the girl noticed that Ria was behaving differently than usual. She was completely lost in her own dreams. The thought of playing with a boy, using slimy slimes instead of the usual objects, made her cheeks flush. But in a moment, Ria came to her senses from her indecent dreams. Feeling someone's interested gazes on her, she immediately pulled herself together as if nothing special had happened. To change the subject, the girl casually turned to Rosetta and asked her about her plans for today. Rosa carefully took something out of her backpack. The perfume in this glass was once a gift from Rosetta's father. He brought it from a mysterious eastern island country. The girl decided to share this rare fragrance with Ria. She took out a jar of dark liquid from her bag. The guy, seeing the find in her hands, could not hide his surprise. With his eyes bandaged, he carefully looked into the jar. To his great surprise, there was soy sauce inside. It turns out that there is soy sauce in this world too. The food in this world was almost bland, so he really missed the taste of soy sauce. Looking at Rosetta's happy smile, Ria accepted her gift and thanked the girl sincerely. After that, the boy from Rosetta went outside. The girl was conducting magic training, completely focused on honing her abilities. He seriously sought to master his own power. Meanwhile, the boy's thoughts were already on today's dinner, which he was looking forward to. Soon lunch was brought. The dish, generously seasoned with soy sauce, was already on the table. Rosetta and Jersey could not contain their excitement, looking impatiently at the treat. Rosa was happy that today she would have the opportunity to enjoy a dish that Rhea had prepared herself. Rhea prepared a dish of vegetables gathered in the poor rural district and added fried delicacies taken from the lesser orcs. Yeji and Rosetta happily began to eat. The hero also tasted the dish, and he was especially pleased with the familiar taste of soy sauce. He realized how long he had not tasted this favorite delicacy. However, the boy stopped. The dish turned out to be completely different from what he had expected. The food was too salty and smelled strongly of dampness. Seeing the boy's displeased face, Rosetta became angry. It was because of him that Ria was upset, because her dish turned out to be tasteless. To be honest, the dish was completely tasteless, so the guy couldn't enjoy his meal. Yeji asked the girl what flavor she had brought with her, but she hadn't even heard of soy sauce. It was napora, a traditional seasoning common in Eastern countries. In other words, it was not soy sauce, but fish sauce, made by soaking fish in salt. Even if Ria had never heard of soy sauce, it was obvious that it had not yet been invented in this world. The young man thought for a moment, and suddenly an unexpected idea flashed through his mind. If there was no soy sauce in this world, he could simply create it himself, and then Rial's joy would be boundless. Meanwhile, the boy, along with the slimes, left the house and went out into the yard. He would call this idea an unbeatable strategy for spreading soy sauce around the world. At these words, Yeji couldn't help but voice her thoughts out loud. Slime, silently staring at the boy with a strange look, was confused, and her whole body turned red with embarrassment. Yeji went down to the bear village, where he came across a strange cub traveler. The cub readily agreed to give him a bag of soybeans. Having received what he wanted, Yeji carefully poured the beans into a vessel, sprinkled them with a pinch of salt, and poured everything with cool water. The young man stared at the bottle of soy sauce, and silence reigned around him. No matter how he looked, what he had prepared was just a mixture of soybeans steeped in salt water. He had no idea how to make soy sauce, so he could only hope that some chemical reaction with the beans would cause a miracle. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, making him jump in surprise. The boy quickly closed the lid on the container, not wanting Ria to see what was inside. Then he opened the door for the girl, his eyes shining with excitement and anticipation. It was almost bath time, so Ria went to him. Yeji left the room without even noticing how quickly the time had passed. It was already time for a bath. After a busy day, he was so eager to freshen up, but at that moment, he heard someone call out to him. It was Rosetta. Gathering all her resolve, she announced to the boy that she would join Rei and Yeji in the bath. Stunned by her displeased look, the boy only stared at her in confusion, not answering. Rosetta decided to join Rhea and Yeya for a swim. Upon hearing this news, Rhea was disappointed to accept that Rosetta would be in the hot springs with them. The girl, only half drawing her weapon, coldly announced that she knew very well. Rhea washed the boy's back every day. There were notes of jealousy in her voice. She envied this boy. He saw his named sister every day, so she didn't lag behind, helping him in every way. The next moment, Rosetta tightly grabbed the boy by the collar. However, the girl's further actions were prevented by Rhea. Frowning, she resolutely pushed Rosa away from the boy and tried to quell her impulses. However, he realized that he would not be able to reveal to Rosetta the whole truth about what had happened to Rhea in that lover's hotel. The memories of those events still burned with a blush on his cheeks. Rosetta, casting a meaningful look at Rei, announced again that she was going to the bathroom. The girl tried her best to make sure that Yeji wouldn't have time to say anything inappropriate to Rei. The boy was worried about Rhea, even though it annoyed her. In the end, she let Rosie prove her innocence. Letting her watch was the quickest way to clear suspicion, but it would be useless if she really just wanted to watch. She was glad of her deed. Now Rosetta would have a chance to see Rhea without clothes. Dreams of the future bathing excited the girl uncontrollably, filling her with anticipation of exciting adventures. As soon as Rosetta crossed the threshold of the hot springs area, she was struck by the unusual architecture of the premises. Numerous pools of various shapes and sizes were located around. Compared to this luxurious bathing hall, even the royal bath seemed like an ordinary puddle in the middle of the road. The girl, filled with delight, looked around the spacious room, taking in every detail. However, Rio reminded her that now was not the time to relax. The maid's duty was to carefully wash the master's back. Meanwhile, the girl, without hesitation, began to take off her clothes. Rosetta did not listen to her words, for all her attention was fixed on the bare areas of skin that were exposed before her gaze. Rhea's seductive appearance made Rosie's nose bleed. This was the figure Rosetta had dreamed of. In her imagination, Rhea appeared as if she were a being from another world, a true deity. The sight captivated Rosetta, and she could not take her eyes off him. Rhea quickly threw a towel over herself, looking away from the girl. Even though they were both girls, Rhea was shy about exposing herself in front of someone. Noticing this, Rosetta also began to remove her armor and clothes so that Rhea would not feel embarrassed by her presence. Left in only her underwear, Rosetta slowly walked towards the girl. She was irresistibly drawn to look at Rhea's body again. With a wave of her hand, Rhea summoned an ice shield that became an insurmountable obstacle for the girl. Now she could not get closer. The dark-haired girl noticed Yeji's confused look directed in her direction, and this moment touched her soul, giving her face a shade of sadness. Turning her back to the boy, Rosetta sharply asked him not to look at her like that again. Yeji instantly became embarrassed, looked away, and mumbled an apology. The girl was upset and hurt by his attitude. She was sad because she was sure that the guy found her unattractive because of her curvaceous figure. Meanwhile, she carefully watched the girl, who looked upset. He remembered that Rhea had behaved the same way before. This elf had also once had complexes about her curvaceous forms. However, Rhea did not let Rosetta feel sad. She approached her and assured her that there was no need to worry at all. In general, the owner just liked such forms. Having uttered this phrase, the girl smiled slyly and winked at Rosetta. Rosa was struck by this news like a thunderbolt. She looked back at the boy in shock and immediately encountered his impudent gaze. Without a doubt, Rosetta felt Yeji's gaze on her. Embarrassed, she quickly covered her body with her hands. The girl turned away from the boy once again, quietly asking him not to look at her body. Yeji was not at all surprised by Rosetta's reaction. He had expected it. Soon they crossed the threshold of the bathhouse together. Rosetta first noticed the wine barrel and couldn't hide her delight. Human civilization never ceased to amaze her with new discoveries. Since then, she decided to try out various pools to experience their special atmosphere firsthand. Finally, Rosetta joined Ria and Yeji, a cheerful group of 2 girls and a boy who were completely enjoying themselves in the sauna. However, Rosetta turned to the boy. She needed to talk to him. Yeji, still relaxing in the hot air, casually responded to her request. Rosetta decided to take some of the remaining warm water with her. She needed it, as it contained a lot of the boy's magical energy. Thanks to this, potions prepared with it could become incredibly powerful healing elixirs. The boy let her take as much as she wanted. He didn't even think of taking anything in return, and he didn't seek to make any deals for the water. They were friends, so he didn't need any reward from Rosetta. The girl, frowning, came out of the water. She didn't like to take something just like that, without any agreement. However, the guy tried to calm her down, saying that no deal was needed, because he had already appreciated the girl's magnificent forms. Rosetta looked at him with surprise at first, but after a moment, understanding dawned on her. The girl gasped, and her cheeks instantly filled with a bright blush. The Yeti instantly realized that he had said too much. Rosetta, without hesitation, threw herself into the water to escape from the boy as quickly as possible. In the end, she indignantly accepted what had happened. If that was the case, then there was no need to mention the water division. And anyway, this guy kept looking at her body. Her words made the boy blush, and he quickly covered his face with his hands. He felt embarrassed, because he had been following her without permission. Ria's action did not please the girl at all. Night fell, and bright stars scattered across the dark sky. The boy was in his room, happily playing with slime. It was at this moment that Ria called to him. In order not to disturb the boy, the girl had kept quiet until this point. However, Ria could no longer ignore Rosetta's behavior towards Yeji. There was nothing the young man could do about it, and in the end, it didn't bother him at all. The girl had sworn her allegiance to Ria, not to him. However, as soon as the detachment guarding the Lord becomes too numerous, the soldiers become increasingly less able to follow orders. The boy was confused and had no idea how to solve this problem. Ria thought about the question, and after weighing everything, ordered Yeji to temporarily obey her instructions. Not understanding what awaited him, the boy trusted Ria's words. They reached the door of the room, where Rosetta was already waiting. Ria warned him, "Under no circumstances should you raise your voice." Having said this, the girl opened the door. Yeji and Ria cautiously stepped into the room, which was dimly lit and had a gloomy, austere interior. The boy noticed a light steam in the air, which carried a pleasant aroma around. However, this impression immediately faded into the background. His whole being was captured by the incredible landscape that opened before his eyes. In the very center of the room, frozen still, sat Rosetta in a light nightgown. Her eyes were tightly bandaged with a cloth, and next to her stood a diffuser, enveloping the space around her with delicate fragrant steam. Rosetta noticed someone entering the room. She called out to Ria and called her cruel. The girl, fidgeting nervously in her chair, could no longer bear it. She impatiently urged the girl on, dreaming of finally plunging into the fun with her and fully enjoying Rosetta's company. Rosa sits on a chair, blindfolded and handcuffed, impatiently urging her sister to hurry up, as she can't take it any longer. Behind her, next to Aki from the Yogiyama family, stands Ria, ready to help her sister, and informs her that she has everything ready. Ria, smiling broadly, assures her not to worry, because from now on, she will be surrounded by a real sea of care and love. Yoji Yamazaki, watching Ria, mentally notes, "What a formidable face she has." Suddenly Ria leans towards Yoji and begins to whisper something to him quietly. She asks him to kiss the rose, and he, raising his eyebrows in surprise, asks if it could really be dangerous in such a situation. Meanwhile, Rose does not stop hurrying her sister, urging her not to delay. Rhea decisively pushes Yogi Yamazaki and whispers that she is ready to take full responsibility for the possible consequences. Only this step will allow her to obey him. Meanwhile, Rosa sits next to her and, holding her breath, trembles with excitement. Yoji Yamazaki comes closer and, knowing that it is Ria, he is sure that she has already thought everything through carefully. Therefore, he trusts her without hesitation. He leans towards her and feels her lips irresistibly pulling him closer and closer until, without holding back, he gradually touches her. Rosa sincerely thanks me several times. She admits that the feelings inside her sister are making her more and more aroused. Yoji Yamazaki has already realized. This scent is to blame for everything. They again succumb to the magic of the moment, repeating their actions. Yoji Yamazaki considers this game immoral. At that moment, Ria approaches them and solemnly announces that the time has come. Chi removes her blindfold. Yoji Yamazaki and Rosa, seeing each other right in front of them, explode with an unexpected scream. The shock of the unexpected meeting overwhelms them instantly. Rosa cries out loudly at her sister, indignantly asking how she could have been treated so cruelly. Her words resonate even in the soul of Yoji Yamazaki, who silently watches this scene, feeling the bitter pain and guilt that pierce his heart. Ria sternly tells her that it's all for her own good. Rosa can't understand the meaning of what she's heard and just looks at Ria with tear-filled eyes in confusion. Ria admits that she can no longer serve her master alone. She understands that the moment has come when she must put an end to it. There is a bitter silence. Rosa lowers her eyes. Yoji Yamazaki thinks that this is a whip of love from Rei, a kind of coercive measure. Ria begs Rosa to understand. Her heart has already been captured by her master. She herself only desires a kiss from him, not from anyone else. Rosa trembles. She barely holds back her tears. Rose shakes her head vigorously and exclaims that she refuses, because there is only room in her heart for her sister. But suddenly she freezes, as if she has figured out something important. Sparks flash in her eyes as she declares, "This is a test. Her sister is testing how sincere her love is. So don't worry about her. She's already made up her mind." Ria swallowed the lump in her throat, then turned to Yoji Yamazaki and asked, if words didn't change anything for her, could he kiss her again? Yoji Yamazaki comes over, removes her blindfold, and tells her that it won't work. Rhea looks at him in surprise. Yoji Yamazaki apologizes to Rhea and explains that he doesn't think Rosa will change her mind, even after everything that's happened. He remarks that it is up to her to decide who she will truly love. Hearing this, Rosa blushes. Aki and Yogyama think that the issue of Rosa's loyalty could have been handled differently. They must have gone a little too far. Meanwhile, Rose stands up and decisively shakes off everything unnecessary from her knees. Yoji Yamazaki is respectful of Rose's feelings for Rei. He apologizes to Rose with a brief glance down and mentions Rei's height. Rosa approaches Yoji Yamazaki and gently asks him to address her. He barely manages to turn around when she tenderly kisses him on the cheek. Everyone around him freezes in surprise, but Ria most of all. Meanwhile, Yoji Yamazaki stands, blushing, and Roz, smiling, allows herself to be called simply Rosa. She smiles, and with a twinkle in her eye, says that they are close enough now that he can address her that way. After that, the girl quickly walks away, once again emphasizing that he should not misinterpret her words. She is convinced that men are rough, cruel creatures, driven solely by base instincts, the true monsters among humans. But her views change when it comes to Yoji Yamazaki. She does not consider him to be such at all. She turns around and warmly tells him that she has changed her mind about him with surprising ease. She smiles at him. A thought crosses Yoji Yamazaki's mind that things are happening strangely, but the changes are noticeable. Rose turns around. She comes up, hugs them, and says with a smile, "Now there are 3 of us, and we will give each other even more love. When our kisses unite, happiness will double." She reaches out her hand to Ria, but she steps back in fear. Yoji Yamazaki remarks that he is glad to see them getting along, and is convinced that if the 3 of them can find common ground, things won't be so bad. He adds that she will be able to absorb the relics more quickly, and admits with relief that if the Lord said so, then everything is clear to her. Rosa gently places her finger on Yoji Yamazaki's lips, pressing gently, and with an intriguing smile wonders if they should return to their interrupted conversation. Ria watches this in horror, unable to believe her eyes. She admits that, to tell the truth, she has been holding back her true power until now. Ria indignantly exclaims to Rose that this is simply unfair. How many times has she kissed this gentleman? She jokingly suggests, maybe all 3 of them try it at the same time. The girl quietly approaches Shioji Yamasaki. He asks in confusion if she really agrees. However, deep down he understands. His heart is not yet ready for such a step. Stunned, he falls onto the bed, and the girls cheerfully inform him that they can become his partners at the same time. They promise to give Mr. Yoji Amazaki an unforgettable experience. Ria feels a thirst for competition inside her and decides she will never give in to Rosie. Yoji Amazaki wonders if it's because of the long years they spent together that their actions have become so coordinated, and now he has no reason left for regrets. As morning dawns, Yoji Amazaki wakes up, stretches sweetly, and yawns long, filled with gratitude for yesterday's incredible adventures. He greets his slime, wishing it good morning. Ria lies peacefully on the bed next to him. Rosa knocks on the door and politely greets Mr. Yogi Yamazaki with a good morning. He also wishes her a good day in return and asks if she is awake yet. The girl smiles and says that she has not slept for a long time, because today she is returning to the royal capital. Roz admits that after being separated from her sister, she sometimes feels lonely, but duty calls. Important missions lie ahead. Yoji Amazaki reminds him that he has been interested in this issue before. But why is Ria so worried about her? She adds, embarrassed. If you don't want to talk about it, you don't have to. Rose smiles and agrees. He's right. It's not at all difficult for her to talk to him about this. She snuggles under the blanket next to Ria. 5 years ago, a difficult atmosphere reigned in the Arverni family. The girl felt bitter disappointment, sighing wearily. On the floor, a man trembled with powerlessness, unable to get up. 12-year-old Rosa, looking at him with curiosity, asks, "Is this the same traveler?" The servant is visibly worried, unable to find a place for himself. She asks her to stop as the competition is already over. Roz replies with a self-assured look that she is perfectly aware of that. She declares that she does not wish to waste her time on such petty adversaries. The man abruptly stands up and exclaims that she should show respect to the poor. He throws a fireball, aiming it directly at Rosa, and she manages to grab the protective blade. The flames bounce off and rush back at him. He screams in rage and shock, unable to believe that a girl of her young age could wield such powerful magical powers. The fire engulfs him with such force that his wig flies off his head. The maid reminds Rose that she has to meet the son of a powerful family after dinner. The girl assures her that she understands. Sighing, Rose remarks that she has wasted so much time on this adventurer. From an early age, she was more attracted to the art of swordsmanship than to the role of a model daughter-in-law. While other young women her age enjoyed tea parties, she honed her magical skills. She was always different from the other girls. Standing in front of the mirror, the maid gently combs her hair, and hesitating says, "I wanted to ask you something. Tell me, are you really not interested in men at all?" Rose proudly declared that she truly had no interest in these rough and cruel creatures. Even if her father had insisted otherwise, she would not have changed her mind. She rejected the advances of all suitors. 2 years later, she was given the nickname Shalina Rose. She has gone against her parents' wishes and joined the Knights of the royal capital. Meanwhile, everyone is talking about whether Arwen's family is planning to get rid of this irrepressible rebel. As she walked forward, she realized it didn't matter who said what. She didn't care at all. After all, she finally felt true freedom. She has hated the life of an aristocratic daughter since childhood. Her future was determined long ago. Marriage is just a part of diplomacy. Not wanting to become someone's obedient puppet, she chose the sharp path of the sword to decide her own fate. At the guild, a burly man approached her brazenly and suggested they have some fun. She just smiled, as if she had been expecting such audacity, and slyly asked, "Is he really that eager to get a good beating?" Being a knight is a real delight, and in this calling neither her age nor her origin matters at all. To become a knight, she does not need to have noble blood or a famous surname. It is enough just to skillfully wield a sword. She finds incomparable pleasure in the moment when men yield to her swordsmanship. And so, when rumors of mad dogs spread through the ranks of the knightly order, she met one man. This person turned out to be his sister. Ria approaches her and asks if she is Rose, a member of a famous aristocratic family. But in response, the girl declares with offensive directness, she is Ria, captain of the 7th squad. Ria reports the knight's captain's order. From today, she officially becomes part of their squad. In response, Rose assures her that she understood perfectly and heard everything. Unfortunately, she had no desire to work under someone weaker than her. Ria only smiled faintly in response. She throws the sword to Rosie, but she looks at the unknown weapon in confusion, not understanding its purpose or what to do with it. Ria turns to Rosa with a request. Use this sword and attack her for 5 minutes. She assured that she would not resort to weapons or any similar means. She just can't help but point her friend in the right direction. Rose is indignant, but smiles and adds that she's actually quite calm. She contemptuously calls Ria worthless, and asks if she really doesn't understand that she is facing her enemy. However, during the attack, Ria only kicked her in the neck, even though she was significantly stronger than her. Eventually, Rose falls to the ground, exhausted, and Ria remarks that it seems like this is the end of their ordeal. She is quite impressed by such speed and power. Surprisingly, this time Rose wasn't upset at all about her defeat. She was even allowed to try again. Ria informed her superiors that she planned to join their unit. She declared that Rose would be completely under her control. It seemed a long time had passed since she had had to teach newcomers. Since then, while studying with his sister, their affection has grown stronger. Waking up, Real asks Rose not to confuse truth with fiction. Rose is happy to report that her sister is awake and greets her with a gentle, "Good morning." She is about to hug Ria, but she deftly slips away and ends up in another place. Yogi Amadaki kindly explains that in reality, the current Rosa and all her actions are the work of Ria. She says that Rose later became the deputy captain of the 3rd Regiment, and then sincerely followed her instructions. She asked Ria to train together. Ryu quickly steps back from the girl, overcome with delight. Ria honestly can't understand why events have turned out the way they did, and Rosie loves her so passionately. Yogi Yamazaki also wonders how this is possible. Yoji Yamadaki sneaks inside unnoticed and carefully opens the door. He excitedly opens the barrels and happily announces that the soybeans were supposed to arrive yesterday. He looks around carefully and sees that nothing has happened. The beans are still lying at the bottom of the liquid, and he doesn't notice any changes. He thought that the soy additive would turn black from the salt water, or at least react in some other way. But it's no use. At that moment, Kazumi approaches him and jokingly calls him Mr. Sipnik. She leans closer and asks what it is. Yeji, visibly embarrassed, hastily assures her that this is not what one might think. She jokingly suggests that he must be trying to make soy sauce. Yoji asks in surprise if she even knows what soy sauce is. To this, Yeji confidently replies, "Of course, because it is Yashi-Sami's favorite condiment." Yoji Yamazaki suggests that soy sauce has been made for over 10,000 years. Kazumi gives him a helpful tip. If he really wants to create real soy sauce, he'll need yeast. Yogi Yamazaki looks at her curiously. She tells him that he adds yeast to boiled soybeans, then mixes them with toasted and ground wheat. Once upon a time, Yeji came across a story about a hero who was too naive to accept everything around him and thought that everything was easy. Making soy sauce would be a serious challenge for a beginner who was completely unfamiliar with the craft. At this point, Kazumi asks again if he really wants to make soy sauce. Yoji Yamazaki answers in the affirmative, but admits that it is unlikely to be possible in our time. Still, he wanted to surprise Rhea so much. Kazumi points out that in that case, they need to investigate the ancient ruins as soon as possible. Yogi Yamazaki asks curiously what she means. Kazumi says that the 2nd floor of the culinary area is packed with every conceivable kitchen appliance. You just have to turn it on, and countless possibilities open up. You can get soy sauce, miso, ketchup, and even mayonnaise at the touch of a button. The territory of the thermal springs on the 1st floor is truly breathtaking. If we added to this the skill of gourmets, the dishes here would undoubtedly acquire a new, even creamier taste. However, the hero's thoughts drifted to the mysterious break, and drops of sweat appeared on his forehead. Among the ruins, Ri turns to him again, asking if something really happened before, since he was against their idea of exploring these ancient remains at the time. He replies, visibly embarrassed, that he's just been thinking a lot about it all. He is simply afraid of meeting the golem, but if anything happens, he can always escape back to the 1st floor. Today, he only plans to conduct reconnaissance. Turning to Ria, he notices how she is beaming with joy, and the girl confirms his emotions with a smile. She concluded that the shelter could use some reinforcements to strengthen its defenses. Therefore, if they could recruit a few more golems like Kazumi to their side, their fighting power would become much more reliable. Hearing these words, Kazumi blossoms before my eyes. Yoi Yamazaki notices her beaming with joy. They walk leisurely down the corridor together. Kazumi points down the stairs and announces that the second floor begins from here. Their roads lead to a wide expanse where solitary trees stand tall among green meadows. Going down, Yogi Yamazaki is amazed. The second floor has turned into a real fairy tale. Butterflies flutter everywhere and a fountain gurgles in the middle. Ria looks around in surprise. It's much more spacious here than on the first floor. This floor is impressive in its size. Kazumi explains that the deeper he descends into the ancient ruins, the wider and more majestic his domain becomes. However, the deeper they descend, the more powerful and dangerous the guard golems become. Yoji Yamazaki feels confident that with two martial artists with him, everything will go well this time. Kazumi announces that she is already returning to the first floor, and if they need anything, they can always contact her. Yoji Yamazaki asks in fear. If she is really coming back, then she apologizes sincerely. They, golems, cannot interact with other golems from other floors. Yoji Yamazaki does not believe this and denies it. She bows her head to him and wishes him success in the battles to come. Yoji Yamazaki, through pain, bids her farewell. Ria, visibly worried, assures Yoji Yamazaki that they will do their best. He supports her words with tears in his eyes. They walk slowly along the path, and Ria notices that it is surprisingly quiet and peaceful. He remarks with admiration that it is the perfect place for a picnic. Along the way, they are attracted by the bright fruits on the trees, and they wonder with curiosity what kind of fruit they are. She wonders if it's monkey bread, noting that the fruit has a tart sweet taste and is surprisingly delicious. One of the fruits falls down, and Yoshi Yamazaki looks at it thoughtfully, wondering what it tastes like. Ria cheerfully offers to entrust the inspection to her and asks to put the fruit in her hands. She removes a piece of paper from her collar, quietly takes out a knife, and cuts open the fruit. Ji is stunned when he realizes that she is holding a real knife. She cuts the fruit in half and hands him one piece. He happily accepts the treat, smiles, and immediately says he'll try it right now. He takes a bite and notes with satisfaction how delicious it is. Then he suggests Ria try it, and she happily agrees, thanking him. Yoji Yamazaki smiles. Recalling their first meeting, he recalls how confused she was at even the hint of an indirect kiss. She almost smiled at the naivety. Now, after everything they'd been through together, such little things only bring back fond memories. She doesn't care about such moments anymore. She eats and, blushing awkwardly, admits that she is extremely ashamed. Yoji Yamazaki realizes that her thoughts completely coincide with his own. Ria enthusiastically admits that it is a great honor for her to touch with her lips the place that her master has already felt on himself. Yogi Yamazaki can't figure out where this strange, bittersweet taste in his heart comes from. Is it the same feeling that people usually call pleasure? How foolish this habit is to enjoy your life. Suddenly all the girls flinch and Yogi Yamazaki instantly begins to blush with shame. Rias, looking at him worriedly, says, "Your face is so red. What happened?" The boy awkwardly waves it away, saying that everything is fine. But at that moment, crabs are noticed behind them, slowly moving towards them. Hearing the loud clicking of disgruntled crabs, Yeji and Ria turned around sharply. The crabs are rapidly approaching them, so, seized by unexpected fright, they jump up, not understanding what is happening. Yoji Yamazaki looks around and notices that this monkey berry is their food. Grabbing the fruit with her sharp claws, she advises her master to stay back. She releases a fireball, hitting the crabs directly. Yoji Yamazaki notes with surprise that her strength has increased even more than before. However, they notice the crabs clapping their claws and smiling, showing that they are fine. Suddenly, one of them jumps on Ria. The claw of another cuts the hem of her dress, leaving a noticeable mark. She screamed and froze in place as the crabs gathered around her. Yogi Yamazaki still can't figure out why these creatures attacked only Ria. With this development of events, the girl is in serious danger. Feeling that the spell has no effect on these creatures, he decides to try another trick. His gaze falls on the fruit lying right under his feet. The boy picks it up, swings it, and hits it hard against the crab's strong shell. The crab suddenly screams loudly and starts to clatter its claws wildly in pain. Yogi Yamazaki thinks that the crustacean must be exhausted by now. At that moment, the rest of the crabs rush after Ria, and she realizes that something has definitely gone wrong. Meanwhile, several more crabs rush at Yogi Yamazaki herself. A short time later, the crabs fell down exhausted, their shells cracked. Annie exhales heavily and says that it seems like it's all over. Rhea runs up to him with tears in her eyes and hugs him tightly. She sincerely thanks him for saving her. She looks at him and realizes that even for this moment, their entire journey has been worth it, and it gives him satisfaction. He asks worriedly if she's hurt, to which she replies with a trembling voice that she's fine, because her own master saved her. Hearing this, he sighs with relief. Yoji Izaki turns away from her awkwardly, a blush filling his cheeks, and he suggests they go back so she can change. The girl is also embarrassed, a slight blush appearing on her face. She hastily throws on the last of her clothes, assures her that everything is okay, and convinces the others not to stop their journey because of her. Suddenly, Yoji Amakazaki freezes in horror, noticing something ahead. Rhea looks around in confusion and calls out to him, not understanding what happened. They both turn around and see a golem in front of them. He claims that the intrusion has been detected and activates combat protocols. Rhea and Yogi Amadaki exclaim in shock, realizing that a golem has just appeared. The golem gradually disintegrates, shedding parts of its body, until only a giant eye remains. But she trembles with tension, wondering if this creature really intends to enter battle in this form. Suddenly, tentacles burst from the giant eye, flying in different directions. They all rush towards the fountain, greedily collecting the clear liquid. As a result, a huge squid emerges from the depths, solemnly proclaiming, "Preparations for the battle are complete, and an inevitable massacre awaits the uninvited guests." Yoji Yamazaki, stunned by his size, looks ahead in confusion. Suddenly, the giant squid begins to attack. The tentacles instantly grab her legs and pull her towards them. The strong grip deprives her of any possibility of movement. Each limb is squeezed so tightly that movement is impossible. Yamazaki rushed after her, shouting loudly, but only her frightened screams were heard in response. He clenched his fist, gathered his breath, and, with a menacing cry, ordered the monster to get away from Rei. He strikes one of the tentacles, but his fist pierces the monster and crashes into the wall, leaving a huge crack in it. At the same time, the creature's tentacles instantly regenerate. Yoji Yamazaki understands. Everything is bad. His attacks are useless. The monster's tentacles wrap around Rhea's neck, and gasping for breath, she calls out to her master in a trembling voice for help. Yoji Yamazaki nervously rushes around, trying to calm him down. Suddenly it dawns on him. He must need a button at this celebration too. He sneaks up from behind and notices an emergency stop button on the monster's body. Picking up a giant fruit from the ground, he swings it. And this is where this button is pressed. This is where this fruit is reflected, finding its reflection. He soars up, breaking a gap in the sky and soaring to the next floor. Everything around him collapses along with the shattered vault. Kazumi and his friends tremble in terror on the upper level, still not understanding what just happened. Yamazaki mentally apologizes to them for what he did. The monster announces that the emergency stop button has been pressed, so it has taken on a human form, and the attacks have stopped. Eiki Yamazaki is happy with his decision. He has done it. The monster lets go of Rhea, its tentacles starting to melt, turning into liquid. Aki Yojiyama manages to grab Rhea in her arms, and together they turn their gazes towards the monster. A girl with two funny buns on her head appears before them. She opens her eyes wide, joyfully addresses him as Master, and sincerely thanks him for waking her up after a long sleep. The golem introduces herself and gives her name, Futaba. She guards the second floor of Gorm's estate as the guardian golem. The second golem is distinguished by her Chinese-style attire. Yoji Izaki, noticing Rhea's Chinese dress, begins to whisper his impressions to her with curiosity. Futaba, unable to restrain herself, asks him, does he really know anything about such clothes? She says that the previous owner, Mrs. Cathy, was fascinated by such outfits. Mrs. Cathy loved traveling far and wide and brought back golems and unusual clothes from different parts of the world. Yoji Amazaki finally understands why Kazuma wears traditional Japanese clothing. Is there really a place like Japan in this world? Thinking about it, he imagines what he would like to get here. The memory of soy sauce comes to mind. Returning to Futaba, he says that he heard that soy sauce can be made on this floor. The girl immediately comes to life, her face lights up with a smile, and she asks if Kazuma's sister told him about it. Fueva says she will soon tell him how to use the thing that is standing a little further away from them. Meanwhile, Yogi Yamazaki realizes how long it has taken him to get to this point. Finally, he gets the chance to taste salt for the first time in this world. The three of them head towards a mysterious building together and are suddenly surprised by what they see. Raya wonders how such a huge structure could exist among these hidden ruins. They notice crabs on the board. Futaba remarks that this is the creation of crab clones. The others do not hide their surprise. She says that the crab clones are the magical guardians of this floor. They are extremely strong, capable of mastering magic and hiding, and the process of their creation continues without stopping. She says that there are always a few hundred of these creatures on this floor, and that whenever their numbers decrease, she creates new machines. You can also find soy sauce here. Rhea admits that she can't resist this temptation. Yeji guesses that the replenishment of supplies began right after he defeated the crabs. These ancient ruins are not only stocked with food, but also with a production machine, everything your heart desires. The participants follow Tuba inside, and she shows them the equipment that makes soy sauce. Yoji Amagasaki notices the monitor and mouse, and asks in surprise if it's really a computer. She regretfully replies that she can't explain how it works in more detail. Futaba remembers how Mrs. Caddy always used this device to make soy sauce. He presses the button, thinking he's about to turn off the electricity. A menu pops up on the screen, and a question is asked. What do they want to do? Rhea, frightened, confesses. As soon as he pressed the button, some pictures appeared inside the box. Yoji Yamazaki continues to move his mouse, wondering if it's time to choose the soy sauce option. They show Yojo Mizaki all the ingredients they are going to use and ask for his consent. He is pleasantly surprised that everything is organized so simply and transparently. He agrees, and at that very moment the car nearby starts to smoke suspiciously, as if something is cooking inside. The girls instantly become alert, ready for any surprises. Suddenly, a bottle of dark liquid falls in front of them, and everyone, holding their breath, curiously turns their gaze to the find. Yoji Amadaki holds out the unfamiliar drink and announces with a joyful smile, "There is no doubt. It is soy sauce." He feared that the ingredients he had used 10,000 years ago had long since gone bad, but they tasted perfect. He enthusiastically admits that it was a miracle. Rhea kindly agrees, supporting him. It is. As befits a true gentleman, he skillfully and easily handles all the utensils. He denies it and assures that it's all very simple, but his interlocutors believe that he is being too modest. Rhea says that this man figured out how this equipment works on his own. Even if he explained to her in detail how this thing works, she still wouldn't be able to understand it. Futaba completely agrees with her. Yoji Amazaki remarks to himself that the task seemed easy, although the praise was clearly exaggerated. He suggests trying something different, which causes a joyful uproar among everyone. They set off, loading barrels with food, as it is time to replenish their food supplies. Tuba meets Kazumi and says, "It's been 10,000 years." At that moment, Ryo was changing his clothes. They laid everything out on the table and solemnly announced that everything was ready. As a result, a whole collection was assembled. Soy sauce, ponzu, miso, ketchup, and mayonnaise. Yoji Yamazaki also wants to try Worcestershire sauce, which is something sweet and sour. They say it has a lot of different ingredients, so they decided to postpone the tasting until later. Rhea turns to him and thanks him sincerely, promising that tonight will be marked by her efforts in the kitchen. Yoji and Mizaki are genuinely happy for Rhea's happiness. Meanwhile, Rhea asks Slime for help, and she happily agrees. The plan indicates that this is where the kitchen is located. Yoji Yamazaki approaches the computer, thoughtfully considering what other possibilities lie ahead. He presses a button and holds his breath. Will he succeed? Will his plan work? 3 balls suddenly appear in front of him, and the boy is delighted to see that everything has worked out. He takes one of them in his hands and notes with delight that it is a candy made from a real monkey fruit. He tastes the dish, enthusiastically notes its taste, and promises to prepare several more different variations, to then give them to Rhea and the others as a surprise treat. They happily sit down at the table and enthusiastically propose to celebrate the conquest of the second floor by raising glasses to their health. They look around and notice that there is even something like a dining room. "Next time, we should invite Rose and Maria to a party," comes the suggestion. He bites into a crab leg, and his eyes immediately light up. His pupils dilate with delight at the incredible taste, and his saliva involuntarily starts to roll. He calls it a divine feeling. A wave of warmth and power fills his body. Rhea is convinced it's probably a magical power gained from the cloned crabs. He explained that the more powerful the monster's magic, the denser and more tangible the aura of magical power it perceives. This is how it senses the presence of magic around it. He feels his body crave more, but he is powerless to do anything about it. Now he understands why Rhea and the others were so eager to get his saliva. Rhea tastes it and happily says, "This is it, soy sauce." She notes with delight that this crab meat reminds her of fish sauce, but its texture is surprisingly tender and silky. The taste is simply incredible. Without stopping, she continues to savor the juicy filling. Yoji Yamazaki looks at Rhea and is sincerely happy. The most important thing for him is to see her satisfied. Yoji Yamazaki thoughtfully noted that the true flavor of ponzu is best revealed with crab. But today he wanted to emphasize the rich bouquet of soy sauce, so he used very little ponzu. Futaba wonders if everyone has started eating yet. She generously serves them more food and tells them to eat to their heart's content, as there is still plenty of food left. Yogi Yamazaki is embarrassed and wonders how she can say such a thing, since Rhea herself prepared all these delicacies. Futaba replies that her real talent is cleaning the table, and she is as good at it as anyone else. Yogi Yamazaki wonders why she has such an ordinary ability, and Futaba just sighs in response. She explains that her true inspiration was Mrs. Kathy, who simply loved to cook. The girl sincerely aspires to master the culinary arts. Kazumi gently pats her back, calming her down, and she focuses again on the crab meat, slowly chewing the pieces. Rhea watches with admiration as Slimy savors the dishes and can't help but comment on how incredibly delicious all this food is. The opening of the second floor has brought them many advantages and new opportunities. They can feast on crabs to their heart's content. Meanwhile, a girl is standing in the forest. Suddenly, a vampire sneaks up on the ad. This vampire girl walks along a forest path, looking around for familiar features, but the unfamiliar terrain only adds to her confusion. Raising her head to the sky, she quietly remarks, "Somehow it's strange. It's too quiet around." When a truly powerful beast appears nearby, weaker creatures hide in their burrows and try not to come out. The vampire only smiles slyly, her sharp fangs flashing. She can't wait to find this man and challenge him. She looks around and notices the people gathered by the lake. Among them is Yogi Yamazaki, standing next to Slime, full of irrepressible energy. The vampire is amazed. She can't fathom the powerful magic he possesses. Yogi Yamazaki warns her that if she drinks too much, her stomach will definitely hurt. The vampire immediately understands. The guy is completely ordinary, but this girl is a completely different story. She stands out on a completely different level. She understands that this is where human strength lies. She wonders if the strength of her opponent excites her even more if he proves to be a real test. She sneaks up on them and coldly announces that she is going to kill them. Yoji Yamazaki looks at the slimy creature with concern and notices that she is drinking too much. The vampire sharply extends his claws and Yogi Yamazaki quickly jumps to his feet. She falls onto her back. Yogi Yamazaki, gripped by fear, looks around and notices the girl. The vampire suddenly pulls away from him, not understanding why this guy is acting so strangely. Yoji Yamazaki asks worriedly if she is okay, if she is hurt. However, she cannot understand that his magical abilities and body are no different from normal ones. He is just the way he is. She takes on a serious but wary look, reasoning, if he gets in her way, it doesn't matter who he is. Then she decides to kill him. He suddenly lunges at her with a knife, carving space around him with a sweeping blow, and at that moment she stops. He glances at the knife and notices that the blade has just broken. She freezes in horror. It can't be after all. It was a secret blade given to her by a magical clan. He awkwardly admits that it scared him quite a bit. Yoji Yamazaki asks her if it's really a toy, and she starts to get angry, barely holding back her trembling. Then Yoji Yamazaki remarks that the toy is so-so. It broke right after the first swing. The vampire, breathing heavily, tries to pull herself together. She understands that if she gives in to emotions, she can't even dream of victory. Gathering her thoughts, she turns to her interlocutor and asks his name. Yogi Yamazaki. He responds with a warm smile and asks her what her name is. She freezes, momentarily confused because she was sure she knew it. She had heard that human strength was surprisingly unpredictable, but she hadn't noticed it before. His power was too immense. One moment she disappears right in front of Yoji Yamazaki, and the next she is standing on a tree branch. Yoji Yamazaki exclaims in surprise, asking her to wait. She announces sternly and seriously, her name is Kanan. The guy should remember that. She is simply letting him know. She leaves him. Yogi Yamazaki is sure that very soon they will be destined to meet her again, he thinks, trying to remember what this creature was and who this child was. Meanwhile, Slimy has turned into slime and settled right in his arms. They return home. In the dead of night, a Kanan stands guard at the entrance to the cave. As she jumped off the cliff, she was lost in her own thoughts. Someone asked her name. As a child, she met a man who confessed that he was fascinated by her strength. He confesses that he would like her to join their plans. They seek to turn her power into a formidable weapon. In response to his offer, she confidently extends her hand, wanting to prove to herself that they are truly superior to everyone around them. She clenches her other hand and suddenly begins to tremble violently. A bitter thought of loneliness appears in her mind, but she shakes her head resolutely, trying to drive away these disturbing feelings. She is sure that if she attacks her while she is sleeping, she will have a chance to win. And so the decisive moment arrives. She is almost ready to dive into the dark opening of the cave, when suddenly Slime appears in front of her. Angrily muttering to herself, she makes several indignant sounds. At the same moment, Slime disappears from sight, and Kanan begins to look around anxiously. She notices that the attack is coming from behind. The opponent swings her fist, but Kanan manages to defend herself. Feeling a sharp pain, the girl screams. The thought flashes through her head. What a powerful blow! The disgusting creature steps back and stands directly in front of her. Kana seems to freeze in place, all shackled by unexpected anxiety. He looks up, notices the slippery balls from above, and suddenly realizes what lies ahead. A moment later, a long scream pierces the air. Rhea and Yogi Yamazaki are sleeping peacefully in bed when a slime in a strange, unmanly form sneaks up on them, trying to say something. Suddenly he lets out a loud cry. The unexpected scream jolts both of them awake and jump to their feet. Yoji Amatsaki immediately asks what happened. The little slimy balls eagerly tell him what happened. They go out into the yard, and Yoshi Yamazaki turns to Slime to ask what happened. Suddenly he notices Kanan, completely naked, is sitting in front of Slime, insisting that she be killed. Yogi Yamazaki hesitates if he really heard those words. He cautiously approaches her, but Rhea grabs his arm, standing up for protection, and begs her master not to come any closer. Rhea asks if this girl is a vampire, and she shyly looks away. Rhea noticed that among the demonic clans, this race was distinguished by its exceptional fighting skills. It was probably their representative who was chosen to make an attempt on the Lord's life. Yogi Amataki can't believe his eyes. Is this fragile girl really capable of murder? He looks around her in surprise and asks, "Is that really her name?" She makes it clear that she thinks it's useless, even if he asks. For killers, giving the name of the person who ordered it is worse than death. A real humiliation. Kanan lowers his eyes and quietly asks again to finish her off quickly. With sadness in her voice, she says that she has been defeated in this battle, so there is no point in living any longer for her. Yogi Yamazaki realizes in confusion. What struck her most was not the fact that she was trapped by slime, but the sudden memories that surfaced at that very moment. He goes out and turns to the girls. He asks them to wait a bit, promising to return soon. The girls see him off with surprised looks, and a moment later he returns and sincerely thanks them for their patience. He hands her a candy bar, and she raises her eyebrows in surprise. Yoji Yamazaki calls it candy. It's sweet and delicious. He hands it to the girl, promising that now she won't have to do any bad things again. Rhea notes with pleasure that she thinks this gentleman is overly indulgent towards young girls. Slimy, standing nearby, agrees with her. Kanan eventually leaves the room, intently reflecting on how awful the moment had been. Suddenly, her gaze falls on the candy. She stops, carefully opens the wrapper, and carefully examines the treat in her palms. She holds the candy up to the sky, examines it carefully, and then enthusiastically pops it into her mouth, savoring every morsel. Her cheeks are filled with a delicate blush. She savors the dish with pleasure, jumps up and down happily, and hums a melody, until suddenly she hears someone's voice, noticing her wonderful mood. Here is the same guy Grace shamelessly used her power as a weapon. She asks why he is here. To this the guy indignantly remarks that it is a shame to hear such words, because he came only because he was worried about her. He asks her if she has found out where the man lives. She confidently replies that it is no problem for her, so of course she has already found out everything she needs to know. Grace is relieved that this is great, and thanks her for her efforts. Then he asks in a stern voice why she is doing something she was not told to do. She is visibly nervous, barely able to control her trembling. She asks what he's talking about. He warns her not to even think about deceiving him. She knows full well that his people have been watching her all this time. He asks the same question again. Is humanity really strong, she thinks, carefully choosing her answer. After a moment's thought, she admits that he is indeed strong, and she may not be able to defeat him. Grace only sighs in response. It is obvious to him. With disappointment in his voice, he adds that this puts them in a rather difficult position. After all, she is the main figure in this plan, but if she is unable to defeat this man, he will simply let her go. Hearing these words, the girl shudders slightly. She keeps thinking back to the time she was ordered to leave. Everyone knew that sooner or later her power would become a threat to the village. Everyone just wanted her to disappear without a trace. Kanan is sweating and shaking when Grace approaches her and gently tells her to calm down. She says that if she can't defeat humanity right away, she has a chance to master their power. With that, he hands her a bottle of pills. Kanan assumes that this is the case. He then notes that he has told her this before. These pills are made from relics of the human race. One has only to swallow one and she will gain the same power that humans once had. Kanan notes with enthusiasm that these pills are not yet fully perfected. Smiling, he assures that everything is under control and the drug is constantly being improved. Taking one pill will not cause any side effects. He asks if she really wants to be alone, like she used to be. Kanan is still shaking, but she just shakes her head silently and swallows one pill. She swallows the pill. Grace smiles a mysterious smile in response, and suddenly the sky is torn apart by the roar of cannons. Tears appear in her eyes, and a tense vein pulses in her temple. Grace smiles, feeling in her mind that this was all made for her. Kanan wants her to play her last role. Yoji Yamazaki and Rhea are still peacefully resting in their bed when Rhea lets out an indignant mumble about how arrogant that gentleman is. They both wake up suddenly and start screaming again. Yogi Yamazaki asks with a strange expression on his face what is going on this time. She just shrugs in response. She has no idea. In any case, she suggests going out and saving the day. They rush towards the exit. At this moment, Yoji Yamazaki is overcome with anxiety. He is haunted by the thought that Kanan is indeed the killer and is now pursuing her. As they walk, the man suddenly exclaims that he has finally found her. At the moment when danger was about to reach Rhea, Yoji Yamazaki quickly grabs her by the hair and pulls her back, saving the girl from the blow. The man exclaims joyfully, laughing loudly, "Incredible." His body seems to be filled with incredible strength. They look and immediately recognize the elderly man. Kazumi approaches them and addresses the gentleman. He sees her almost naked and, shocked, asks her anxiously if she's okay. They quickly flee. Along the way, Kazumi reassures him that she's fine. However, she reports that the defenses, including slime, have been breached. Enemies are already storming the first floor. Despite her alarm, the girl worries. Have Slime and the rest of the defenders survived? She notes that the battle is fierce. They have only managed to break through due to their superior numbers, as their opponents are still superior in skill. She hopes that if she can come to her senses, Slisky and the others will soon be able to join them. Rhea assures Yoji Yamazaki that he and Kazumi will deal with the enemies on this floor, while he can go up to the second floor and help Futaba. Yoji, somewhat hesitant, asks if they are sure they can handle it on their own. She points to the old man and declares that if he is the opponent, it will not cause any difficulties. Without wasting a moment, she immediately delivers a fiery blow. Yoji Yamazaki slowly walks away, reflecting that his shot was successful. Suddenly he comes across Kanan, who says with relief that she has finally found him. With a sinister smile, she plunges the knife straight into her stomach. He drops to one knee, groaning in pain. A terrified Rei immediately runs to him and asks with genuine concern if he's okay. Yoji Yamazaki reassures her that everything is fine. The injury is superficial. He asks Rhea to take care of Kybera and the others. The girl is about to object, but suddenly Kybera attacks her from behind. She deftly dodges the blow, although she feels that, to be honest, things are bad. However, if he tells Rhea about this, she will only worry unnecessarily for him. Pain fills him, as if from eating too much ice, and a shiver runs through his body. Suddenly he hears an unexpected voice. Grace appears and solemnly announces, "This magical sword is called Blood Rain. Its blade is capable of cutting through any matter." As he had expected, Grace notices that the power of humanity truly amazes him. Yoji Amazaki stands up and curiously asks who is before him. The man replies that his name is Grace. He comes from a small, humble tribe of demons. Yogi Yamazaki realizes that he is a representative of the demonic tribe and asks if he really gave the relics to Rex and Kyber. He confirms that he did, but adds that the relics they created are significantly inferior to his own. They are far from perfect in many aspects, so he decided to use them as guinea pigs. Yoji Amazaki quickly becomes enraged and begins to scream, declaring that human life has no value to him. At that moment, Kanan appears from behind and firmly states that she is now his opponent. She suddenly attacks, her blade almost invisibly cutting through the air and barely grazing his neck. Yoji Yamazaki trembles with fear, admitting that if the blow had been dropped a few centimeters lower, everything could have ended tragically. Grace turns to Kanan, assuring her that she is not capable of killing him. Kanan nods in response. She understands everything perfectly. She declares with an impenetrable expression that she won't miss next time. Yoya Mizaki admits to himself. In that case, it's the end for him. Well, all that remains is to obey his boss's order. She attacks relentlessly, and he deftly dodges her every blow. He notices that this time she is moving much faster than before. Without holding back his emotions, he shouts at her, demanding answers, even if she does not admit that she received something from the demon tribe. But in response, she only asks, "So what, even if it is true?" Yoji Yamazaki bursts into a scream. Did she not listen to what he just said? His artifacts are far from finished. A disturbing thought occurs to him. Perhaps he himself will become the test subject for these unfinished relics. She replies that it doesn't matter. It's because of this medicine that she's become much stronger. That's the point. She is ready to do anything to get her hands on the medicine again. Now she will have to overcome this addiction. Yoji Yamatsaki desperately calls her name, and Ria, shouting from behind him, emphasizes that it is useless to try to reach her. Ria exclaims in despair that the darkness of the artifact has already consumed this girl. However, Yogi Yamazaki does not want to believe her words this time. He understands. Despite all the circumstances, he categorically does not want to see Kanan sick. Images of her looking at the candy with admiration flash through his memory. He suddenly remembers something and starts rummaging through his pockets looking for something. Finally, he takes out a candy and, holding it in his hand, exclaims loudly that he will give the candy back if she comes to her senses. Kanan attacks again, completely ignoring his words and asking if he's out of his mind. Yoji Azaki misses the shot and realizes that reality is not as pleasant as their sweet life. Grace sadly admits, it's all in vain, no matter what he does. She's completely under her control. Yogi Yamadaki is shaking from head to toe. Blood is pouring from his body, and he can't believe there's so much of it. His thoughts are confused. Seeing the purple spots on his palm, he suddenly realizes what's happening to him. Grace tells Kanan that her time has come. She listens intently and prepares to strike. Yoji Amazaki remains steadfast. In his mind, he understands. There is only one way to act. He grabs her knife with his bare hands. Now, gripping the blade tightly, he uses the body-strengthening magic to its full potential. Kanan, who is a vampire, bites into his neck and then suddenly opens her eyes. She falls to the floor, as if exhausted. Grace screams hysterically. What is she up to? She must destroy this man. Kanan suddenly bursts into tears like a small child. The knife slips from his hands and he confesses in a trembling voice that he has no desire to harm this man. Yogi Amadaki is sure that she has finally come to her senses, and the anxiety in his veins subsides. The true power of the relic has manifested itself and taken effect. In his opinion, now all that remains is to wait for Grace. He flies towards this moment, full of determination. He quickly throws himself at Grace. He can't stay on his feet, falls and loses his mask. Ria approaches him and reports that all the invaders have already been defeated. She suddenly stops, terrified. This can't be happening for real. Yoji Yamazaki asks excitedly what happened, because magical power is literally pouring from the stranger. She points at Grace and claims that only humans are capable of wielding the same power as the Lord. Yoji M. Azaki wonders if there is anyone else besides himself. Grace, sighing heavily several times in a row, admits, it was a terrible mistake. He takes his mask, puts it back on and says, now he has seen not only the true face, but also felt powerful magic, exactly what he expected from a person. Yoji Amazaki suggests that the people of this world probably disappeared thousands of years ago. Perhaps he, like Yoji himself, was once summoned from another dimension. Grace reaches out her hand, and the knife she had been holding in her palm, obeying her will, flies toward him of its own accord. He reminds Yoji Amazaki not to forget. One day the time will come, and he will repay him in kind. He just snaps his fingers and disappears without a trace. Yoji Amadaki and Ria stand there, looking at each other anxiously. Rose eventually stands up and announces that she will take care of Kabura and his subordinates herself. Yoji Yamazaki replies that he completely trusts her. He hands her the bottle, and she, curious, asks what it is. He explains that it is leftover water from the bath. It is supposed to help get rid of the side effects of the poison. Ro notes that it is quite a valuable item. He hesitates whether to give it to them. Yeji answers in the affirmative, adding that she only agreed because the item was in the hands of demons. Meanwhile, Rhea approaches them and announces that she has finished sealing the curse. Yeji approves of her actions, saying that she did a great job. Yoji Yamazaki worries that now that Grace has found out about his hiding place, he will probably no longer be able to remain unnoticed in this world. It's been a few days since the attack. Kanan is already sitting next to him at the table. She shares her impressions with Yoji Yamazaki. The sauce, which he calls ketchup, tastes simply incredible. Meanwhile, the Kanan is already under their care in the storage room. Having exhausted her ketchup supply to the last drop, she turns to Yoga Amadaki curiously, asking if there is any more, since this one is already gone. Ria delicately wipes her lips, and Yoga notes with a smile that he already guessed that she would definitely like this taste. He takes out another bottle and says he made a new one. He is immediately asked what it is. He admits that he himself is not sure how it works. He says that he tried to make a similar bottle in the cooking zone, but he still did not understand the real essence. Yoji Yamazaki notices that she seems to really like it, so he brings her a whole bottle. The girl drools and looks at the bottle with incredible admiration. She starts eating ketchup with spoons, jokingly praising Yoji Yamazaki for his good work. Ria, watching this scene, is indignant at such an impolite act. Yoji responds with a smile, saying that he also prepared a portion for the slimes. Kanan admits that Ria is annoying her to no end. Whatever the case, this ketchup belongs to her, because it was given to her by Yoji Amazaki. Ria begins to tremble with rage. With eyes full of tears, she turns to Yoji Yamazaki and begs him to at least tell her something. He notes that excessive consumption of ketchup is harmful, but what if you load a cannon with ketchup? Those around him cannot understand what he is talking about, so they ask clarifying questions. Then he explains. He is talking about a person who simply adores ketchup and adds it to literally every dish. Kana smiles and says that this nickname suits her very well. From now on, she is the ketchup girl. She jokingly wonders if it is some kind of honorific. Futaba quickly puts things in order and assures with a smile that cleaning is her responsibility. She gently hugs Yogi Yamazaki on the bed, while Kanan watches them closely. For the first time, she calls Yogi by his name, which makes them anxious. Then the girl announces, "Now it's Kanan's turn." Step stays away. Yogi Amazaki mentally asks Ria for forgiveness, all for the sake of her future strength. Ria waits obediently, understanding that this is necessary. And now, the same Kanan has been added to the daily ritual of kissing. Kanan opens his mouth and sinks his teeth into his own shoulder. Everyone around him freezes in horror, watching what is happening. Kanan does not stop. He continues to suck blood, and the image of Yogi Yamazaki noticeably transforms. Ria restrains her, asking if she really should not go somewhere. A nuclear cannon suddenly explodes from her mouth, and she sternly orders Ri not to stare with her mouth open. Convinced that Yoji Yamazaki really admires her flat chest, the girl does not hesitate to ask him directly about it. She tries to pull him closer, but he remains silent. In this world, small breasts are considered the most attractive, so this canonical position is no coincidence. Ria apologizes, sincerely admitting her guilt. But suddenly Ria intervenes and shouts at Kanan that the craftswoman isn't even looking at her ironing board. And at the same time, she lashes out at Yogi Yamazaki. She asks if she is already lost, to which she is told that she has not yet, and that Yogi Yamazaki is waiting on the other side. Kanan indignantly exclaims that this is complete nonsense. She confidently declares, men often prefer small breasts. Ria slyly asks the master to confess honestly, because he, they say, prefers a lush bust. However, Kanan does not give up and insists on her own. Yamazaki Yoji, according to her, is precisely the type of person who likes small breasts. Slime slaps them both over the head, trying to push them away. He wonders if he really introduced two people who were never supposed to meet. At this moment, goblins are wandering through the forest in search of food. One of them picks up a dried fruit and grumbles that there is nothing edible here. He explains that because of these three, who are stuck in the middle of the forest, it has become impossible to find enough food, or even a comfortable place to sleep. He has no idea who they are. Their magic is so powerful that it is simply impossible to get close to them. Suddenly, they notice a pack of wolves that instantly hide, and they can't figure out what they're doing in such a place. Deciding to report it to the head eagle, they quickly return to their hideout and head straight for the director. An eagle in the form of an old man sits in front of a large ball. Together with the leader of the wolf pack, they cry out about the hunger that torments them. Their thoughts are directed in one direction. As negotiations continue, Yojimazaki of the Rietel clan expresses confidence that it is time to strengthen the defenses. Meanwhile, Slime carefreely sips from a bottle of drink as if there is no care in the world. Yogi Yamazaki asks her if she really means searching the second floor. But she denies it. That's not what it's about. She's saying that the security at their shelter has been tightened and there are a lot more people there. As usual, Futaba doesn't hesitate and starts clearing the table. Rhea shares her opinion that she realized during the attack they are sorely outnumbered. They won't be able to defend themselves against a stronger enemy on their own. Yoji Amadaki agrees with her. Indeed, there are only a few real fighters in their ranks. After that, he suggests looking for like-minded people and uniting everyone who wants to join their cause, creating an army of people. Yogi Yamazaki does not hide his surprise. What kind of human army is this? He is completely incomprehensible to this idea. Rhea sadly notes that this is all because he is an army led by a real commander. She asks if Yoji Amakazaki would like this state of affairs. He replies that it's not like that at all and there's no need to worry. The name is wonderful. However, he mentally notes that it sounds something from the forces of darkness. After that, he asks how he can help. Rhea replies that Yoji Yamazaki doesn't have to do anything. Kanan joins the conversation and confirms that it's okay even if Yoji doesn't do anything. She assures him that she and Rhea will handle everything. Yoji and Misaki mentally doubt that this simply cannot be true. Their role seems to be limited to organizing baths and food for the human army. Yoji wonders if his position is nominal, if his authority really ends there. His day is planned out down to the smallest detail. He wakes up, has breakfast, exchanges a few words with the girls, has lunch, allows himself an hour's nap, takes a leisurely walk, and has dinner in the evening. He begins to be oppressed by painful thoughts. Is he really incapable of anything? Kanan notices his comrade's anxiety and wonders what happened. He, looking away awkwardly, assures him that everything is fine. They are about to leave, and leave the place under his supervision. He waves to them warmly and thinks with pleasure that he now has more time to train. He trains with sticky slime, runs, meditates, and releases energy, all directly in her direction. After that, he sadly begins to apologize. Rhea approaches him and informs him that they have managed to find new fighters for their squad. They are already waiting outside. He steps outside and notices the leader of the wolf pack standing next to the eagle. Behind them, two more approach, a staff and a thank you, Yoji Yamazaki, who has been waiting patiently. One of them is an eagle from the goblin tribe. The other is Yang, from the wolf tribe. Kanan states that they both want to swear allegiance to Yogi Yamazaki. At the same time, Yogi Yamazaki wonders to himself, why doesn't he feel any loyalty in their words? Jan admits that he was hoping to see someone from the legendary human race, so he feels a little disappointed. Oral just smiles and remarks that perhaps their expectations were too high. Yogi Yamazaki timidly whispers to Rhea, asking if she's really sure she wants to join. The girl thinks for a moment, then admits that it seems rather strange. Rhea spent 2 hours telling them how amazing Yoji Yamazaki was, but it seemed like her efforts weren't enough. She bows her head and apologizes, sincerely admitting that she never imagined they would turn out to be rebels. Rhea thoughtfully says out loud that perhaps they should get rid of both of them. Her words horrify those present, and a panicked Yogi Yamazaki feverishly assures them that there is no need to kill them. Because Rhea was a knight in the past, she is sometimes too ruthless in matters of life and death. He will try to clarify this for them. ORL turns to Rhea. He explains that the desire to swear allegiance to her came from a genuine admiration for her unbreakable strength. But when it comes to swearing allegiance to him, it's a completely different matter. He agrees and says that he only recognizes the Kanan. After all, they are a tribe of wolves who would rather choose death than obey a senseless order. His words cause him furious indignation. Yoji Amataki asks Rei if she remembers giving him something. The girl instantly guesses what he's talking about and tells him about the magic seal on the ring. It's already been restored. She hands him the wedding ring, and he, putting it on, happily thinks, with this artifact, he can control almost all magical power. He declares that he will show the full power of humanity if it manages to surprise him, and asks if he will recognize him. Yin proudly declares that he has only seen magic from B-level enterprises, so no other manifestations can impress him. And Oral, smiling, adds that although it is interesting, it still does not compare to Rhea. It is at this moment that Yoji Amadaki summons a fireball. The fireball instantly swells to the size of a real bomb and explodes right above their heads. Stunned and terrified, they ask each other if this is really the same legendary fire magic. ORL accuses him of lying, noting that it was Rhea who gave him the ring, and perhaps it is this artifact that actually enhances his magical abilities. Yogi Amazaki admits that he misunderstood everything. This ring only restrains his power. ORL turns away from him, coldly declaring that he does not wish to hear anything more. ORL smiles and asks if he would try using magic without the ring. Yogi Yamazaki looks at him in disbelief and realizes that if he does this, the flames will engulf the entire forest. He remains silent, and the ENT notes that he cannot do this. So he was not mistaken. The magic power came from the ring. In involuntarily smiles, admitting that he almost fell into the same trap. Yoji M. Azaki reflects on how wearing a ring has become a habit for him. He ponders how to make others believe that he is an ordinary person. ORL remarks that he never expected to see such a powerful ring on Rei, and wonders if she really used a high-level, precious magic stone. However, he still doesn't understand what kind of artifact it is. Offended, almost indignant, ORL asks if he really doesn't understand anything. He is told that special gems are created using magic from crystals with a high concentration of magical energy. Their magical power is diverse and extremely powerful. Yogi Yamazaki believes that this is just an improved version of an ordinary magic stone. ORL informs Rhea that they are ready to give the legendary magic stone to the goblin tribe. He blushes from head to toe with embarrassment and hesitantly asks if she will accept it. On top of that, he is holding a huge sphere in his hands. They look at it in amazement, deciding that in front of them is the most magical jewel. But suddenly, the ball instantly disappears from his hands. It was the hotel owner who snatched the ball from the guy who, confused, exclaims what he is doing, and the owner, with complete self-confidence, declares, this is his business. He claims that the magical jewel originally belonged to the wolf tribe, and they just took it back. ORL can't understand what he's talking about. Wasn't it the man's father who stole their relic in the first place? The boy's anger begins to boil. When someone exclaims that he is the one who is breaking the deadlock, the protagonist indignantly denies it. After all, it was his grandfather who initiated everything. He shouts again that this is complete nonsense, because it was his grandfather who started this story. Yoji Yamazaki believes that this gem seems to have long been an obstacle for many. Kanan turns to Ino and sternly asks him not to act so impudently around Yoji Yamazaki. He apologizes and explains that his only goal was to give her the precious stone. ORL exclaims indignantly, what an impertinence this is. After all, this stone belongs to Rhea. Why is he going to give it to this empty person? He categorically declares that he will not allow such talk about a Kanan. Jewelry is not at all suitable for cows' teats. Rhea, smiling, suggests simply taking their lives, but Yogi Yamazaki restrains her impulse. He turns to Kanan and asks her to give him the stone. She hands him the object and asks what he plans to do with it, and at the same time their fight does not subside. The guy replies, if he manages to find a way out of this fight, maybe they will believe him. Yogi Yamazaki sneezed loudly, causing the stone to suddenly crack. Everyone froze in amazement, unable to believe what they were seeing. In exclaims in surprise that it is simply impossible to believe. He crushed that stone with a simple sneeze. Oral adds in astonishment, it doesn't fit in the head. Is he really human? Clumsily apologizing, he sincerely regrets breaking something truly valuable. However, those around him only shrug their shoulders. They say that since it came to a fight, it's already a defeat. Yoji Yamazaki suggests that if the cause of all the troubles lies precisely in this stone, then from now on, the conflict is considered exhausted. Without wasting a moment, he bows to his feet and loudly declares that the wolf clan seeks to become part of the human army. He asks to accept them into his ranks. Suddenly, an eagle swoops down and announces that the goblin tribe also wants to join them. The wolf rolls onto its back, exposing its belly, demonstrating its trust. It is a great honor for them to meet a real person. Yoji Yamazaki examines the cracked stone and wonders if everything is okay. Rhea can't help but admire it again. Soon, a tribe of goblins joins the human army, along with wolves. However, they all hide in the bushes, nervously shouting to Yogi Yamazaki that everything is under control and the situation is normal, reporting every little thing. Yogi Yamazaki is surprised. It all seems suspicious to him. They seek to form an alliance. If the human army continues to grow, a clash with the Imperial capital is inevitable. Yeji is glad that she has become wiser. The village of Maku is located between the shelter and the Imperial city, so uniting with them takes on special significance. Yoji Yamazaki remarks that if that's the case, then maybe they'll go there. Rhea says that it's a small village with only 500 inhabitants. It's located right in the middle of the monster lands, so adventurers from the capital often appear there. In the village of Maku, everyone is dressed in cloaks and scarves. Rhea remarks that this looks strange because during her last visit, the villagers seemed much more lively. Suddenly, someone calls Rhea, insisting that she come over immediately. Rhea turns around and notices that her teacher is standing in front of her. They haven't seen each other for a long time. She wonders if he got her letter. He cryptically replies that something interesting will happen soon. He asks her not to distance herself from him so much. If she had come forward earlier, they could have helped. She apologizes. They were having difficulties, and that's why she couldn't talk to him. Yoji M. Azaki doesn't see anyone else around. He asks Rhea who she is talking to. Smiling, she offers to introduce them. She points to a black cat and says that it is the head of the village of Maku, whose name is Rachel. She says that she taught her magic back when she was in the Imperial city. Yoji Yamazaki freezes in surprise. He doesn't understand what's happening at all. The cat notices that it's a bit rundown and spacious inside, but advises you to make yourself at home. Meanwhile, Rhea is making tea, and there are lots of toys in the form of mice and fish scattered around the cat. Rachel is playing with the ball, and at the same time notices that the man has a strange expression on his face. Since he is a cat, he has no use for regular furniture. Yoji Yamazaki wonders what is wrong with this. Yoji Yamazaki asks if he really knows he's human. Rachel replies without hesitation. Of course he knew. It was obvious at first glance that he was different from everyone else. Then he asks what Yoji Yamazaki thinks he is. Yoji Yamazaki briefly replies that he is a cat, and adds that even the powerful sage Rachel seems petty in front of a human form. Rhea says that the teacher once held the position of captain of a knightly detachment in the Imperial capital. She led the strongest knight squad. The name of the famous sage Rachel was known everywhere. Rachel Winks has always been considered the most beautiful girl in the Imperial city. It's just a shame that she rarely gets to show off her magnificent physique. Yoji Yamazaki wonders. The girl who was considered the most beautiful in the Imperial city is nowhere near Rhea's equal. He wonders how she manages to transform into a cat, while Rhea herself effortlessly pours tea for guests. Rachel, stunned, declares that something has happened. In response, a tense silence falls while the cat calmly goes to his meal. Yoji Yamazaki cannot believe what is happening. Instead of the most important thing, she has only mysteriously reported some event. He wonders if he should learn more about it. Rachel, with a smile, notes that Rhea's milk is indeed the tastiest, as expected. Rhea politely thanks him for the compliment. Rachel brought up the letter that mentioned the alliance with the human army. Yoji Yamazaki can't understand how events had even led them to this development. Rachel stands up and solemnly declares that she cannot make such a decision lightly. As the leader of the village, she not only belongs to herself, but also has no right to violate the will of the Imperial capital. And this choice means going against the Empire itself. Rachel licks her lips and notes that the decision doesn't depend only on her. Yogi Yamazaki agrees. It really is. After all, joining their alliance means becoming an enemy for the whole world. So the leader's position is completely understandable and logical. Rachel says she can't refuse, because it's her dear student's request. Rhea happily asks if that's really true. Rachel clarifies that she agrees, but she has certain conditions, especially for humans. She wonders if this is his first visit to their village and asks what impression it made on him. Thinking about it, he remembers hearing about a village where adventurers flock, but now it seems completely abandoned. So he wonders, has something extraordinary really happened here? Rachel nods, tells the story of an evil dragon. That's the name given to it by a traveler who encountered the monster and survived. This village once grew up right in the middle of hunting grounds, so it's the perfect place for beginners. For example, it's not difficult for a beginner to hunt a horned rabbit, and the price for it is quite decent. But when traces of a sinister dragon appeared in the eastern forest of the hunting grounds, the number of people willing to visit here decreased significantly. Raya remarks, if this is the case, then perhaps it would be better to seek help from the Imperial capital. To which Rachel categorically replies, that is impossible. She assures him that she has already asked them. Rhea cannot believe it. This cannot be. What are the knights doing then? Aren't they supposed to be protecting the townspeople? Rachel just shook her head and grimly replied that it wouldn't help anything. Everyone was too busy fighting the newly awakened dead. Hearing this, Rhea and Yogi Amazaki became visibly nervous. Rachel remarks that a small village like Mac is unlikely to get help. The two of them sit there looking downcast, and I find it hard to believe that this is true. A few days ago, they came across a small wild boar. Rhea confessed that she had dreamed of catching a full-grown boar, but she accidentally injured the poor thing. She notes that her healing magic is still too weak for this. The little piglet trembles in fear, and Yoji Yamazaki decides to help him with his own healing spell. He uses his magic to cure him. The boar suddenly jumps and quickly runs away. Rhea can't believe his eyes. It's just unbelievable. He immediately felt relieved, but one by one, dead bodies began to appear from under the ground. They don't even know what they're dealing with. Yeji's spells are so powerful that they've raised long-buried bodies from their graves. She didn't expect any other result. Yeji is sure that he alone is to blame for everything. Meanwhile, the shadows of the undead were about to set off towards the Imperial capital. Rachel asks what happened, but he, visibly agitated, hastily replies that it's nothing important. Then Rachel asks if he understands what she's getting at, and gets to the point. Here's the first condition. If the dragon isn't stopped, it will soon destroy the village. She adds that if they unite with those who saved the village, the residents will be much more receptive. She says they should do it, but before she can finish, they both jump up and start insisting on it. Rachel asks them not to react so emotionally. She advises first visiting an inn on the outskirts of town to find out news about the dragon. Even if there are fewer visitors and adventurers there than usual, they enter the guild. Yoji Amakazaki looks around in admiration. Incredible. There it is. The famous Adventurer's Tavern. Rhea suggests splitting up to find out more useful information. Yogi Yamazaki agrees to this idea. The blonde looks over her shoulder and looks at them with curiosity in her eyes. Yoji and Misaki leisurely walk through the tavern, and Yoji mentally dreams how good it would be to learn at least something about the insidious dragon. He approaches the old man, apologizes for the inconvenience, and says he has something he would like to ask. Then he turns around and asks, is he really a newbie? Yogi Yamazaki confesses that he is fascinated by everything related to the evil dragon. Upon hearing this, the old man suddenly chokes on his drink and pours out everything in his cup. Yoji Yamazaki hesitantly asks if he's okay, and apologizes in a low voice, but timidly suggests asking someone else. He openly admits that he has no desire to help fools like him. Gradually, everyone around him starts to refuse. Rhea and Yoji Yamazaki are sitting awkwardly on the stairs. Yoji sighs and notes that no matter who they ask, the answer is the same. Rhea adds that it seems that among adventurers, talking about the sinister dragon is a real taboo. Yoji Yamazaki sighs and says that there's nothing he can do here, so he suggests they head to the eastern forest. At that moment, the mysterious blonde approaches them. She asks if they are the newbies who are eager to join forces in battle with the fearsome dragon. A team of 4 stands before them. Rhea instantly notices the stranger and asks who she is. Immediately, realizing her harshness, she apologizes for being rude. She introduces herself as Nero, and the giant behind her is Molozov. Next to the baby is Daytona, and the man with long hair is named Zoilus. Both are B-rank adventurers from Maku village. Yoji Amatsaki quietly asked Rei if B-rank travelers were really that strong. The girl nodded in the affirmative, confirming that they were indeed quite powerful, as B rank is the third step in the power hierarchy. At this point, Nero intervenes, his words harsh and blunt. If they are eager to join their expedition, Yoji Amadaki wonders with curiosity whether this will be an obstacle for them. He asks her with a smile, could she share the real reason why they want to kill the dragon? Nero wonders if she said this before. After all, every member of her team was born in the village of Maku. Although she is forced to travel the world, her heart is forever tied to her native places. The girl believes that by defeating the evil dragon, she will be able to fully thank the village for everything it has done for her. With a slight smile, she squeezes his hand, and Yoji Yamazaki understands. Before him is their little corner of the world, their homeland. Now he feels a sincere desire to help, not only out of duty, but also out of his own convictions. Yoji shakes her hand and says that he will be happy to join their cause. Suddenly, Zoila exclaims that Nero is categorically against this. He asks how they can deal with people they know absolutely nothing about. Ria, shocked, shouts and reprimands that such words are the height of rudeness. Little Daytona asks in surprise if they really intend to feed the evil dragon. Akira and Yojima answer in the affirmative, while bitterly reproaching themselves. It was because of him that the Imperial capital never sent help. Mazalov notes that everything sounds simple in words. He asks if they even imagine the true power of the evil dragon. To this, someone replies that he heard about the dragon's power from Rachel. Their questions are filled with astonishment. Does he really claim that a great sage has come to them for help? Who are they? Nero smiles at the corners of her mouth. It's just as she thought. Nero squeezes Yogi Yamazaki's hand even tighter, and looking into her eyes, assures her that if she knows the great sage Rachel, then she must have no less strength. Her eyes seem to be deceiving themselves. At this moment, Yogi Yamazaki wonders in his mind. Does Rachel really rate his abilities so highly? She says that if there are no more questions, she suggests distributing roles and asks what each person is most skilled at. Yogi Amadaki feels anxiety rising inside him. It's been so long since his last interview that he's at a loss for what to say about himself. He considers calling himself an ordinary person, but realizes that sounds too simple, and says nothing about him. Ria apologizes for her excessive interference and, removing her hood, introduces herself. Her name is Lily. Among all the magical arts, she is especially skilled in restoring magic. Yoji Amadaki, watching this, wonders if this name is made up. She adds that, among other things, she is capable of defending the rear or rushing into battle on the front lines with a shield and sword. However, she emphasizes that her true calling is as a healer. She shakes his hand vigorously and notes that few people here possess the magic of restoration, so great achievements are expected of her. Zoilus warns Nero, you shouldn't trust others so unconditionally. Soil notes that those who boast about being able to do everything at once are usually just causing unnecessary trouble for others. Nero asks him to shut up, but he responds by getting indignant, saying that he is only voicing the plain truth. He proves that no one can claim to know the great sage with certainty. He needs to see for himself. He is particularly irritated by how this pathetic weakling dares to point out Yoji Amazaki. He notes that as a true swordsman one can judge a person's potential by looking at their hands, or the way they hold their sword. These hands, in his opinion, have hardly ever held anything heavier than a simple pen. Suddenly, Yeji notices with horror the girl who, after a short delay, steps forward and utters a gloomy cry in a choked voice. Ria steps forward decisively, casts a spell and presses his face to the ground, sharply ordering him to shut up. Nero calls out to Zoe in alarm, who, trembling, asks what she has done. Ria responds by advising him to appreciate what he has. She explains that thanks to gravity magic, apologizing to the master will be much easier. Yoji Yamazaki doesn't understand what this is about or why it's like this. Daytona leans in and, holding her breath, says that she can't believe her eyes. She sees the magic of gravity. Only 2 people in this country are capable of mastering such a power, the great sage Rachel and Empress Sarah herself. Riotals demands that he apologize or prepare to meet the afterlife. These words convince Yogi Yamazaki that she really intends to kill him. Zoilus quickly apologizes and admits that he understands everything. So they really weren't lying about communicating with the great sage. Nero notes that Lilia will now be a healer, and then turns to Yoji Yamazaki and asks what he is capable of. Yoji Yamazaki becomes even more nervous. Ria, seeing his confusion, steps forward and promises to explain everything. A master is not limited to one thing that he masters perfectly. Thinking about it, Yogi Yamazaki exhales with relief. After all, his own abilities are completely mediocre. Ria is sure that once he gets down to business, he can do it perfectly. That's why he's so versatile. Yoji Amazaki is stunned by this confession. Nero asks in surprise what he means, and she explains. In magic and martial arts, Yogi Yamazaki's technical level is unmatched. In these fields he is a true master. She claims that he is a true role model for everyone who lives here, and his very appearance makes people bow down in worship. At this, Yechi awkwardly disappears. Hastily tries to deny. They say, "This is not true at all. He is completely ordinary. You can't find a more ordinary person." Nero is sure, if she said it, then it is so. Ria admits that the master is 10,000 times stronger than her. In response, Nero declares that they have no intention of wavering, as they have high hopes for their station wagon. She suggests arming themselves and heading to the eastern forest. Yoji Yamazaki believes that there are too many obstacles on the way. They walk through the forest, and Nero warns them that they are almost close to the evil dragon's domain, so they should be extra careful. Tension hangs in the air. Everyone feels anxious. Yogi Yamatsaki is calmly walking through the forest thickets when suddenly a huge wolf jumps out of the shadows with its mouth open. At the same moment, Nero draws his bowstring, rapidly preparing an arrow, and shouts to Yogi, "It's a magical monster!" Yogi Yamazaki doesn't even have time to react when Nero shoots an arrow straight into the monster's eye. Yogiyama notes with admiration to herself, "It's incredible. She hit the target on the first try." Zoilus steps forward resolutely, filled with furious aggression. With a swing of his sword, he chops off the head of the wolf-like monster. But suddenly another wolf rushes at him from behind. He turns around, terrified, and Mazalov, without hesitation, stretches his arms forward, trying to grab the attacker with his bare hands. Malazov leaves, sternly warning Zoil that he should not have let his guard down. However, he smiles and sincerely thanks him for his help. At this moment, Daytona appears with a magic wand in her hands and persistently asks to entrust everything to her. She casts a spell and compresses the remaining monsters with magic. Yogi Yamazaki, his mouth open in confusion, involuntarily wonders. These are what they are, B-rank adventurers. At that moment, Ria turns to him. Turning around, he finds Ria, who proudly announces with a radiant smile, all the troubles are behind her. She has coped. Yoji Amakazaki stares in amazement at the mountain of wolf bodies, unable to hide his surprise. Daytona asks in surprise, "Didn't Lilia say she was a healer?" Zoilus and Clarkson exchange impressions, admiring her skill. It couldn't have been otherwise after she laid him on the floor. Even Molozov notes that he is impressed by her plasticity and skill. And Yeji thinks it was too much. Ria admits that she is nothing compared to the master. He only has to use real power, and all the monsters will disappear in the blink of an eye. Nero is skeptical of this statement, but notices that Ria is genuinely delighted by it. Yoji Yamazaki realizes that things are bad. Nero gives him a suspicious look, like a wife who has just learned that her husband has squandered all the family money in a casino. Meanwhile, Zoil approaches her and assures her that there is no reason to worry, so there is no need to worry. Zoil proudly declares that with such a strong ally as Lilia, they no longer need the station wagon's help. Daytona agrees, adding that Lilia's presence greatly increases the safety of the entire team. Hearing this deeply wounds Yajin's pride. He stands there trembling, but deep down he reminds himself that despite everything, he is a versatile man. Ria turns to him and assures him that, although others don't notice it, she sees his true strength. Yoji Amatsaki turns to her, tears welling in his eyes. Raya enthusiastically notes that the ability to pretend and hide one's strength is a real trick, and Yogi Amadaki wonders to himself, does this girl's kindness really have no limits? Meanwhile, the rustling of leaves is heard from the forest. One of the boys exclaims that a magical monster seems to be lurking there. Nero shouts in horror, "It's an evil dragon!" And suddenly a giant black monster appears on the clearing, hanging over them like the very shadow of a nightmare. He opens his mouth and growls so powerfully that he throws the enemy back several meters. Covering himself with his hands, he notes an unpleasant smell. Screams of panic echo everywhere. Tony and Nero can't stand the strain anymore. Their clothes fly off and they fall with a crash right onto Yeji. Yeji looks up and notices Ria looking at them with displeasure. Yeji looks around in confusion, not understanding what happened to everyone. Suddenly, the dragon unleashes a furious stream of magical energy. Under its onslaught, everyone is exhausted, and now they will not be able to get up for a long time. Yoji Yamazaki finally realizes what is happening. Yogi Yamazaki thinks to himself, "These people are much stronger than ordinary adventurers, but even they were defeated by an evil dragon." Suddenly, the dragon flies up and rushes straight at them. Ria doesn't hesitate for a moment and instantly grabs the flaming plate, even though it seems too small. In response, the dragon opens its mouth wide, summoning a ball of fire. Ria freezes for a moment, realizing the inevitable. A fireball is hurtling straight towards them, and suddenly the place explodes in a powerful flash that can be seen even from afar. Yeji manages to grab Rhea and pull her away from the blow, skillfully using his shield. He carefully places Rhea on the ground. The girl apologizes for putting him in an awkward position, but he just smiles and says that she always supports him, so nothing bad happened. Rhea remarks that the dragon seems to draw its magical power from an artifact created by demons. This thought flashes through Yogi Yamazaki's mind. Fleeing from the dragon's fierce onslaught, they rush headlong into the fray. In despair, Yoji Azaki turns to Ria. What should he do to defeat this monster? Meanwhile, Ria, explaining in short bursts as she goes, tells him, "The sinister dragon is a living corpse, powered by the energy of a demonic artifact. She notes that if the dragon's power lies here, the owner will be able to resolve the situation by directing his light energy inward." Yoji Yamazaki finally understands everything and suggests trying another method, throwing a strand of his hair directly into the mouth. The dragonflies head straight for them, simultaneously releasing fireballs. Yogi Yamazaki first turns around, then runs away, unable to believe his eyes. This simply cannot be happening. He returns to Dog Amazaki and suggests that they step back to reconsider their strategy. But Dog Amazaki flatly rejects the idea. He thinks about his comrades and realizes that they can't do it. Thoughts about the undead haunt him, and he is lost in indecision. Suddenly, an idea arises, although he is unsure. Will it work? However, even this tiny hope seems better than just running back. Here, Yoyamazaki suddenly stops, and with a piercing scream dissolves into the air. The dragon instantly presses into the ground, and Ria understands. This is gravity magic. The relic's power comes from humans, which is why its body is endowed with the same properties as the artifact. He applies the healing to the dragon, and it suddenly begins to tremble and grow rapidly. All the dark power and the huge mass of the dragon dissipate in the air. Yoji Yamadaki barely stands on his feet. With a trembling voice he says that he managed to defeat the monster. Only a bare skeleton remains of the dragon, and Rhea, full of admiration, rushes to it with the reward. Returning home, Rachel praised the team for their excellent work. However, Yoji Yamazaki objected. In his opinion, this was not their merit at all. Everything was possible only thanks to her. He sincerely thanked Rachel for sending Neo to help them. Rachel notes that the relationship between Maku village and the human army is currently excellent. If the royal capital suspects anything, they will definitely warn them immediately. Ria smiles and thanks Rachel, noting that her teacher's support inspires her to move forward. Yeji, meanwhile, is lost in her own thoughts. He wonders, who is Rachel really? A great sage, a former captain of the knights, one of the best teachers of magic. Or maybe just a mysterious personality hiding behind the guise of a cat. He stares at her thoughtfully, not looking up. Rachel asks with a smile, "What is it? Why are you looking at me like that?" Waving his hands awkwardly, he brushes it off and assures that nothing happened. But in his mind he sneers, "Is it worth asking such stupid questions?" Rachel smiles slyly and suggests that if he wants, she can show him something. He looks at her carefully, not hiding his surprise. In a moment, Rachel transforms into a girl without any clothes on. She confidently tells him to look, encouraging him to look as closely as he can while he has the chance. Yogi Yamazaki is so hot that his cheeks are burning. He screams silently, then suddenly covers his eyes with his forearm. Ria looks at him in surprise, not understanding what has happened. Rachel settles back into her cat form. Yoji Yamazaki pulls his hand away in surprise and stares at her, fascinated. Rachel slyly remarks, "As expected, Ria has a talent for choosing worthy men." She admits that she feels a little sad, but if she were a little younger, A relationship could have been formed between them, although in the form of a cat, it would be unthinkable. Yogi Amakaji sat there, confused, trying to figure out how she had managed to wrap him around her finger. Meanwhile, Ria, her eyes blazing with fury, quietly called her teacher through clenched teeth. She tugs at the cat's cheeks and loudly declares that, no matter what, even if it's a teacher, she won't let it flirt with Yoji Yamazaki. She replies that she understands everything, so she asks to be let go. The human army and the village of Maku unite, forming an alliance. The conquest is complete. It turns out that only a mere mortal could have conquered it. An enthusiastic crowd has already gathered around the giant dragon skeleton. People cannot take their eyes off it. Amazed, they marvel aloud. This is incredible. No one still believes that this impossible victory was won by that very boy.